Hello everybody, a very warm welcome. This is round 6 of the 41st Chess Olympiad in Tromsø, Norway. I'm Lawrence Trent, this is Jan Gustafsson. We're at the halfway stage of the tournament and we are seeing the favourites kind of around the top spot, a few upsets here and there. Currently there are no less than 7 teams with 4 wins and 1 draw in the open section. Azerbaijan, Serbia, Kazakhstan, Bulgaria, Cuba, Uzbekistan and Georgia leading the pack. The Russians, one of the favourites, French, Chinese are closely behind. And in the women's section, Jan, no real surprises. China on 100% as well. The Russians having not too many problems, a few scares here and there, but they are up there. What are your predictions for today?
Well, first of all, in the women's section, I'm curious if the other favorites, at least in my opinion, can pick up the pace, because Georgia and Ukraine, they're already 3 points behind China. So China looks like they could run away with that one. For today, the match of the day, I think there is no discussion about it. Fabiano Caruana, the world number 3 against the world champion, the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. And there is quite some stories to tell here. The biggest one is that Carlsen actually lost his last 2 games with the black pieces against Caruana. So here we see the young Italian has certainly proved capable of beating Magnus, and he will try to do that very thing today.
Well, he's now established himself firmly as one of the contenders to Carlsen's reign, rated 2800 published. He's very focused. He, when we had him here in the studio, Jan said, you know, my goal is to become world champion. He has the hunger, the required hunger, and he's playing Carlsen today. And well, I would bet my bottom dollar that he didn't expect this one from Magnus. Magnus has been having trouble though against Fabiano's queenless Berlin endgame that he goes into.
Right. Yeah. To explain, Magnus' default opening is the so-called Berlin endgame, which we've seen quite a bit in this tournament. But Caruana won a very nice game against him last time around. Caruana, one of the hardest working men in chess business, no doubt well prepared for this one again today. So Carlsen decided to spring the first surprise on move 1.
Yeah.
This is the Berlin ending. No such thing today. He went for the Scandinavian opening.
Why not? He is Scandinavian. You're allowed to. Maybe that's a little joke there, actually, or not.
I'm not sure he's in the mood for jokes against Caruana. This is too serious, as you mentioned. In my opinion, at the moment, Caruana, the biggest contender for the crown in the future. He's been moving up the ranks, closing in on the world number 2 spot, even had it briefly, and has been actually capable of beating Magnus. So there we have the world champion looking very, very serious about business today as well.
Well, let's have a look at the game. We had takes
D5.
Yeah.
Once again, this is breaking quite a few opening principles, bringing out your queen so early. In return, black hopes to establish this structure very quickly. He exchanges white's e-pawn, and after knight to c3, there's a bunch of moves here. Queen a5 and queen to d6 are both more popular than the move in the game. But the interesting thing is that Magnus Carlsen faced this very move, I believe, 3 days ago with the white pieces. Managed to win that game against the grandmaster from Montenegro, Jukic. But he probably thought, you know, doesn't look so bad. He got a solid position. Why shouldn't I try it?
Yeah. So do you think Carlsen today would be happy with a draw as black against Caruana in this match, or do you think, given his opening choice, that he's actually looking to grind Caruana?
I don't think these guys think in terms like that. He's gonna try to play his best, and if chances occur, he's gonna take them. And if they don't, a draw is the most normal result. Carlsen, the higher rated player, Caruana with the white pieces, a world-class player like Caruana, not losing much with white. And since Carlsen has been on the receiving end the last 2 games with black, I think solidity is his main concern here today.
Okay, so what actually happened then after the we'll go through the match.
They're still following Following the game, we've seen earlier d4, knight f6, knight to f3, and bishop to g4. Once again, black tries to get his bishop developed before he plays e6 in order not to have it locked in on c8. So bishop g4, this is what we also saw from Jukic, h3, bishop takes, giving up my favorite bishop pair, and the idea is that now black has a very clear strategic plan. He plays c6, then puts his other pawn on a white square with e6, gets the pieces out with knight to d7, bishop to d6, short castle. And here's his position, which is very, very hard to breach. But
it's quite funny there, Jan, sorry to interrupt, but Alexander Grischuk, one of the top Russian players, came along and he raised his eyebrows looking at this game, couldn't believe it. He was very surprised to see this on the board.
It's not really what you would expect from those guys, but we've seen Carlsen take some liberties in the opening in order to surprise his opponents. He famously, at the last Olympiad, I've seen him in action, played e4, g6, d4, knight f6, e5, knight h5 against Mickey Adams, which is a lot more
Which
offbeat.
went wrong as well.
Didn't
right?
go well, that
Yeah.
one. Yeah. A lot more offbeat than what he's doing today. But he is willing to experiment, shows his confidence as well, that he thinks, I can handle any position, doesn't matter, I've never played this before, as long as I get this Caruana out of his opening theory, I'll be doing all right. So they have this position on the board, c6 has been played, and here Carlsen and Kayakin, by the way, who also faced this position in the game he sensationally lost 2 days ago, they chose a move queen to d3.
Yeah.
First move that comes to mind is the move bishop to e3, which has also been played a lot in the games of Jukic, who is the main expert with black here. But queen to d3 has some advantages as well, because it's a bit more harmonious in that this bishop can get on the long diagonal, which is his natural home, while after bishop to e3, it's a more aggressive choice where white normally plans queenside castles, but the queen could be a little misplaced on f3.
Yeah, and also the bishop on e3, it's a tiny bit passive, isn't it, there? It's not the most active square. You'd rather have it on f4 or g5. So be interesting to see how Caruana sets up here. We'll keep an eye on that. But we should also go to some of the other top matches.
Yeah, let's briefly mention what we got. One game I'm really looking forward to is the game on the very top board of this tournament. Shakhraya Mamedyarov, exciting player, the Azeri #1, playing against the Georgian #1. Bit of a derby there as well. Bardur Jobava, who's long been a favorite of this show for his exciting playing style.
It's not just this show, though, Jan. He has got so many fans worldwide.
Absolutely.
One of the most creative players out there. Bardur on the right-hand side, donning a very nice blazer. Always looks sharp for the big games, Bardur. But I have to say, and well, I'm not totally surprised by his opening choice. It's offbeat, it's funky, it's kind of freaky, and whether I like it or not is a totally different question.
Let's go through the motions. d4, d6, already some slight provocation playing around with the move order, allowing Mamedyarov to occupy the center with e4. Mamedyarov predominantly a 1d4 player, and those guys normally prefer to go c4, knight f3 first. So we see knight f3 from Mamedyarov, knight f6, c4, and c6. Not a move you see here all the time.
No.
Fits into all kinds of black's future setups with knight d7, e5, g6, but it does commit the c-pawn very early when you would think it's not really necessary yet.
Right.
Knight to c3. And now some real funky play, bishop to f5. We barely ever see this move in this position, or at least I haven't. Jobava, he likes to initiate an early street fight, really.
Well, the idea of bishop f5 is quite simple. It stops white playing e4, gaining huge space in the center. But at the same time, the bishop can sometimes be misplaced on f5, and when it does get hit, white gains quite a lot of space anyway, and we see that happen because in the game d5 is a really interesting move.
You know, I'm familiar with a very similar line after c4, g6, knight c3, here bishop f5. This has been seen more often. And here d5 is one of the main moves, but it's quite often answered with the move c5, which in the position we have in the game is still possible, but black would have moved his c-pawn twice, which is not really something you want to do. So d5, a very logical choice, preparing knight to d4, and then if the bishop were to retreat, then you could occupy the center with e4. Badur, anticipating his bishop will get hit, goes h6, preparing a home on h7 for the bishop.
Well, you can't do this with the pawn on g6, so this is the
Very
idea
true.
of his opening. But I have to say, after g3, which makes a lot of sense by white, just to fianchetto the bishop.
I tell you, I'd be very intrigued to play something like this as well. Though. Now move like f3, trying to occupy the center with e4. I'm not quite sure this bishop has all that much work on h7.
It's certainly possible.
He went g3, very standard play as well.
c5.
Now c5.
Well, also, I think now there's a genuine problem, because I think if you allow knight d4, bishop h7, so let's say, I don't know, a move like g5, let's say,
Right.
knight d4, bishop h7, maybe, just maybe you can take, exactly.
Probably you can.
And this might spell trouble. If b takes e6, bishop g2, already there are a lot of problems for black to solve. Queen a4 is coming as well. And no, this looks like it's serious already for black.
And one has to say, Badur, he's rightly famous for his exciting play, but with black, of course, it is a bit more risky to take such liberties to play. Bishop f5, c6, h6, now c5, another move with the c-pawn. And Mamedyarov himself not afraid of complications and muddied waters. He's probably going to be quite happy to play a game like this as well.
Especially with white, especially after the following moves, because he played knight h4, and Badur, actually, I have to say, quite surprisingly, retreated the bishop along this diagonal. And even though it kind of makes sense to keep it there to stop e4, I would have preferred it to go back home to a...
well, let's say c8 or d7, I'm not sure.
yeah, probably c8, so I can... Just because here, now I don't allow bishop h3 for a start, which could be a useful move for white. And secondly, I might be threatening g5 in one go. But again, this is...
Well, going back home, I agree it could have been a better move, but it would be a bit admitting that his opening strategy has failed, because white would go e4, and after g5, even if he just retreats, white did manage to occupy the center and has a nice position.
Yeah, this isn't the end of days though, because in the game position, if we take a look at it, bishop h7, I quite like Mamedyarov's next move, f4.
Wow.
He radically, well, he takes radical action to prevent this g5 move, because black would lose a pawn quite simply. And now the problem with the bishop on h7 is that I find it a lot more difficult to ever go e6 and develop my bishop via e7, because here the pawn on e6 can become very weak. There are squares all over the king's
Yeah, and this long diagonal, even after a simple move like bishop g2.
Right.
This is a threat already. I gotta tell you, I'd be worried if I was a fan of Badur, Jobava and Georgia today. I think he's taken it a little too far with the experimenting. f4,
I mean,
it's
what do
very
you
hard
do?
to come up with a sensible move. g5 is no longer possible. g6 is not very kind to this bishop. So e6 is your only shot to get your pieces out. Even if you wait for a move, knight d7, white
Just
could very well go bishop h3,
Right.
and stopping it for good.
I have to say, I'm not a fan of his position already at all. He's a very creative player though, and he's a bit of a genius. Maybe he's going to play, I've got an idea. Maybe he's going to play the move knight a6 to play knight c7 and then play e6.
Problem with knight a6, I thought white could just go bishop to g2.
Okay.
Then even after knight c7, let's say castles, you're still not ready to play e6 because this pawn is hanging.
So we have to go rook b8.
You have to go rook b8,
But
but
then
I'm not
e4
sure
and
how
e5
much
is
time
coming.
you can
Oh my
spend
goodness.
before
No, maybe
this goes ugly.
this is looking very serious, I have to say already. I'm not a fan of this position at all.
I agree. There we see Badur Jobava. He's not looking too thrilled either. Looking very sharp, but he's already in very serious thought. And I believe he knows something has gone wrong.
There's a little bio of Badur Jobava, ladies and gentlemen. He was born in 1983 in Gali, Georgia, Grandmaster. Highest rating was 2734 a couple of years back, but he's been in the 2700 club for a while now. Goes up and down. Has some great results, has some not so great results. He is
very popular with tournament organizers because of his very exciting style and because he's a nice guy, of course.
He's a super nice guy. We had him on the show a few rounds ago. Great guy, and he's amazing imagination when it comes to chess, so he's a delight for the neutral fan, but in a bit of trouble, I have to say, I think, so far. Maybe he's going to lash out with G5, who knows. Remember, send us your predictions, ladies and gentlemen. We still haven't had a winner, and if we have overlooked this, please let us know. But what we want to know are the match results of the first 5 boards of the open section, and you will win a number of lovely prizes, including chess24 gear. So, for example, David Melandri has sent a tweet here. That's exactly the format we want to see it. He thinks that there's going to be 2-all on all top. That's a bit of a safe,
very solid
very
prediction.
Solid prediction, David.
I'm not sure with the events on board 1 of match number 1, where Azerbaijan is the favorite against Georgia, if that prediction still holds water. But he's playing it smart. He's saying 2-2 is the most likely result. All these seem good. Let's take it from there. There we have Caruana.
Back to the Caruana game briefly. Let's see if he did make a move. Well,
he went his own way.
Knight e2. So maybe this is an interesting move as well. I think it's going to get. We're going to reach similar territory after g3.
Right. I think that's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Keep his options open. Keep the queen on f3 for now. It can always go to d3 or b3 if it's needed. Yeah, I would expect him to go g3, bishop g2, short castles. Once again say, might not be much, but I have the 2 bishops. Mr. Carlsen, you got your wish, you got me out of book, but you gave me the bishop pair.
Do you think he would here seriously consider queen d5? Just as a...
It's quite possible.
Because the problem is if you take that queen off, I'm not
you
saying
don't want to take.
No, that's what I mean. Taking after c takes d5 would be a fantastic transformation for black,
wouldn't it? Fine for black, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because now he controls the center, he blocks this bishop, which would potentially come to g2, and he has my favorite plan available, which is a so-called minority attack. Put pressure on the c-file, then bring up your queenside pawns. So this would be fantastic for black. After queen d5, white would just ignore it and play bishop g2, and his space advantage and bishop advantage would last into the ending. Black is very solid, but white has a pleasant risk-free edge. Actually, I'd be slightly surprised if Carlsen went for queen d5. I'd expect him to keep more pieces on the board and play along the lines of knight d7, bishop d6, queen c7, castles. Put his rooks to the center, running out of arrows here. And then think about going e5, very similar to that game he had against Jukic, where Carlsen got nothing out of the opening. They had an equal position in the middle game. Then Carlsen went on to win because he's the world champion.
It's quite interesting though. I was having a discussion with none other than Spanish #1 about Carlsen's play, and we had a look at a lot of his games. Keep your eyes out for another Carlsen series. There's already been a series done on Carlsen's ascent to the top of the chess world by none other than Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson on chess24. Have a look for that, register, and you will be able to watch that series. Collaborated with none other than Artur Yusupov, the infamous...
One of the greatest coaches around. Was a pleasure to have Artur, and he had some very interesting insights into Carlsen's play. His main point was that Carlsen is just an incredibly gifted maneuvering player. He feels so well where the pieces belong, and a bunch of his maneuvers, Artur grouped them, were really, really impressive to see. We haven't seen a lot of players like Carlsen throughout chess history, but we also haven't seen a lot of Caruanas. Super well-rounded, super well-prepared, in great shape, a true professional, and not really any weaknesses left in his game as far as I can see.
Not many weaknesses, and he's incredibly... What's really interesting, I was having another discussion yesterday about this, is this exact question about Carlsen's weaknesses. What are they? Well, one thing we haven't seen from Magnus Carlsen is him suffer a downswing. He's been on the ascent for years now, and I think it will be really interesting to see how he deals with a bad spell, because he hasn't really had one. And a bad spell for most people is not coming second in a tournament. We're talking about when he really has a spell of not winning. Interesting tweet here from Grandmaster Daniel Gormali from England. I don't think Caruana will win this game, maybe a draw, thinks Danny. Well, send your tweets, hashtag C24 Live. One thing is for sure, we're in for a long one there. With Caruana and the two bishops in that position, don't expect this to be over quickly. This is going to be a slow grind.
And we've seen something similar from Magnus, if you guys recall, against Levon Aronian. He also gave up the two bishops quickly, put his pawns on e6 and c6, played solidly, was slightly worse, but had no big trouble holding the game. To come back to this topic you brought up with a downswing, I agree he hasn't had a serious one. I was impressed, however, in the Shamkir tournament, I believe it was. He lost 2 games in a row and then still came back and won the tournament by winning, I believe, 3 out of his last 4. So he can certainly deal with losses and come back from those ones. He does have tremendous mental strength.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll see what happens in that one. It's on Caruana still. Let's go elsewhere. Some other really interesting matchups today.
One game I care about today is actually your people, England, playing against Armenia. Not on the highest board, but one of the highest profile matchups of this round. And Mickey Adams facing none other than world number 2, Levon Aronian.
Interesting matchup here. Mickey's played Levon on a number of occasions, but unfortunately for us English fans, Mickey has failed to beat Levon ever in all formats, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but having looked at the games earlier, Levon has got a +3 score, I believe, against Mickey. The last game they played was at the Alekai Memorial 2013, where it was a draw, I believe, but still, Mickey yet to win. He's got white today, and what an interesting opening, and who better to talk us through it than the man, Mr. Marshall himself, Jan Gustafsson, arguably the world's leading authority on this opening. You're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to shut up for a few minutes, and Jan can tell us what's going on.
Well, I think, first of all, the world's leading authorities on the Marshall are playing this very game. Adams with black has tremendous experience in this opening, and of course Levon Aronian has been the main proponent of the Marshall for a long time. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Marshall attack is the move d5 in this mainline
Marshall
Spanish
Gambit
position.
or Marshall attack?
I have no idea. Probably Marshall Gambit, right? I just call it the Marshall.
Just the Marshall. Let's call it the Marshall. Named after Frank Marshall, the American player from the early 20th century.
Black gives up a central pawn, which is a high price to pay, for fluid development. And Levon Aronian has been doing this almost exclusively for years. Recently had some bad results, actually lost a game to Fabiano Caruana in this opening.
And let's not forget as well, at the candidates in the first round.
But he still stays true to it, and we see one of the trendier lines. I don't want to go into too many details, we don't have the time. White plays d3. d4, a more natural move, but d3 has some hidden points. Main point is it controls the e4 square, which is important in quite some lines. Bishop d6, rook to e1, all of this mainline stuff, bishop f5 as well. This is, I'll briefly show it because I'm a bit of a geek here, the difference after queen h4, g3, queen h3. This is how you play when the white pawn is on d4. But with the pawn on d3, white has the very strong move rook e4 here, planning rook to h4. And the difference is, for all you theory nerds out there, with the pawn on d4, black will play g5 here. But with the pawn on d3, white can just take it, and after the move queen to f5, this is not a double attack. So that explains why white goes d3 and why it's arguably the most serious try against the Marshall nowadays. Black played bishop f5, queen f3, all this very standard stuff. I've been playing the move queen f6 here, which Adams has also played, queen h4, the main move in this position, g3, queen h3. And we see quite a typical thing for these lines. White is happy to give his pawn back in order to get fluid development and maybe some extra control in the center. That's what Adams does. He just plays bishop to e3, which, if I'm not mistaken, is also the line Caruana used to beat Levon Aronian.
That's right.
Knight to d2. Black has his pawn back. He doesn't have a lot of an attack anymore because his bishop had to abandon these pretty squares, and white caught up in development. Knight e4 is next. So black now plays it safely, goes for the move queen f5. It's also been seen before. Bishop d4, rook fe8. This is a high-profile theory battle. White can't be worse. He made sure by giving his pawn back he's not losing the game. But black did get his pawn back, has all his pieces out, and should frankly also not lose. It's a position where white can hope for some tiny advantages by exchanging queens, going knight to e4, and probing these weakened squares. But Levon Aronian, having already played that line, I'd be very, very surprised if he got in trouble here, if he repeats it. We have some more moves.
a4, h6, king g2. And they're playing this very quickly, so it wouldn't surprise me if they're still both in their preparation. Bishop f5.
I think so.
We've had the first lull in action. So it's on Mickey Adams, and as you mentioned, Jan, microscopic advantage, if any.
White wants to go knight e4 at some point.
Maybe now.
Would set up a little trap, actually. Rook e8 might look tempting, pinning, but the pin action actually works in white's favor. After bishop d5, cd, he has knight f6 check, g takes f, and rook takes e8, winning. So you can't do that, but what you can do is just play the move bishop f8. Once again, you don't want to take on e4 unless you really have to. That would give white risk-free ending with the two bishops against the knight on d5. But just bishop f8. White has a tiny, tiny edge. c5 square a little loose. He could try to gain some space on the king side. Sensible team play, I believe, from Adams, not taking any risks against fantastic player that is Levon Aronian. But I'd put a significant amount of virtual money on a draw in this one. I just can't see Aronian losing in this line twice in a row.
But if there is somebody who can pressurize, it's Mickey. He's infamous for turning small advantages into big ones, and this suits his style very much. I think it's been a very pragmatic and decent opening choice by Mickey. We'll see what happens in that one a bit later. Another very interesting matchup, Jan, individual matchup and team matchup as well, let's face it, is between Uzbekistan and Russia, and the clash of two former world champions, Rustam Kasimdzhanov, the ex-FIDE world champion, who beat Mickey Adams, by the way, to win that title. Heartbreak for Mickey. He was one move away from actually doing the business there. We were all watching and we couldn't believe he didn't win it. In any case, Rustam came through and he's playing Vladimir Kramnik, the man who dethroned Garry Kasparov in London in 2000. And, well, interesting matchup. Uzbekistan doing very well, Jan. Is that a bit of a surprise that they're up there with the leaders?
It is a surprise on paper. They're one of these teams that has been doing well in team competitions before. I believe they have good team spirit. They have Kasimdzhanov. When he's in shape, and normally he is in shape at these team events, he's a very strong leader for their team, has been playing very well so far in this Olympiad. He beat quite some players, right? He beat Naidic, he beat Ivanchuk. He's been in good shape.
Been in great shape, yeah.
Filipov, a very strong player, on board too. Still, it is a surprise if we look at their rating average. They're nowhere close to the top teams like Russia, Ukraine, Armenia, England, USA, you name them. So they are the massive underdogs here today. And we see Kasimdzhanov doing something a little similar, even though in a completely different opening, than to what Mickey Adams did, in that he's not willing to take any risk whatsoever with white. He's looking for a small, small plus. I believe that's what he's got. If we look at the position on the board, symmetrical pawn structure, white has a tiny edge because his bishop is more active than the opponent's bishop on c8, because this bishop, when it goes to b7, will be blocked by his own pawns on d5 and e6, while the white bishop has a nice clear view. But it's microscopic stuff. White is slightly better. Vladimir Kramnik, of course, not supposed to get into serious trouble here.
I've got it. There are obviously the standard plans of going rook ac1, doubling on the c file. That makes sense, but a lot of the rooks are going to come off, and I don't think that helps white. I'm trying to think outside the box here. Is the move queen a3 followed by, and after queen takes a3, the normal recapture would be rook takes a3. But is b takes a3 ruining your own structure deliberately to target that backward pawn on b6? Does that have any merit, or is it total nonsense?
I think the idea has been seen in some of these lines to expose this weakness. I don't like it here because the problem with b takes a3 is this knight on c3 loses its anchor.
Yeah.
It's a very nice piece for white as long as it's defended. But now black is quite easy play with rook c8, rook c7, other rook to c8, targeting this knight. And if it has to move, let's say to e2, then there's issues with knight e4. Also this pawn becomes a little weak. So I think it's probably
A bit too much.
Not a good trade-off. White could just take with the rook, but when the queens come off here, I believe black has quite an easy game with rook c8 as well.
Yeah.
So I would expect him to do the standard action. But as you mentioned, normally it just leads to further simplifications. Both sides double their rooks on the c file, let's say something like this. And it's going to be hard for white to make any progress without allowing further exchanges.
Right.
White can always try, not sure if it's a good idea here, to be positional and try to gain some of these squares. But it's all very, very little, and it always, you gain something, but you also give up something. The a5 pawn becomes a little weak. So it's very close to being balanced. Of course, Vladimir Kramnik and Kasimdzhanov as well, big experts on this opening they played. The Queen's Gambit declined. Both sides have been playing it at World Championship level, so you don't expect anyone to get run over here. Shall we briefly check in with the position on board 2? Alexander Grischuk against Anton Filipov, the second star of the Uzbekistan team, has been playing very well here so far as well. But today he's got his work cut out for him against the world's number 4, Alexander Grischuk.
And we've got a very, very interesting battle here.
Let's briefly click through the moves. The Bogo Indian. You like that opening?
I do like the Bogo Indian, and I like knight bd2, which is a move that I've become more fond of recently, taking advantage of the fact that you haven't played knight c3 and saying, hey, I'm going to kick your bishop from b4 with a timely a3 and get a big center, and that's what Grischuk did.
Right. And black faces a bit of a dilemma, as you said. He can either allow the big white center, or he can give up his bishop. The way to give up the bishop is normally b6, a3, and take here. Queen takes or bishop takes, bishop b7. Also quite typical, black tries to control the e4 square. But once again, white has a tiny advantage here with his center and his bishops. So this is the main battleground, castles, a3, bishop back, and white goes e4. Black fights back with d5. I've played some more cautious moves here. The move bishop d3, I believe I played in a game. Queen c2 is also a move. Grischuk, principal guy, goes for the move e5, the most space-grabbing measure he has. Knight d7.
And here, it's funny, the other week I was playing a tournament and I saw this position, I'm pretty sure I saw this position on the board, where the move h4 was played. Is it in this particular position, Jan?
I'm not sure. I've seen it pop up in quite some situations.
It might even be bishop d3, c5, h4 here.
Tried it here, for example, hinting at this very typical bishop sacrifice on h7.
Greek gift, as it's commonly known.
Very Greek. For those of you who haven't seen this motive, especially with the pawn on h4 and the rook on h1, this can be very powerful. The black king were to retreat, just queen to h5, threatening queen h7 checkmate.
And takes.
Not much to do about it.
Takes, and if you go
Takes,
f6, f6 trying to escape, you've got the nice little g6. And that little mechanism there is one that all of you, if you haven't seen that before, remember it, because it's a very important part of attacking chess, actually. It's one of the most standard combinations. So, but that didn't happen. He played c5, queen c2.
Of course, after h4, black is by no means obliged to allow this. Most likely he would play moves like h6,
as well, or
maybe even g6, trying to stop those ideas. Said Grischuk played the move queen c2, very directly targeting this pawn as well. h6, and he castled, playing more classically. Feels he's not ready for an all-out attack. Castles knight to c6. Still, I believe, a theoretical position.
Right.
I must admit, I'm not a big expert on the ins and outs here. Something like takes, maybe just rook to e1. White is not that afraid of giving up this pawn, because here he would find time to recapture it. Something like b4, bishop b2, and reclaim it later. So we'll see what Grischuk has up his sleeve. Looks like it's certainly going to be an interesting game as well.
I'd say let's swing over to the women's section, Jan, because we like to keep tabs on the women's section, of course, especially when two of the bigger favourites of the tournament are playing against each other, no less than China versus Hungary. China have been blowing their opposition off the board so far, mainly thanks to a Hou Yifan who is crushing everybody in sight.
But their whole team, Zhu Wenjun, who was on the show the other day, I believe has 4.5 out of 5, somewhere in that neighborhood. They've just been very, very strong. Not a big surprise, they do have the world champion, the world number 4, on their first two boards. Let's have a look how Hou Yifan is doing today.
She's playing the Hungarian Grandmaster Huang, and it's a really interesting opening. Hou Yifan actually played something which has got a double-barreled name, the so-called Alekhine Chatard attack, which comes from a classical French position, bishop g5, bishop e7, e5, knight fd7. In this position, the most common move is just to exchange bishops. That would lead to a mainline classical variation. But here, she plays the move h4, an audacious pawn sacrifice, where black can capture on g5 twice, winning a pawn. But practice has shown that in this position, white gets a lot of compensation. Right. The main move now is just to put your queen up to d3, attacking the h-pawn, and move your knight in. Rapid development. You've only lost the h-pawn, not the center pawn, and it's a very interesting game. But here, Huang chose the move c5, the other main line here. And after bishop takes bishop, the main move.
Right, knight b5, I believe we've seen here, is not supposed to be a good move because it runs into f6.
Correct.
Black is in time to undermine everything. With some very funky lines here, I'm not sure if I can remember. Something like check and e takes f6, but at the end of the day, it did not really work.
Yeah, no, queen b6.
Yeah, this was interesting stuff. Yeah. That's how I spent my free time analyzing the Alekhine Chatard. Yeah. White is threatening mate, but black tends to survive with a couple of accurate moves here.
Yeah, knight f8 or...
Yeah, king f7, I believe was possible.
Not
so, of course, players aware of this, Hou Yifan plays a critical move, bishop takes e7. Her opponent, by the way, is a former European individual champion.
Correct.
So this is a very high-stakes matchup once again. Huang Tan-Trung, as I know from experience, she once beat me with the black pieces. Very, very strong player.
And king takes e7. Now, a lot of people are saying, what's that all about? Why isn't Huang recapturing with the queen? Well, very simply because it runs into knight b5, and it's very difficult to parry both knight d6 check and knight c7 check. And this has been known to be good for white. So king takes e7 is the main move. And here...
As the advantage that keeps the black queen free for more exciting advantages, mainly queen b6, putting pressure on b2 and d4. It's going to come quickly.
Here, the main move, or at least the move that I thought was mainline at the moment, was to play the move pawn to f4 for white, just allowing white to keep that hold of that e5 pawn. You develop the other knight to f3 quite calmly. You can even play d takes c5 in some positions. And it's a game, but Hou Yifan decides differently. Just says, okay, I'm going to play knight f3, develop my pieces. So here, after c takes d4, she would have to go queen takes d4 to keep hold of the pawn.
Probably wouldn't mind, though.
Yeah, and if knight c6, queen f4.
Well, the queen is already
And
causing some troubles on the king side.
Right, so knight f3. So queen b6 I like, maintaining the tension. And now, again, queen d2, very interesting move. Giving up the b pawn, but it's a poisoned pawn, isn't it?
Probably is. More conservative would be the move knight a4, defending the pawn and attacking the black queen, and after queen a5 check c3. It's a bit more standard French play. But the knight is misplaced, and Hou Yifan doesn't want any part of it, plays very directly. If you take here, rook b1, queen a3, your queen might end up being trapped,
that's beautiful. Show that one then, Jan.
No squares except for the a5 square, and if it goes here, there is the discovered check. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, queen takes a5. So very much a Greek gift, Trojan pawn on b2.
Knight c6 was played, and
also the queen from d2 is keeping an eye on that g5 square. Probably too early to throw in that check. Black would just go king f8 and nothing too serious has happened. So Yifan just keeps developing, offering a pawn sacrifice once again, this time the e5 pawn. Black could go c takes d, knight takes d4. Let's say knight, I'm not sure which knight, knight c takes e5. But once again, it looks very dangerous.
Well, here you've got a number of ideas. Knight f5 check looks like a very interesting move. You can't take with the pawn because of knight takes d5 winning the queen. So it's a typical idea here. King f8 would be the only move. And now, well, who knows what's going on.
It's trouble from all sides. Knight
my
a4.
Goodness, and queen b4.
Chasing the black queen away. And after the natural, let's say queen c7, all of a sudden queen b4 check. And
that's the end of the game.
This would already be game over. King e8, queen e7 checkmate. And king g8 runs into knight e7 check, king f8, and another little discovered attack with knight takes t5.
Maybe we can also, Jan, we're going to show some pretty variations today. After this knight a4 move, oh, she doesn't have another square for her queen, does she? That's a shame. I wanted to show something with queen f8 check and knight e7 mate, the smothered mate. But I can't find a square for the queen.
Doesn't matter, just for the sake of showing the idea. Knight e7, king f8, knight g6 check, double check. Both these guys are getting checks, so king g8 would be forced. And there is this very pretty idea, something to keep in mind on, to queen f8.
Beautiful.
Knight takes f8 forced, and knight to e7.
Smothered mate. My favourite checkmate, a smothered mate. There's something so beautiful about the knight attacking the king and just the king defenseless against the knight with all of its pieces choking it.
Yeah, it's really his own troops which didn't give him any breathing room.
Yeah, he's suffocated there, and that's the so-called smothered mate. Remember that little combination as well. Not going to happen because...
No, none of this is going to happen, but shows the dangers that black is facing.
So after cd4, knight d4, maybe the other knight can take on e5, knight
You know what I'm really expecting to happen, though? It's something a lot less exciting. I would expect them to go for this ending. Knight takes d4. Maybe it's not an ending, because I was going to say queen d4 takes. Black looks to be absolutely fine, can pick up this pawn.
Just winning a pawn, right?
But there is a little subtlety yet again. Here I think white goes knight to a4.
Beautiful.
Chasing this queen away, and after queen c7, maybe even throw in a little check. Queen b4, king e8, and now she takes, and it's quite a different story with the queens on the board. Queen takes e5.
Keep the queens on.
You go somewhere with your queen, and the black king, let's not forget, it can't castle anymore, would be at least a target. I'm not sure who's better in this position and why, but this looks very interesting for
Well, it's certainly got the initiative, hasn't she? I mean, she's going to be able to get her rooks active quickly, and it's difficult for black to get a piece out. I like these positions with white against these French structures. So wouldn't surprise me if Hou Yifan actually had this as some sort of home preparation a while ago.
You never know. This could very well be home cooking, of course. So the other point is after knight takes d4, if black started with queen takes d4, trying to reach the same thing, Then there is queen g5 check.
Nasty.
Discovered attack on the queen. f6 doesn't help because of queen g7. So not so easy for black, and Hoang Tan Tran has her work cut out for her, I believe, finding her way through these complications. Let's see how she fares.
Absolutely, and there's a picture of Hoang Tan Tran right there. Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting game. Let's go to board 2. We've got the game Madel versus Ju Wen-jun.
Madel, a veteran of Hungarian women's chess, used to be on these super teams they had like 15 years ago, when all the Polgar sisters were on the team. When Judith Polgar was playing, Susan Polgar, and Sofia Polgar, Hungary was a very serious powerhouse in women's chess. They're still strong, but without the Polgars on the team, they're not one of the top favorites this time around.
Right. Well, this is a position, let's just take it from here, Jan, and we've got a very balanced position in my opinion. Black is without the 2 bishops. I know you love the 2 bishops for white here.
I also love the center though, and black here has better central control because she has an extra pawn there. So I would guess that almost evens each other out, even a move like f6. Black's pieces are very harmoniously arranged. White has the 2 bishops, but it's going to be hard for her to open the game up to make them count.
Yeah, I think that's very much balanced. What about board 3 then? We've got the game Zhao Zhu versus Anita Gara, the Gara sisters playing today. 2 very strong players in their own right. Anita rated 23-27. And we've got a very funky Leningrad Dutch.
Another Leningrad Dutch. Bit of a specialty of the Hungarian women. That's the opening. I lost against Hoang Tan Tran back in the day as well. Bit of a theory battle here. b3, e5, d takes e, d takes e, and e4, a typical idea. Before black gets e4 in herself, white stops it, temporarily gives up a pawn, but she would normally win it back quite quickly after, let's say, f takes e, knight to g5. Or even the funkier knight takes e4, knight takes e4, queen d5 check. So Gara didn't take, went knight c6, rook e1. Not sure if rook e1 is really needed, but it's always useful to put your rook on the same file as the enemy queen. So rook e1, f takes e4. Positionally, this is suspect for black. The question is if she can open up the game and create an initiative before her weak pawn on e5 makes itself felt. So let's say takes, rook e4, bishop to f5, and then e4 would follow next move. Black looks very active already. Gotta tell you, I'm not that sure about the move rook e1, because I always dislike leaving my f2 pawn unattended in these positions. And in some lines, might sound a bit paranoid, but it could show. Trying to think of a line where it actually shows.
No,
but you know, there's always some queen f7, and you like having your rook on f1 being covering this pawn that way around. So.
Yeah. Okay, so an interesting battle there, and let's go to the 4th board of this match. Tisia Gara, Anita Gara's sister, of course, playing against Tan Zhongji, and we've got a typical Sicilian, open Sicilian battle where white is looking to checkmate black with a timely e5, and who knows, it might even be working right now. What an interesting move that looks like.
What's going on? Let's have a look at that.
So e5, straight to the point, no messing around, no foreplay here. She just wants to deliver checkmate as soon as possible. Takes. You want to distract the knight from the protection of the pawn on h7. And after knight takes e5, you can't move the knight, so you have to do something. Let's say knight takes e5 here. Can you...
What you would like to do is go rook takes f6 to eliminate the defender of h7, but then black could still go knight takes d3 in turn, taking our main attacking piece. So the question is, can you do both? Can you take here?
The double rook sacrifice. Well,
Queen
exchange sacrifice, I should
and
say.
rook takes f6. This looks very interesting.
So if you go bishop takes f6.
That's the first question. Now
Queen
queen
takes
h7, king f8. Beautiful tactic here. People at home, whoever's paying attention,
Unbelievable.
tell us, how does white win here? This is yet another very instructive idea. It's mate in a couple moves.
It's basically mate or over. Should we leave that as a little prize for our...
Nah, people can see it in
they're
our
all-
broadcast tool.
they're
They
all
have
gonna
the
see it.
engines running, they can put the moves in. Computers would spit it out, but it certainly is pretty. Knight to d5.
Beautiful.
Not only covering that escape square, but also opening the way for the bishop. So if black were to take it, bishop b4 check, forcing black once again to smother his own king in a way to block this square. Say rook e7,
Mate,
and it's over.
I think she's going to do it.
I don't know, it's a bit of a freak chance, but you're always looking for e5 in these positions. That's clearly why you put your queen on h3 and your bishop on d3. And we have to say, this sequence does not mean, oh, I'm sorry, rook takes e5, queen takes e5, rook takes f6, does not generate an automatic win. Black could play a move like h6, trying to keep the game going. However, then white would just calmly retreat, and she would have won 2 pieces against a rook and a pawn, which in such a position, I believe, favors white.
No, absolutely. Pieces in these positions are massive. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Black has got a massive pawns and a very good couple of bishops, especially the bishop on b7. But it would be really nice to see that on the board. I think that would be great for the fans, and we'll see if Tisia managed to do that. There we have a picture of Tan Zhongji there, looking focused. So,
Looks like it's going to be an interesting match. I like the positions of the Gara sisters on board 3 and 4, which is normally the boards where the Chinese, I was going to say have their biggest edge, but they do have a big edge on board 1 and 2 as well. So it's hard to say. Let's briefly check back in with, I'm not sure if the biggest name in chess, Magnus Carlsen, I think that's undisputed. And one, if not his biggest future rival, Fabiano Caruana. There we see them lost in thought. And it looks like some funky things happen on the boards as well.
Let's go straight there. Yeah, absolutely.
Here we got the current position. The Carlsen queen is, after it retreated to d8 early on, now it's found its way to c4. And you were once again right after knight e2, e6. Caruana chose g4, not g3, slightly more aggressive, gaining a bit of space. And Carlsen did indeed go for this move queen to d5.
Let me tell you a little secret that
What's
maybe
that?
not everybody knows. And I touched on this, but I didn't finish my sentence. It's not really a secret. It's in the public domain. Magnus Carlsen, his win rate in queenless positions is out of this stellar. It's out of this world.
Right.
When I went through so many of his games with Paco Viejo, the Spanish #1, it's incredible. The queen's off against Carlsen is signing your own death warrant. He is so strong when the opponent doesn't have strong attacking initiative. So it didn't surprise me to see queen e5. That's why I mentioned it. He loves it when the queens are off.
But he did not take them off this time around.
True.
Because after bishop g2, mentioned earlier, the ending would slightly favor white. Probably Carlsen would be doing all right. But Caruana, he did beat him in one of these queenless endgames as well. So both of these guys are very, very strong technical players. And after bishop g2, knight bd7, Caruana, maybe hearing your words, decided, let's not give Carlsen too many chances to get rid of the queens. Let's keep them on the board. I tell you, I'm not quite sure at first sight if I like this move. He played the move queen g3. I would have thought a move like castles is a bit more natural. I don't think queen takes f3 is anything to be afraid of. But maybe Carlsen's legend as a technical player also may influence his opponents a little bit, choosing these moves.
Queen g3, and I have to say, I like Carlsen's next move, queen c4. That's an irritating move. The queen attacks the knight. Well, of course, it can't be taken at the moment. It essentially stops white castling.
Right.
And you never want to kick the queen away with b3 because then you weaken a lot of your dark squares around the queen side. So the only way really to proceed here is to play queen to b3, swinging the queen over, offering the queen exchange again. This time it would be a favourable queen exchange though, because if Carlsen takes on b3, A takes b3, that's a favourable transformation, allowing white to attack that a7 pawn with good play. So after queen b3, what's he going to do? Is he going to go knight b6?
Queen
or
a6,
queen a6?
I thought, but it looks a little passive. Maybe
now
after a move
c4,
like c4,
yeah.
this queen could be slightly misplaced. Knight b6, yeah, maybe that's what he wants to do. And, well, it's the same kind of ending he could have gotten earlier. Queen takes c4, knight takes, I don't know, maybe now b3.
But now knight a3 is
knight a3 is a little irritating,
yeah.
Well, you can start with castles. White has a tiny advantage. He will put his pawns on b3 and c4. Still has the bishops. Black is solid. But this would slightly favor white.
The big question for me, Jan, though, is if the queens do come off, and this we're getting into real nuances and subtleties, so bear with us, people, if this is a bit too complex, but the positioning of that pawn on g4, in the long term, is it not better to have it on g3 when the queens are off? For me, it feels like it's more of a concession to have it on g4.
I think the answer, as usual, is it depends. I do agree. I mean, positionally speaking, it's much nicer on g3 because it would restrict the black bishop, for example. Then again, on the flip side, let's make some not ideal moves just to show a point. This pawn could also come in quite handy because it would allow white to gain even more space later down the line by kicking away the black knight. So I think it's balanced. Positionally, you want the pawn on g3, but you also want to build a bit of a space advantage to squeeze black if you want to make some progress. Has pros and cons. But probably, yeah, other things being equal, I'd rather have it on g3 as well.
Okay, what about another interesting game then? We talked about it, this battle of the most creative players, perhaps.
By the way, just before we leave this, Caruana is not forced to offer the queen exchange. I believe he will, but he could play a move like c3 as well, and then slowly try to extract the irritating black queen from c4 by following with b3 and then c4, for example, and conclude his development that way. Not sure he will, but I'm sure that's what he's contemplating because we see him thinking here.
Okay, we'll see what Caruana does there. We got a tweet from Carlos Sandoval. Take a look at Jobava Mamedyarov. We're going straight there. Jobava played 8 rook g8. Now he is funky, but is this...
This is born out of desperation, though. We've mentioned earlier he just doesn't have a sensible way to develop his pieces. He just is in real big trouble, and he came up with the idea of rook g8 to prepare g5 to gain a little space. I have a hard time believing it.
That said, if we look at what happened in the game, knight f3 looks sensible because now you can't play...
Stopping the g5 idea yet again.
And now, you would win a pawn. But now knight e4...
Doing his very best to mix it up. And sometimes it works. I'm not sure it's going to work against a player like Mamedyarov. He's so strong at offbeat, unclear positions, especially with white when he has a space advantage.
But look at this position,
trouble believing this.
Queen c2. Now, that's a standard move. But after knight takes c3, it would run into queen takes. That's curious with the rook on g8.
Trapping the rook on g8.
Unbelievable. Don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, you don't see many rooks on g8 on move 8 when black is
unbelievable.
Not in a goofy
so
move.
Queen c2, Jobava has played queen a5, pinning that knight. But it's amazing, there are 2 knights that are pinned, the white knight against the king, the black knight against the bishop. And after... Now knight takes c3 might be a threat in some positions. So bishop d2 feels correct. What happens if you take that off? Is he still going queen?
Once again, queen
just the same story.
Same problem. Knight f3, ef3, and once again this rook is trapped.
So after bishop d2, you have to go knight
to
f6
g5 or knight to f6. I believe knight g5 is the move he wants to play.
Yeah.
Knight f6, well, I would just go e4,
No, that's
follow with
crushing,
bishop d3 with an overwhelming advantage.
Yeah.
So you have to go... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, knight g5, that's a cute move as well. Protecting the bishop, and after a move like queen b3, which looks the most
Also,
natural.
it stops e4, which is
Right,
very important,
yeah,
because
sure.
now this knight would just drop off.
So queen b3, and of course we've got to worry about b7 now.
You could think about the move f5. I'm not sure if I like it or not, but it could be a good move.
Well, you give away, it depends. If you take on f3, e takes 3. I was going to say you give away this e5 square for the knight,
Yeah.
but then you've got f4 coming. Actually, this
And
is
if
very...
white manages to develop here,
Yeah.
bishop d3, f4, castle either way, still looks like he has a crushing position, because these pieces really, they have a lot of trouble getting out. So f5 could be a move. Queen b3 is the most natural move to play. Knight takes, pawn takes. Gotta tell you, I just don't like black's position at all. Bardur is doing great trying to mix it up with moves like rook g8, knight e4, queen a5. I just feel he broke too many rules earlier on. Bishop a3, short castles. Such a nice position for white.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it, I have to say.
Queen b6, he would probably have to play. But really, any move looks good. I still like the move bishop a3. Even taking on b6 seems to favor white. King to f2, preparing rook to e1.
The space advantage is just huge.
It's just
here.
hard to get these pieces into play.
Yeah.
Now this one is kind of playing, but especially bishop on f8, you're never in time to get e6. You never want to play g6 because that kills your other bishop. So I think it has not gone all that well for Jobava, and Mamedyarov has some pleasant choices to make, because his f5 move, avoiding any further exchanges, also looks quite tempting.
No, absolutely.
Knight takes, pawn takes. I think that's what I would go for. Just so easy to play. Get the bishop out, castle, play f4, put things on the e file.
Yeah. No, I think this is serious for Bardur Jobava. So, all right. So I think we've seen some very interesting starts to the big games so far.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of fighting in store, that's for sure. We're going to take a quick breather.
We have some exciting guests in store when we come back.
We do.
I believe we have an Italian journalist who's going to be very interested in the Caruana game for sure. Then we have our old friend from the Dutch team, Luke van Vele, is going to check in with us.
Well, we'll certainly have a few people come up. Stay tuned, however. We'll be back in just a few minutes for further coverage of today's round of the 41st Chess Olympiad. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 6 of the 41st Chess Olympiad here in Tromsø, Norway. I'm Norway, this is Jan Gustafsson. For all of you who've just joined us, it's the world number 1, the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen, playing black against the current world number 3. Was on the live list world number 2 until yesterday, so one of his big contenders. We can see him there, Caruana, the Italian. And a very interesting game. Some interesting moves have happened. I'm quite surprised what's happened actually in the past move or two. Yeah, and we'll go to that in just a moment. But what we have a very special guest with us in the studio. Italian chess is really at a high at the moment with Fabiano's progress. So it's great to have in the studio one of the men who documents Italian chess, promotes chess also in schools, I believe. It's one of your big projects. Matteo Zoldan.
Thank you.
Hello, Matteo. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. What does it mean to have somebody like Caruana reach the level he has? What does this do for Italian chess?
You know, chess players, chess fans, they are really excited about Fabiano, about the Italian team. They are watching every day the games. Here the coverage is done so well. And so there are a lot of expectations about the result here. Maybe sometimes could be too much, but you know, that's part of of the game.
What are the expectations for the Italian team? I mean, they're not realistically looking for a medal, are they? Or
I don't think so. I think that the main expectation is to improve their previous result. So I guess that in Istanbul they were in the best 20.
Top 20, yes.
Yeah. So to do something similar or even a little better.
Okay, interesting. And
Fabiano Caruana, as we know, originally from the United States, grew up there, moved to Europe a while back and has been representing Italy. Is it an issue with the Italians that he's originally from America, or do you feel he's an Italian? Is that storyline?
It's more than okay. You know, Italian people, they like in general people coming from abroad, and they feel Fabiano as part of Italian country, but at the same time they understand he's coming from US in the past, and this is something that makes him even more interesting.
Right. Let's have a look at his position. We've seen quite some moves. We've last saw it here after Queen B3, and we foolishly said he's not going to take on B3, improving White's structure, but he did just that. Magnus Carlsen did take on B3. A takes B3, bishop to D6, C4, A6, and bishop E3. We have an ending with White having the two bishops. Matteo, what do you think?
Tough question. Yeah, you know, two bishops are surely something that you can work on to improve your position, but it's also typical of Scandinavian defense to give White this this point. Then, you know, you are surely better than me as players, so...
No, we just talk. We don't really think about the positions.
No, I think White is comfortable. He has some space in the center. He has the two bishops. He can work on that and see what he can realize.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, let's not forget, Caruana did manage to beat Carlsen in their last tournament game with the white pieces from a similar ending where he had some space advantage and did really manage to put a lot of pressure on Carlsen. Carlsen looking very focused there. He's not going to want to have that happen again today. It's going to be a match to keep an eye on. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, one of the main rules when you play in a team is to get a good position, and your teammates, they can count on you.
They can breathe,
Also,
risk-free
not taking any risk,
Yeah.
that's what you want from your players with the white pieces. I don't think Caruana can lose this position unless something goes very wrong. So the others, they can hope. Maybe he wins, maybe he draws, but he's certainly keeping the ball in play for Italy. Can you tell us a bit about the other players on the Italian team? Alberto David, a veteran, right? He's been around for a long time.
He's a veteran, but he never played in the Italian team.
He's just playing for Luxembourg.
Played for Luxembourg?
Exactly, you're right.
Yeah.
And so he's a new entry, but he played a lot of tournaments in Italy. He knows very well the other players. So I think that his coming in the Italian team was welcome, and should be not so difficult, his integration with the team.
He has an interesting position against Jon Ludwig Hammer. It's interesting because he could win a pawn, but at the same time he would have to open up his king side. We've actually seen Magnus Carlsen do something like this in a very similar position, the move g5, and could really heat up if Jon Ludwig Hammer, the Norwegian number 3, were to retreat. Knight takes e5. I'm not sure. Pawn is a pawn. Then again, a move like g5 in the middle game, f4 options all over the board. Very tough decision to take here for Alberto David.
Yeah, I don't think he is going to play g5. I think more likely is just to play knight c5 round to e6. That looks far more sensible to me.
Right. Does look too committal.
You never know. What about board 3? Who have we got there? We've got Daniele Vocatore, one of the young hopes. You've got it's interesting because in Italy now you've got a group of young players who have come through. Vocatore, You've got
Brunello,
Brunello,
Dvirny.
the two Rombaldoni brothers.
the Rombaldonis. So you've got a small group of players now.
You know, in the last probably 10 years, Federation invested a lot to let chess growing up in the schools with some programs, but also in the top level. And these guys, they are coming from the work that has been done, and they are growing up. Now, it is the first time that we have a team where all the players are grandmasters.
Yes. Wow. Yeah.
So for other countries, this was something normal, but in Italy, clearly, it's something expected since many years.
Well, absolutely, because many years ago you had Michele Godina and you had some players, but it was never a team that could ever challenge the Russians, for example. But now it seems you've made huge improvements with Caruana, of course, to have Alberto David. You know, who knows, in a few years, maybe if these guys get really good, you can start thinking about...
Yeah. And players like Michele, they helped a lot the young players to grow up. So we are a little concerned that they are just 5 boards, because we would like to get Michele even in this occasion with the team.
We've got a picture there of the young Grandmaster Daniele Vocaturo, rated 2587, closing in on 2600 strength.
Very aggressive players. We can see by the position on the board, he's not taking any prisoners. He's gone f5 just 2 moves ago, trying to open up the position. After he takes f5, his knight could jump to f4 and then to d5. So Leif Allen Johannessen, the solid Norwegian grandmaster, went for the move bishop b4, queen d2. And now he can maybe contemplate taking, because he freed that a5 square. Very sharp game. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Knight f4, queen to a5. Who knows what's going on?
Daniele is probably the most attacking player in terms of style that we have. So he likes for sure this kind of position. We can be confident, and let's cross fingers.
Okay.
Clash of styles here, because Johannessen, very solid player. Let's check with the last board. Kjetil André Lie with the white pieces. Struggled early in the tournament for Norway, but found his stride by now.
Yeah.
Made a very solid draw, I believe, against whom was it? One very strong player. Ukraine, maybe?
It was against, bear with me for 1 second while I try and recall. I've got the position, his bishop's on b7.
Yeah, me too.
I think it was against Bartel.
Ah, right, against Poland.
Against Poland,
right.
Yeah. We go through so many games, I sometimes forget who's playing who, but yeah.
Facing Brunello.
Yes. Now, Brunello Sabino, I've got to know, I've seen him at a number of tournaments. He actually reached over 2600. He's going through a bit of a tough spell at the moment. He's back down to 2560, which probably isn't the true reflection of his strength. I think he just had a bad period. He's another very strong talent, isn't he, for Italy?
Of course. He's probably, in terms of chess style, less tactical and less attacking player than Daniele, but he's very consistent.
Yes.
He's growing up. One of his best qualities is the mentality, and he knows how to prepare himself for games. He's a player in the full way.
Yeah, there we have a photo.
Very
of
solid
Sabino.
team player, Brunello.
Very.
So the Italian team, certainly one to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Let's check in for once more with Caruana-Carlsen. Caruana just castled queenside, so did Carlsen. I believe we can expect a long game here. We just see Carlsen playing rook h to e8, hinting at the move e5. Not sure he wants to do it just yet. And kind of baiting Caruana into grabbing even more space with the move f4. I gotta tell you, I'd be tempted to do.
I think he will play f4, Caruana. I think you need to stop e5, this freeing move. And all of these pawns, c4, d4, f4, g4, they restrict the black knights and the black bishop. And you would love to play c5 here as well, but you've got to be careful that g5 and then d5 doesn't come. Or
also in the structure, c5 is less desirable than e5 for black, because it really opens up this bishop's diagonal. So I believe Italian fans have quite some reasons to be confident today with their young team and with their position of their leader on board 1. Thanks a lot, Matteo.
Thank you very much for coming, Matteo. Nice to see you, and nice to see a lot of interest in Italian chess.
Yeah, it's always good to hear.
Guys. Good time, and I like to watch games here on chess24, and you are doing a great job. So
Thank you very
good
much.
luck for your going.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Matteo. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, let's carry on then with some of the other games. We will, of course, keep you all informed about any developments in the Carlsen versus Caruana or Caruana versus Carlsen game. Let's carry on with some of the top boards, Jan.
I don't think anything has happened in the match. Shakria Mamedyarov against Bardur Jobava. He went bishop d2 as expected, and Jobava, he has his work cut out for him, just went knight to g5. Pretty much what we predicted. But this is going to be a tough match for Georgia, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Any other matches you want to check in on?
Well, I was going to say, can we briefly look at Adam's Aronian to see if Mickey is applying any pressure there? Because the English,
You're such a homer. That's all you want to see all the time. Let's check in with the English. Matthew Svidler is winning.
Hey, we can check in with Germany, Belgium as well. That's a bit of an interesting derby of sorts.
I'm not sure that's much of a derby.
No?
We do have...
Do you not share a border with Belgium?
We do share a border. But Germany has 13, 14 borders, I believe.
Well, then you have 13, 14 derbies.
That's
You're
true.
You're a very lucky man.
And the game you want to see,
oh goodness,
not very surprisingly, did end in a draw. Levan Aronian had done his homework in this line. We last saw it here, knight e4, bishop f8, knight c5, knight to b6, very typical martial move as well. Putting a bit of pressure on the a4 pawn, maybe planning to jump into c4. g4 played by Adams, and the key move, knight to d7.
Right.
Very nice simplification. G takes f, knight takes c5. And as much as a fan of the two bishops as I am, I don't think they will last long here. If white were to keep them, black would just take the pawn on a4. So Adams decided to just take them off. And here we have a situation with opposite colored bishops where nothing's really going to happen. They will just exchange rooks and shake hands. That is what happened. Rook d1, king f8, rook d7, rook to a7. Not a lot of fireworks here. The marshal still showing itself to be a very solid opening. It survived the Mickey Adams inspection today.
Yeah, no, Levon showed that no problems at all. So draw on board one there. We have another tweet here. We'll go to that game in a moment. Rajabov, Mikhailishvili, Yehun.
Board 2 of the match, Azerbaijan against Georgia on the top match. We'll check in with those in a second. Let's stay with the English for one moment.
Armenia is a serious contender still. Remember, the English and Armenians were only a match point away from the top guys.
Nothing much has happened at the top. There's no team with a clean record anymore. Everybody's lost at least one match point. A lot of teams tied on 9, and Armenia and England have 8. So whoever wins this is right back up there in contention.
This is the position in the game Sargsyan-Jones. Now, unfortunately, Gawain is having a bit of a tough time this tournament. Lost a couple of games with white, which, well, certainly some positions we wouldn't expect Gawain to lose, but that's chess and that's what happens. So we're hoping he's going to bounce back today. And
I like his position
He's
today.
got a good position, actually, hasn't he?
Played the opening well, I think.
Yeah, he's got a good position.
Typical King's Indian, where the difference is white can't control the d4 square anymore because his pawn is on c4 already. Well, black can control, and he does the d5 square with the c6 pawn. So for black, it's going to be about maneuvering his pieces so that he can bring his knight into d4. He did a good job already putting one knight on e6. Well, for white, it's about keeping an eye on that square and trying to make something happen on the queen side. Doesn't look so easy here. So I think black is doing absolutely all right. Moves like b6, playing to bring the bishop out.
Yeah, I like b6.
No problems for Jones whatsoever.
All right, Jones in good stead. Nigel Short's been another player who has been suffering a bit this tournament, not playing his best chess. He did lose to Kovalenko, very strong grandmaster, 26-50 with black. Not been wholly convincing, Nigel, but today playing against Movsesian.
Who's also not had his best tournament so far.
I have to say I'm not a fan of Nigel's position here either.
No, both of these guys have more of a free-flowing style, don't mind playing slightly offbeat positions, always with a grain of salt. But it looks today that Movsesian is doing fine. He can just play f6. He has a very nice Maroczy bind setup with colors reversed, where he controls the center, and it's not so easy for white to find a breakthrough. While black's play is quite simple, put a rook in the middle, maybe remove this knight at some point, put pressure on the d3 pawn.
No.
Gotta tell you, I like Movsesian's position here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by Nigel's play. We'll keep our fingers crossed there.
He could try to make something happen on the king's side with knight h4, bishop e4, queen h5, along those lines. But it looks like black is solid enough to withstand those.
Yeah, not convinced. What about Matteo Zoldan versus Kopian? This is an interesting matchup, because these two players are arguably the best team players in the world. Matteo Zoldan, I believe he got 8.5 out of 9 at his last Olympiad, I think in '98. Correct me if I'm wrong on the exact stats there, but I think that was right. And here he's on 4.5 out of 5. Hardly doing badly, is he? And
before we get protest letters, if we say the best team players in the world, we mean compared to their respective ELOs. So
right.
Don't get upset, Magnus Carlsen fans or Fabiano Caruana fans out there. But those two guys have really been shining in team events. Vladimir Akopian been just as strong for Armenia, who won 3 of the last 5 Olympiads. Akopian always having fantastic results in these events. And here, I believe both sides can be reasonably happy. I think white has a small advantage because black has this typical problem with his bishop in the French defense. But it is an ending. Black is very solid, just played bishop d7, bring his rook over to f8. I believe it should end in a draw, but white has get a bit the more pleasant of it.
Yeah, the good news for Matteo Zoldan is in many of these French Tarrasch positions, white is able to exchange his light squared bishop for that knight on c6 to get a firm grip. If you get rid of all the arrows there, Jan, maybe that's...
Nah.
Yeah.
Let's try. Here we go.
Yeah, normally white likes to exchange. There's normally a bishop on d3 that goes to b5 and then exchanges itself off voluntarily just to be able to grab complete control over e5. But here, that's impossible to do.
Exchange itself for the other knight on f5.
Right.
And that's what happened. So the knight on c6 remains pretty well placed.
So I think this is, in general, a good thing for Matteo. And I think also after rook af8, you've got to be careful with white. I've played the system all my life with white. That rook takes f3. Typical exchange sacrifice isn't in the air.
I think you will be careful though, and just playing one move like rook c3 takes it out of the equation.
Sure.
But certainly, black has nothing all that much to be concerned about.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be a close match.
Right.
British fans, they should worry a bit about Nigel Short's position, but both Jones and Sadler seem to be doing more or less all right. So we'll keep you posted on that one. And we'll go to the top match.
Yeah, here we go. Radjabov against Mikhailishvili. We can see Radjabov on the left-hand side playing the black pieces. And Mikhailishvili played very solid opening. And we have the current position after castles. What's going on here, Jan? You're more of an expert.
First of all, I'm trying to do the pawn count as usual. White is a pawn up, correct?
Ah, Radjabov has sacrificed a pawn here. That's very interesting.
Let's briefly see how that happened. Standard opening, c takes d, not the main move here, but very, very solid. Mikhailishvili, a very solid player. Knight c6, knight e5, and Radjabov just gave that pawn, trying to gain a lead in development. He could have defended it with a move like bishop to d7, but he said, I'm worried about nothing, I'm giving up that pawn. Castles, knight takes c6, b takes c, bishop takes c6, rook b8, and after bishop b5, e5, he's trying to open the position as quickly as possible to get counterplay for that pawn.
Yeah.
If d takes e5, he will play knight to e4, undermining this defender of the bishop and gaining, I believe, some serious counterplay. Knight takes, pawn takes, for example, queen takes d8, rook takes d8. Once again, the bishop is under attack. This pawn will fall. Let's say bishop c4, bishop takes e5. I don't think white can enjoy his extra pawn all that much here. Black would probably find a way to win it back or force white into giving it back. Not quite sure how to do it. Even just developing, I don't think there is any particular troubles for black here. Rook dc8. White is a bit behind in development, so interesting pawn sacrifice by Rajabov. Bishop e2 has been played, knight e4 anyway, and castles. Now how does he get his pawn back?
Well, maybe the point is that you don't have to immediately. Maybe the pressure down the b file stops white from developing at all, and in fact Rajabov just played bishop e6. So
I would have liked to try to get back immediately, but that's just my love for pawns. You could go for something like this, attacking the d4 pawn, and if white were to defend it with bishop e3, you could take the b2 pawn, restoring equality. Rajabov didn't see the need, just went bishop e6. It's a similar argument to the one I made before. His lead in development will probably allow him to recapture that pawn at will with his positional advantage and lead in development.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Maybe he's doing all right.
I think he's doing fine. I think he's got more than enough compensation here. Remember, we want to hear from you guys as well, as much as possible. Getting so many tweets through it. Hashtag C24 Live.
Right.
We will do our best to pick out the best tweets. We've got a tweet here from Ben Kloinson.
It's asking why Germany has so many problems in this tournament. First of all, I'm not sure how many problems they're having. They're at 7 points. They drew 3 matches. It's not ideal, but it's still also not far away from the top. So if they win today, they'll be right up there with 9 points. I believe it's too early to really say. And there we got it. Georg Meyer is winning. Let's briefly try to check in with the Germany match. Which board is that?
They are 2 boards after England, so they're on.
That's an unacceptable situation, though. I will admit that much. That is a problem, and it will be corrected if I find them.
Down.
Or
There we go.
match 13, 14, almost there. Here we go. So we're told Georg Meyer is already winning against Bart Michiels, Germany playing against Belgium. It certainly looks like it. He did build this battery against the black king. Can just take on f6, and if g takes f6, go queen h7 check, forcing king f8.
Can win a pawn if you like.
At the minimum, he can take on h6. He could even go for more with something like a3, followed by b4, undermining the black center immediately. Does look like he has a very, very good position indeed. Let's briefly check the other boards. Germany, very serious favorites against Belgium, who are a solid team. But if we take the rating averages, I believe Germany has 150 extra points, more or less, every board. So they should win this one today. Arkady Naidic on board 1 against veteran Luke Wienans. Solid position, solid play by Wienans, but no problems whatsoever for black.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd slightly prefer black because he's managed to create some nice squares for his knight, while the white knight doesn't have it so easy to find a juicy square for himself. Could even go for the ending here with a move like queen to f5, try to put some pressure. We have a draw on board 3 already. Daniel Friedman, he hasn't been in great shape so far in this tournament. I've played alongside him many times. Normally he's been one of the heroes of the German team. Very solid team player along the lines of the guys we mentioned earlier. Ko Pyeon always steps up for the team, happy to take the black games, and really, really a team player. Not doing so well here yet. And the new guy who used to play for Romania, Nisipeanu, should be a very strong force, especially on the last board where he's playing. I believe he has a decent position against, I can't pronounce the name correctly, can you do that?
Vanden Boucher.
Thibaut Vanden Boucher.
Not to be confused with Jean-Claude Van Damme, who is also Belgium, right?
He is Belgium.
Right.
Do you enjoy the works of Jean-Claude
I
Van
do.
Damme?
Bloodsport. Have we talked about this before?
Peter Lako brought up Bloodsport the other day.
Yeah,
It is a
I
good
love
movie.
Bloodsport. Actually, I love everything that Van Damme's been in. Just because even if the film is bad, he
He's
is
still
great. Is there anybody
He had
harder
this
than...
one movie, Double Team, I believe it was called, where he played himself and his evil brother.
Yeah,
That
I
was terrible.
remember that.
That we got a picture of Georg Meyer looking in good spirits
What's that,
with a
an
winning
eagle?
position today.
That looks like an eagle on
I
his
have no
shirt.
idea.
Looking to swoop in for the victory, that's for sure. And there's a shot of the playing hall. Of course, most games still going on. We're in the second hour of play, so it would be rare to see so many games finish so far. We have got some interesting matches elsewhere. I would like to check in very quickly with Kasimdzhanov, Kramnik, although I don't think that's going to be fireworks, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me if it's
Didn't
already.
look like fireworks.
Yeah. Oh, Kasim.
No, they changed the structure a little
Hello.
bit, and maybe in White's favor actually. Let's see what happened.
Let's quickly
He
have a
did
look.
go for this rook doubling we expected. Rook to c1, queen to d6. Not sure about queen d6. Looks natural enough though. And now Kasim went for this move, knight e5, offering the exchange of his d4 pawn against the black b6 pawn. That's what it comes down to. Kramnik took the bait. I'm not sure he should have or had to, but let's see. He took, pawn takes queen takes b6, rook c to b8. If black has to go rook c to b8, at least the white rooks on the c file make a lot more sense because they're not opposed anymore. Knight e2, opening them up, knight d7, queen to d4. Now, if white were to take on d4, how do you think white takes back? Maybe even pawn, I thought. Not quite sure.
Both of them look quite
Yeah,
decent.
knight takes also looks.
Yeah,
more
because
than
you can never go
reasonable.
e5 because knight f5 is trouble. You're coming
Right.
into d6 or e7 and it's a bit tricky for black to
Great.
play. So
Kramnik
Queen
kept the
d6.
queens on the board, queen d6. I don't know. Rook c7 is a move that comes to mind. Black does have the center, but he has to be a little careful that these rooks don't do serious damage. I'd rather be white here, to be honest.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Okay, what about the second board then? We got a photo there of the number one player from Uzbekistan, Rustam Kasimdzhanov. Very nice guy. Indeed.
Based in Germany, I believe.
Lives in Germany, indeed, yeah. Not a lot of players living in Germany, aren't there?
It's true, live on Aronian in Germany. Viscianen doesn't live in Germany, but spends a lot of time there having training camps, has a flat in Germany. So yeah, they do like the warm German weather and the funny,
warm German
welcoming
beer.
people.
No, German beer is pretty good, actually.
German beer?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one thing you can't make fun of. Germany is
and German sausages.
excellent at beer. Sausages is a bit of more of a cliche. You don't see that many people eating sausages in
Oh,
the
you
streets.
do.
Maybe you do.
In Hamburg, it's full of currywursts, bratwurst sausages. Oof,
There is a lot
I
of
would
sausages.
kill for one now. Let's go to the Grischuk game though against Filipov.
I had a sausage for lunch actually. They
You
have them
did?
here. Yeah,
How was it?
was pretty good.
So you do like sausages?
I like them more when I'm outside of the country because then it feels like a special thing. Like in Germany, as you mentioned, they're not all over the place, but quite common. But it feels like a delicatesse kind of thing if you have one in Norway. Normally you
You're
become
just
more.
cheating yourself.
Yeah, I'm lying to myself. Let's not kid ourselves. I do love German sausages.
Let's go to Grischuk Filipov. And we've got knight takes c5 just played by Grischuk, eliminating that knight. But it looks as though Filipov's all right after a move like...
Well, he took on c5, right?
Yeah.
Because if he took here, yeah, then just knight d3,
Yeah.
black would be fine.
So takes,
Took this,
probably bishop
takes.
pawn takes pawn.
Always complicate these positions. White is a pawn down, but it doesn't matter all that much. What he's looking
Just
for
h3,
is,
yeah.
using this space advantage on the king side to build an attack. I like the move you mentioned, h3, to stop black from going bishop g4, which would be irritating. then maybe even thinking about moves like queen to d2, bishop takes h6 in the air. Can be very interesting how Grischuk handles this attack, because he's a tremendous attacking player.
Yeah.
I like White's position, gotta tell you. I think this queen d2, let's make a neutral move like bishop e6. It's quite dangerous.
Yeah, so if you ignore it, let's just say you play a move like rook a c8,
Right.
just ignoring it. Let's see if you can do that. You probably can get away
I think
with
you
it.
can.
Right.
Takes, queen takes, and it looks like mate. Bishop h7 is a threat. It's another typical mechanism, let's say.
Queen h7 is also a threat, right?
That's also a threat, yeah. What I meant is something like rook f8, bishop h7, check, king h8. There's no mate, actually. My idea doesn't work, but White should win this somehow. Knight g5, and I believe the attack will crush through.
Yeah, must win.
So
Yeah,
you cannot do this if you're Anton Filipov. You have to do something about this threat.
I think you can go rook e8 followed by bishop f8. How about that? Just to
That sounds possible.
shore up that h6 pawn, and then you can play bishop e6.
There is another idea White has, though. I'm not sure how good it is here, but that is an idea we've also seen earlier, to rearrange this battery by bishop b1 and hinting at queen d3. Say black went bishop e6, queen to d3.
But now we can play g6. That's another benefit of having the bishop.
But every pawn move you have to make on the king side creates some new targets. Now maybe the queen can go back to d2. If you have to go king h7, I can give some thought to ideas with h4 or knight h2, knight g4. Black is still holding on, but there is plenty of attacking potential for White. If he runs out of ideas, he can always take on d4.
Yeah.
So Grischuk, he played differently actually. He went queen to e2.
He played queen takes c5.
That's why, sorry. He went queen takes c5, now c takes d. Of course, doesn't make a lot of sense because the ending black would be alright. Or at least it's not in Grischuk's plans. So he went queen e2. Once again, similar ideas, c takes d, maybe bishop b1, queen d3, maybe moving this knight, oops, too many arrows, maybe moving this knight out of the way to go queen g4. Gonna be very tricky, but I have tremendous faith in Grischuk. First of all, because I always have tremendous faith in the favorites, and secondly, because I've seen his attacking prowess more than once.
Let's go to board 3 of that match. It's quite interesting. One game that we haven't even looked at yet is between a fellow chess24 contributor and cricket mad Peter Svidler, playing black against Grandmaster Jumaev, rated 25-10, so a big rating difference here. This is position on the board, and I have to say, is Peter pushing his luck here? I think he is. I think he's in a I think he's in a world of trouble here. He's managed to. He wanted to mix it up earlier on, and he played the Najdorf, but he played against this f4 move, a move which you don't really see so often. He played g6, transposing to a dragon variation, Levenfish variation, as it's called. Here, normally black plays e5. That's
e5 is a main move, or queen c7.
Right.
However, I have seen my fair share of g6. I was more surprised about his next move. After knight f3, I thought the move they played here was queen to b6, trying to wrestle away this diagonal, stopping bishop e3, and introducing some ideas with knight g4 maybe even. He went queen a5, which threatens the pawn, but after bishop d3, I'm not quite sure what the purpose of going queen a5 was really.
Sometimes it swings over to h5, and you can play bishop g4 as well. That's this resembles actually more a variation of the Austrian attack of the Perk variation. We won't again. If we can get that up very quickly, you see something similar: f4, bishop g7, knight f3, c5, d takes c5, queen a5, bishop d3, queen takes c5. So very similar structure, and here, yes, black does put his queen on h5 a lot, so that's interesting. But if we go to the game,
just very quickly click through it. Castles knight c6, queen e1, your favorite idea. I'm not sure if it is. Associated with English players as Queen E1, Queen H4, F5.
It should be called the
setup.
English maneuver. We should patent it. We should
Absolutely.
nobody else can play Queen E1 to H4. It's an English. Yeah, we like to put our Queen on H4 against.
Do you think you would win the Olympiad if everybody else was prohibited to go Queen E1, Queen H4 under any circumstances?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably you would.
I think it's an important maneuver in chess. Anyway,
Absolutely.
knight d2, bishop e6. Yeah, and it starts to get king h1, b5, f5. Okay, bishop d7, fine. a4, and now knight d4. Okay, so
He allowed E5, which is slightly surprising. Takes, queen takes, knight to C6, queen
back.
to
Yeah, I
E1,
like this.
and knight back to D4.
Well, I think White's threatening knight b3.
His problem is, yeah, if he were to castle, which looks natural, maybe White can
Ooh.
even take here, and if queen takes A1,
Oh, that's
got
pretty.
this pretty idea.
That's very pretty, isn't it?
Trapping the queen in the corner, has nowhere to go.
No place, no home. So you have to go knight d4 to protect b5. But here,
Looks like something went a bit wrong if you have to go knight D4 and he just went knight C6 back. Maybe he's teasing Jobava a little bit because Jobava is outrated 250 points with the move repetition. Jobava could very well think or be tempted by going here and going back.
but if you look at this position here, and the move knight d e4, for me, it's such a natural move because you threaten to exchange, well, you've got knight d6 check. You've also got knight takes f6 followed by f takes g6 and rook takes f6, winning a piece.
Right.
And your bishop comes out to a natural square on d2, unpinning, or it comes to a very active square like g5. I think black might be, it wouldn't surprise me if black's close to losing in this position.
Well, the move you would like to play is castles, but there you have the
But-
problem of the knight f6, bishop f6, which
got-
is what you want to do. Then you run into
Bishop h6 maybe, and then if rook fe8, you've got a takes b5, just winning on the
just
spot.
pick up that pawn. So Peter Svidler has some
he's-
concrete problems here indeed.
I think it's more than problems. It really is on a knife edge. I think
Could
this
be.
is. I think it's close to gone. How do you defend here?
Maybe you have to play b4, but
yeah,
it
but
looks
now
like
you take on f6, bishop takes f6, and now you can play knight e4,
right.
and now you threaten knight takes f6. And if you have to go bishop, for example, bishop g7 runs into f6, and that's game over. That's just completely game over. So
Once again, using the pin along the e file. You could go bishop e5, but I'll admit it looks highly artificial. Maybe f6 is possible here as well. Move like bishop h6 also comes to mind.
that might run into knight takes f5, but no, just f6.
Right.
Just f6, and if you cast, well, you can't castle, you can't take on f6. What do you do here? It's just gone, isn't it? Just looks complete.
Gone is a bit strong, but yeah,
I'm
it does
not
look
sure.
unpleasant.
What do you do
admit
here
that.
with black? I genuinely have no moves for black here.
It's true. No, something has gone wrong. Maybe he did push his luck a little too much,
Nice.
starting with these knight d4 ideas, was asking for a bit of trouble. We'll see if he can get out of them.
Well, the problem Peter's got is that White's moves are very natural. They're not.
Well-
Knight d4 is by far the most natural move because after you, and also we should bear in mind that if you play knight takes e4, which is the first move that comes to mind here, if you go knight, queen takes e4,
Yeah,
attacks
this
the
doesn't
rook and introduces f6. So immediately,
Well, you still have bishop c6. You can try to fight back.
bishop c6, and now
Knight d5 probably favors white, but it's could get messy. Queen to d8 back, let's say, and who knows what's going on.
oh goodness me, f6. Well, the point is that Jumayev has got time to think here.
Absolutely.
Remember, guys, everybody watching on this broadcast, you can actually see exactly how long they're taking over every move and have taken over every move. When you click on a specific game, you can see it in the box with the name. That's a special feature we've got
Let's
here.
find out.
And it will be interesting to find out how much time Jumayev has got, because this could be one of the big upsets of the round. I think there's a rating difference, Jan, of about 250 points, which is...
I'll bet you right here, right now, that Peter Svidler is not going to lose that game.
I think it depends on the next move. If
Always
he plays,
hedging. First you announce an upset, then you say,
I said there's a
who
potential
knows?
upset. If he plays knight d4, I might take. Would you keep the?
We have to discuss the terms off
If
the air.
if white plays knight d4, is the bet still valid?
No,
Oh, okay. So it's all resting on knight d4
because I think white will be quite tempted in this position
to go queen e5.
to repeat moves with queen e5 if you're 250 points outrated. I believe Svidler probably knows he's in trouble. He wouldn't mind repeating, and I could very well see this happening. But we shall see. I do agree that it looks like he could end up in being in serious trouble after knight d4. We can't see a defense for black.
Yeah.
And checking up on the move times, Chimaev hasn't spent that long yet. He's spent 12 minutes, 15 seconds on his move so far. Still is ahead on the clock, has 47 minutes, while Svidler has 32 minutes.
Wow.
So he will contemplate what to do here for quite a while, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Let's check out board 4 then. Nepomniachtchi versus Vakidov. Now this is a huge rating difference. Vakidov is rated 2471, Nepomniachtchi 2714.
That's the beauty of being Russia. You can always make sure on board 4 you have a 27 plus player.
Yeah.
And of course most other nations can't compete with that. Still, Nepomniachtchi hasn't been cruising so far in this tournament. Made 2 draws against weaker rated opponents. He's playing today mainly, I assume, because Sergei Karyakin lost yesterday. They want to give, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, last round. They want to give him a breather to recover from that very tough loss. I'm not sure if he's better here. Black has some nice space advantage on the king side. Potentially even hope to launch an attack with f4, f3, bring his pieces over. White has secured a bunch of nice squares on the queen side in return. b5 is a juicy outpost for a knight, c4 is a nice square. So it's a bit of a battle of the flanks. White trying to make something happen on the queen side, black on the king side. We'll keep our eye on it. Nepomniachtchi, huge favorite in this matchup, but nothing decided yet.
Yeah, and there we can see the graphic. Games are pretty balanced in that match, so we'll see what happens there. Let's can we quickly check and we have a result?
You can see the evaluation, the computer evaluation, in the middle in this little graphic. The more white you see, the better white is doing.
Right.
The more black you see, the better black is doing. So if this bar is in the middle, it means the position is about equal. We have a result. I'm sorry, where we go?
Yeah, well, I've just seen out the corner of my eye, there is an important match. Cuba versus Kazakhstan. Now, Cuba are one of the 7 teams leading the tournament with 9 match points.
Right.
And they've got a very good team. They've got Dominguez, the world number 10 or 11 at the moment, Brusson, Yuneski Quesada, who's established himself as a strong 2650 player. Ortiz Suarez, another 2600 player.
Yuneski already won.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the position I saw. And this is basically forced checkmate here for white. Black would love to play rook takes a2, but that runs into queen takes f7 with mate in the next move. And if you take on e6, then that runs into queen takes, pawn check, king, let's say, to h7.
Oh, this is pretty. Let's show this.
Yeah,
Rook
and
takes
rook takes-
h6.
Yes.
Takes and queen f7. Checkmate. This bishop doing a very nice job controlling the board.
Yeah, and
Easy win here for the Cuban.
yeah, so that means they're 1 up. And this is a great match. I bet they were thinking before this round, wow, what a great chance we've got against Kazakhstan, who, by the way, have been playing very well, also up there, but so heavily outrated in this match. In the other games, just looking out the corner of my eye, it also looks as though Dominguez, if we click on his position, solid positional advantage.
Right.
I mean, he's going to play that one for a while and try and grind away. Isolated
Very
queen's
pleasant
pawn.
grinding position indeed.
Yep, so Lenier, big favourite there. And in the game, Grandmaster Pavel Kotsur versus Brusson. Well, we've got a position here which is still very imbalanced. Chances for both sides, but
Right.
black can't be doing that badly at all here.
No, typical isolated queen's pawn position where white wants to try to make something happen on the king side. Interesting maneuver we just saw by Bruzon, starting after queen d2, hinting at bishop h6 ideas. He brought his knight over to f5 to not only stop these bishop h6 tricks, also to block the white bishop a bit on the other diagonal.
Yeah.
So Bruzon, very strong player, of course, certainly knows what he's doing here. They won on board 3 already. Ortiz on the last board. Not sure about his position.
Yeah, maybe a bit.
Very double-edged. He has this e5 square under control, but his king is a bit weak. I read somewhere, I can't remember, a wise man once said, if black has to castle queenside, which he did here in an open Sicilian, normally something has gone wrong for him.
I'm not so sure it's so clear.
No, not at all.
You've got this great knight on e5, which can never be budged, and it's not clear how you make progress with white here. I think Ortiz is still a huge favourite to come through in that one. Let's go back to game of the day. Caruana versus Carlsen, number 3 in the world versus number 1 in the world. And we can see here, if we can go to the position, Mr. Gustafsson had a few moves.
Oh, what happened here?
And
We just had a tweet there inquiring why Caruana went for the move bishop to f3. So let's briefly check that. Long castles, rook h8, we've seen this. Knight to g3. I like the move f4, but it is a bit committal. Knight g3, also stopping e5, because now it would run into knight f5, I would assume. And it looks quite troublesome for black. So Carlsen went knight f8. And this goes to show something you mentioned earlier. This pawn on g4 not only has its pluses, it also has its minuses. In that once this knight shows up on g6, all of a sudden the f4 square could become slightly vulnerable or a potential outpost for the black pieces.
And now bishop f3 is a bit of a strange move. I wonder why he didn't play g5, because I've got an interesting idea here. But I'll admit it's not my idea, but we'll put it up there. g5, forcing the knight to move, and then playing knight h5, provoking g6, and basically taking the square away from the knight and just coming back. And then being able to play h4, h5, pressure down the file. You've got knight e4 and knight f6 as well. So if knight e7, knight e4, I think might be strong. And, you know, what's this knight doing on f8 now?
No, could be. Well, the knight on f8 it will head to f5, I would guess. If I'm not losing material here. No, it's black to move. Knight f5, so that's the drawback of going g5. You give up this square. I'm not sure. I don't think g5, unless there's something concrete, which maybe there is with this knight h5 idea, something white wants to do, because it invites the black knights to occupy these squares as well, if possible. Bishop f3, there was a question in the tweet. I think he has a very simple idea to go h4. He wants to gain space on the king side and potentially fight against his knight, which will come to g6. Also stopping that knight from appearing on h4, which could be unpleasant.
Right.
I'd
So
say
knight g6, h.
random move.
Yeah, knight
h4 would be very annoying, clamping down.
So he played h4. Okay.
This happened, h4, bishop to f4. It would be an achievement for Carlsen to exchange bishops. Will come at a bit of a price in that he has to strengthen the white center. There we have a move. Caruana is forcing that bishop exchange with h5. Bishop takes e3, no doubt will be played, and yeah, he played it immediately. No prices for f takes e3 either.
And he'll play knight back to e7, won't he?
Right. And what's going on here? Is white better, or is this just equal?
Feels like white's better to me, yeah.
I think it depends on the next move. If black would get an h6, I believe he would be totally fine, fixing those pawns and creating a target on g4. But it is white to move, and he has a choice between g5 and playing h6 himself. Maybe h6 is a good move here.
There's a problem down this f file now, isn't there, Jan? What happens if, for example, if h6 and g6 that looks like the most natural move. Suddenly you just double up on the f-file. How do you ever defend f7?
I'll tell you, yeah, I don't like the move g6 because, first of all, it does create these targets, and secondly, in any ending, I'd feel very uneasy about letting that pawn alive. Nothing concrete yet, but there's always, even in a pawn ending, the potential of down the line this becoming a problem with the king arriving there. Too many arrows again. The knight arriving there. So I would expect Carlsen to play another move, maybe rook to g8 or taking on h6 here. Can you take? I'm not sure. This looks...
No.
I want to go
G5,
here, but now white
no,
wins
G5.
a pawn with g5.
No, you can't take. No.
Right.
No, this is not pleasant for Magnus. This is not pleasant. h6 is a very good move. This is not pleasant for Magnus.
No, he's going to have to defend. Maybe rook g8.
Yeah, but g5? No, you don't take. You just play g5. Yeah, what? Are you sacrificing material already?
What?
Well, you're losing h7 by force, no?
Am I? So
Nearly.
rook takes.
Knight e4. Have you got knight
d6?
d6? You just about survive. But even still, I mean, I'd rather win h7 and give you g5.
Yeah, sure. White is the one pressing, and Magnus Carlsen, there we can see him. He's going to have to do some defending. I'm not sure how serious it is, but Caruana certainly looks very much invested in the position. Look at him there.
No, I don't think Carlsen's that happy. I don't think he's too sad, but I don't think he's too happy either. And we can see that, you know, his body language is a good indicator for me. Magnus Carlsen normally looks very relaxed at the board, normally because he's got a great position, let's face it.
It's not a poker face, really. His face and body language is normally telling the story of the position, right?
Right. Yeah, he hasn't got such a great poker face.
Well, it doesn't have to be a disadvantage. Neither had Kasparov. And in chess, normally both guys know what's going on the board anyway, so it's not that important to hide it. It's quite different. A guy like Aronian, you never really know. He always looks similar. And Caruana always looks focused as well, but you can't tell. Well, with Carlsen, you normally can't tell if he's happy or not. Doesn't look that happy.
We didn't like Badur Jobava's position a bit earlier, and I have to say...
We still don't.
We still don't. It looks... Oh my goodness, this looks ugly.
Let's bring it up.
There we got
Shak Mamedyarov. He does look very confident if we're still playing body language doctors. Look at him raising his hand, played the move a5. The main problem now is the black queen.
Just stuck.
No squares. Where's it ever going to go?
Just stuck in a rut.
And without the queen in play, black's not going to have enough firepower to make anything happen on the king's side.
I think this is losing. You
I'm
can't.
with you. Yeah,
you can't move the bishop on f8 to g7 because e7 hangs. There's no attack. You can't make him. It's almost Zug's. It's not even far away from Zug's.
You try to open it up with g takes f. You just end up helping white, improving this bishop even further. No, I agree. It looks very bad for Jobava.
And it's one of those positions as well with white that if black does nothing, you don't have to rush here. You can just slowly.
No, you just take your time. Take your time. Rook e1. Probably not those because you lose the a5 pawn.
Well, no, your bishop's on d2, right?
Yeah.
You move your bishop to d2. You play rook e2, rook e1. You flirt with the idea of rook takes e7s are in the. I mean, even these exchange sacrifices work most of the time. Yeah. And no, Badur is in desperate trouble, and he's
just played the move g4. Probably his best chance, trying to keep that a little closed. F takes g, I would expect. Knight takes g4. At least he has some hope. Doesn't look all that dangerous, but he has a plan going h5, h4. There we see Magnus Carlsen giving Badur a bit of a stare down, probably telling him,
"What are you doing?
Yeah. Look for more squares for your queen, or exchange them like I did."
No, white's still in huge.
White is much better, no doubt about it.
What about the game on board 4, Jan? Hello.
What's going on
We've got
there?
action in Shanava, Safali, and what on earth is going on? Elta Shafali, had a chat with him the other day, actually, just at the Bermuda party where we shared a beer, and he's one of the brightest hopes in Azerbaijan chess, playing against Konstantin Shanova. We can see Shanova there.
Veteran of Georgian chess, an established coach as well. There we can see him.
Yeah.
What's going on in his position? Bishop c5 check. Is he in trouble?
Is that king? Can it go to g3? I mean, doesn't that
Let's
run
first count the material. White is a piece up for
That is true.
for his worries. King g3.
Bishop d4.
And bishop to d4.
That's
Let's
a killer.
see, queen somewhere.
Bishop takes
Bishop
pawn.
takes e5. It's very dangerous. King h3.
Take
Just
the bishop.
take the bishop.
No, that if black ever wins the piece back, that's
No,
that's
because well, there is some hope with queen takes f7 for counterplay, but it does look very, very dangerous for white mainly.
and look at that. There's Jobava looking at this game.
Studying the position. Nice tie by Mr. Jobava.
Yeah.
The line we just showed after bishop e5, white could also try the move bishop f4. Might not save him from trouble though. Queen e1 check.
King h2.
King h2, you can take on h4. I like the line king h3. I believe you go rook d3.
Oh my goodness.
Using this pin. And after bishop d3, queen takes h1 comes with check. And all of a sudden white is lost because black will once again win his piece back with a winning position.
We played bishop e3, so let's go to that position.
Right.
Blocking the check with the bishop also looks sensible. But now rook d2 check is in the air.
Allows this move, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
White can't take because of the pin, so now he would have to go somewhere with his king. Most likely g1. Oh, you know
Rook
what
d3.
could happen?
Rook d3 because the bishop is now pinned.
Right. What I was thinking rook c2, but it's the same line. Probably white has to give up his queen, and try to collect as many pieces as possible for it to stop the black attack. Rook c3, b takes c3. Material white is doing very well. If he manages to coordinate, he has, what does he have? 2 bishops and a rook for the queen, which is more than enough. But black still has an initiative and could try to make something happen here quickly. I don't know though, I gotta tell you, I think this could end up being good for white as well.
Very, very interesting matchup there. We'll keep an eye on that. What about board 3? We haven't been there. They both look more interested in board 4, it has to say. Mamedyarov playing against Nigeladze. And we can see Ralph Mamedyarov on the left there.
What's going on there? He's giving some signs. Are they communicating? Do you see he was pointing something out? I'm not quite sure what it was. Maybe it's all in my head. Looked like there was some interaction between the players. Nigeladze, I gotta tell you, I don't know that guy.
I have to admit, never heard of him before this tournament.
Me neither.
Clearly.
Maybe a newcomer to the Georgian team, familiar with their other players. Gotta tell you, this is the first time I see Gayos Nigeladze. I'm very familiar with Ralph Mamedyarov, who's been around for a long time. Very strong, tactical, dynamic player. There we see him on the left side. What's going on in the position? Is Mamedyarov a pawn up? Oh, no, he's not.
No, but he's he looks a bit better to me.
Can grab some more space
Right.
once again, using this g-pawn push, g5, h4. Black position, black pieces
Passive.
seem a little stuck all next to each other, and Mamedyarov could try to open the position with a timely c5 or putting his knight on e4 first. Looks pleasant for white, let's say. I'm not quite sure what Mamedyarov is up to. It looks like something else is bothering him. Maybe a... No, you can't offer a draw yet, so that can't be it.
Right. Very
Maybe.
strange.
What is he looking at?
I don't know, he looks a bit perturbed.
Something is
He's
confusing him, and he was saying
yawning.
something.
Maybe he wants a bed. Maybe he's hey.
Maybe he thought the Bermuda party was last night, and he was out partying by himself.
He's
What's
looking
going on
around.
with him?
Well, it's not looking at the board at
No,
all.
that's what I'm saying. And I believe he said something earlier. He is confused about something.
Get this guy a bed, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Miles once had a bed.
He famously played a whole tournament, not a bad, but lying down when he had back problems. And I heard from his opponents, I believe it was in, not sure, Tilburg, somewhere in Holland, in the early 80s, that it was extremely tough to play a guy lying down on a bed or lying down on a whatever it was.
Yeah, that would be quite distracting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to be the one lying down. Must be quite relaxed. You're lying there, like, contemplating your move.
Yeah, in those days you could smoke, you could eat, you could do, smoke at the board, blow it in your opponent's face. Anything was possible.
Good old days.
Not nowadays, though, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. That is the beautiful Tromsø sky.
Wow.
It never gets dark. Sped up.
Never gets really light either these days. It has to be said.
Yeah.
The weather has taken a turn for the worse.
Right.
We see quite a few of those clouds you can see over there. I still like it. The air is so nice
So
and fresh outside,
yeah,
right?
beautiful, salty, beautiful and fresh. Talking about fresh air.
That's what I was going to say. I think we need a little bit of this Tromsø fresh air.
Yeah.
I will go get a breather and we'll be back in a minute. In the meantime, of course, you can follow the games, but you can also play a game in the chess24 play zone. Just click on the play now button or check out the excellent video series we have, mainly by Lawrence Trent, but some lesser known names, Peter Svidler, Vishy Anand. Enjoy the Olympiad, enjoy chess24. We'll see you right back.
Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 6 of the 41st Chess Olympiad from Tromsø, Norway. It's the halfway point. A lot of very important games are still in progress from today's round. We're going to go straight to the action. And Jan, looks like we've got a potential upset in one of the big matches in Russia versus Uzbekistan.
Russia seems to be in trouble. Both of their black games, they have pretty bad positions. So you guys can hear me. I will even mic up and speak even more loudly about Peter Svidler's position. Can you take us there for a second?
Yeah, while you do that, Jan, let's get this position on the board. And I tell you what, Peter Svidler, he is in terrible shape today. And that's not an exaggeration. I think his position is completely lost here. This is the position after move 24. In fact, knight d4 was played in that position we mentioned on move 18, and it looked difficult. Going to this position now, all you have to do is play rook takes b5. That looks like, for me, like the most solid move. You might even be able to take with a knight, and if you play queen takes c2,
I was briefly looking at this during the break.
rook e5 or something like this.
The best move is, instead of rook e5, rook a7, but it becomes very messy. The point is after e7 is on attack, you can't take because of checkmate, and after queen to e4, there is a very nice blow, rook takes e7.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
This is very hard to spot, of course. This is 1 point. Winning the queen.
That's not going to happen.
No,
he played rook takes b5. That's the human move. You don't let c2 go for free.
Yeah, and white is a pawn up with a very healthy position. Black king still a little exposed. I believe Svidler will try a move like h5, maybe hinting at knight g4. But it all does look very, very suspect for black.
I think he's losing. I think with best play, white should win.
Absolutely. And another guy who's in trouble, we've touched on this earlier a little bit, is none other than Vladimir Kramnik. Also has a bad position against Rustam Kasimdzhanov. White has activated his pieces quite nicely. Rook on c7, just played the move bishop to f5, and has some very serious attacking ideas here. Knight to d4, and then let's make some bad moves. a5, knight d4, say g6, bishop to e6, for example, and it would be game over already. F takes e, queen takes e5. So Kramnik, it looks very uncomfortable. Bishop f5. White's position plays itself. Knight comes to d4. I don't see how he can defend here. Knight c4 would be a logical trying to cut off the rooks from one another at the very least. But that runs into the very strong move e4, not only getting rid of this weakness, but also undermining the knight. Looks, I'm not sure if lost, but certainly very, very unpleasant. White pieces are just superior because the black rooks are stuck in the corner, not contributing.
That looks very serious there for Kramnik. So were Uzbekistan to win those two boards, of course they wouldn't lose the match. And the big question is Filipov going to be able to hold on against Grischuk? I don't see why not at the moment. I think Vakidov is in a bit of trouble against Nepomniachtchi there. I think he's an exchange down, in fact.
I also like Grischuk's position, even though this could go either way, really. Grischuk's still a pawn down, but he has some space advantage on the king side, and once again he has this idea of maybe trying to bring his queen close to the black king. So not all is lost for Russia, but they're certainly under serious pressure in both of their black games. Nepomniachtchi, I believe, is better against Vakidov, but also far from decided, still equal material. A small edge. Is it equal material? What's going on? Oh no, he's down in exchange, I'm sorry.
That's what I said, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's down
How
in
did he
exchange.
lose that?
No, I don't think he lost it. I think he sacrificed it on purpose.
Oh, he took on e3.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks a bit much, doesn't it? Just play knight a6, put the knight on c5, enjoy life.
Yeah, I think that would be, but rook takes e3, it's a kind of standard exchange attack, but it is a lot. But clearly Vakidov was feeling adventurous. Not sure his captain would have been too happy seeing that played, but so be it. And we've got a position which is far from over.
No, he has nice control over the dark squares, but a whole exchange we've seen Nepomniachtchi very quickly bring his rook back into the action, and having this e-file under control, black avoided the exchange of rooks correctly. It's a bit of a rule of thumb. If you're an exchange down, you have one rook left, you don't want to exchange it for one of your opponent's rooks, because then the rook that would be left could dominate an open file and would be quite unpleasant. So rook f8 is strategically correct. I still don't like his exchange sacrifice. I believe he's worse here.
Okay. So it's all in the balance there. We got a tweet from Andrei Sosa. Is Topalov worse? His double pawn seems worse compared to the isolated pawn. Go take a look, please. Why don't we? That is the second game of this round.
Absolutely.
Topalov playing against Ivan Ivanisevic from Serbia, who are having a great tournament so far. Topalov, the massive rating favourite, over 150 points, high rated. This is the position after move 24. And, well, Topalov's a pawn down, but...
We'll get to the position in a second.
Yeah.
And to answer the question already, I'm not sure Topalov is worse. White has one extra pawn, but it looks to me like it's compensated by the pressure on that pawn, and more importantly, having this powerful bishop with a slightly weakened White's king's position. Ideas of queen h3, bishop f3, even bishop a8, followed by queen d5 are always in the air. I don't think Topalov is worse at all here.
No, I tend to agree. I think White is the one struggling for a plan. I would take black here despite being a pawn down. The pawn you don't really feel at all here. So no, Topalov's doing just fine. Cheparinov on board 2 is playing against Milos Perunovic. And again, this is far from clear, this position. Two bishops, Jan, your favourites. But those knights are hopping in, knight c5.
Yeah, and my very favourites is being material up. I'm trying to get a pawn count. Isn't black a pawn up?
Black is a pawn up, indeed, yeah.
White can't take it back immediately because that runs into bishop takes f2, and that's a little discovered check. Bishop takes f2, rook takes b5. Well, it's just an exchange down for nothing, so you can't do that. Instead, he would have to play a slow move, maybe e3, preparing that, trying to get counterplay. Maybe enough, as usual, the lovely two bishops, and more importantly here, the weakness on b5. He can probably claim his pawn back, but far from over.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to board 3. Yotov Marcos or Marcus Jobava, I should say, Marcus with the white pieces, and we've got a pretty dry looking position, equal pawn structure, some imbalances in the position. What's good? The bishop on h5 or the knight on h4. I think that white's going to reroute.
Pretty even.
Yeah, reroute via e3. The bishop will go to f7, and we're going to get mass simplifications at some point. Gotta be careful.
Looks equal. Gotta be careful with the knight e7 check threat. Say king h8, maybe knight e3. I don't know. Looks fairly even to me. Equal material. Both sides have an isolated pawn on d4, d5. Equal position.
The final game of this is a really interesting matchup. We'll get an assessment in a minute. We've got Ingic versus Dimitrov, and Dimitrov has sacrificed a piece, it seems, for a few pawns. Kind of, you see this in a lot of Sicilians, even though this didn't come from a Sicilian opening. But I have to say, I'm not a fan of White's position in this particular spot, because I think Black has connected, has organised his troops pretty well. Rook to b8 is coming.
White can win some material back if he so chooses by playing queen a3, introducing this pin after rook to b8, bishop to d2. Black might still be alright after queen, let's say c5, bishop takes, queen takes, I'm assuming. Queen takes, rook takes. Material now all of a sudden would favor white, but once again the two bishops should not be slept on, and these pawns, they're still very, very far from having an impact.
Yeah.
I believe Black is doing fine here.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. So that match is very balanced. We've got a picture of Radoslav Dimitrov, an international master, clearly a young talent for Bulgaria.
Another player I'm not familiar with, the reserve player for Bulgaria. Never seen him before. So many new faces out there.
Lots of new faces, indeed. One face we are very familiar with, though, is the world champion and the world number 3. Let's go back to that crucial matchup. Caruana-Carlsen. Now, we left it, Jan, at around the point of knight e7.
Yeah, a lot of things have happened, and I'm not sure if they've favored Fabiano Caruana. We left it around here, and we were expecting the move h6 or g5 to a lesser degree, because we said h6 would be a tremendous achievement for Black. Caruana had a different idea. He allowed h6, but he tried to establish a knight on d6. That's why he did this. e4, h6, e5, knight to h7. Might look funny, but is actually very sound, trying to put the knight on g5, knight to e4. And he wants to give a big check on d6, rook f8, knight d6 check, king to c7, bishop g2, knight g5. Now the problem for White is a bit, he has this beautiful knight, but Black all of a sudden also has good squares for his pieces. Sorry, managed to put the knight on g5 and is ready to undermine, first of all, the d6 knight and the e5 pawn with f6, trying to open the file for his rook. So I believe Magnus Carlsen, the worst is over for him, and he was probably happy that Caruana did not go for this h6 advance.
So rook hf1, he did play f6, Jan, here.
Oh, this is on the board,
and
right,
king
f6
c2.
and king c2. Could still hope that this knight has a bit of the effect the knight Kasparov established against Karpov in their very famous game, one of your favorite games, I believe, the octopus effect. But it does not look that strong here.
No.
And it seems like Black can play around it.
It's more of a jellyfish that knight than an octopus. And if you go knight c8, the point is
I like this.
You have to go
c5. Because clearly if he exchanges knight, all of a sudden Black is better because his knight would be superior to his bishop. You provoke it, and now I think you just go back. The drawback of c5 is that the Black knight has gained a very nice square on d5. I'm not sure, it would be a bit of a stretch to say Carlsen is better here. I don't think he is better against this powerhouse of a jellyfish on d6. But I think he's not worse either. I think it's balanced.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, I think Carlsen
And once again, being the body language doctors that we are, Carlsen looks a little more comfortable than he looked last time around to me. There he is playing with the pieces, leaning back a little bit. I believe the worst is over.
Yeah, I agree. I think that one's going to peter out. Board 4 of that match looks very, very interesting. Right up my street. Lots of open lines, attacking stuff. Kjetil Lee playing against Sabino Brunello, and it looks as though Kjetil is about to score a big win for the Norwegians.
Wow.
This is a crushing attack. Look at those rooks. You got look at, this is...
It's not even material down, it's just checkmate down the middle, isn't it?
Checkmate. That is it. There are all kinds of ways to mate. For example, let's say Queen B4.
That's the one hope Black would have, but just...
So you can play Rook take, this is the point, you go Rook takes E6.
Wow,
or you can even
too
go
violent
Bishop
for my
B3.
taste. I would just go Bishop B3. A Rook takes E6, if it works, it works.
Win, yeah.
Takes.
F7, this is the point. So you introduce the other Rook. Oh, I was going to go Rook D7, but you're just going back. Can you take on E6? No. I think you can.
Some fireworks, Bishop E6, King E6, and Queen G4. This is not going to happen, but it is pretty. King F7, Queen F5 check, and wherever the black king goes, it will be checkmated. King G8, Queen to E6, while King E8 would run into Queen D7 mate.
No, it's gone, isn't it? I mean,
the position is totally hopeless, because even a move like Bishop B3, you can just take your time, and White has an ocean of threats. F takes G7, Rook takes E6.
Beautiful position, right? Would you resign after Bishop B3 here, Jan, or would you play a few more moves?
I'm not sure. I'd probably play one or two, but it looks totally hopeless. It's normally the kind of position where White sacrifices a piece or a rook or something to get this, and here it's equal material.
No, I think Brunello will resign.
What went wrong for Brunello? Let's have just a quick look, because I'm curious.
Looked like a standard.
Standard opening, Queen G3, E5, risky move, but okay. Queen A5, long castles.
And here
takes.
Yeah.
Maybe should have gone Knight H5 at least, getting rid of one of those bishops. Rook C8 looks very slow. The sole purpose is to stop Bishop C7. Normally you can't get away with liberties like this.
Ah, no, B5, E5.
Now he went B5. After E5, he went B4, which was really pushing his luck.
That's an amazing
He could have gone
blunder.
Knight D5, trying to keep the position close, and I'm not sure how bad it is, frankly. Knight takes D5, C takes D5. Could very well be playable for black. King to B1, I don't know. Maybe even D4, freeing this bishop. At the very least, it's a complicated position, and nothing too bad has happened. While after B4, that's how we got this.
It's
just
a horrific
F6,
blunder by Brunello.
Takes, and Bishop C4 and resigns.
Just resigns. Well, he took on F6 with the pawn, but
yeah, but anything wins.
Literally anything wins here. Bar.
Not literally. Bishop B8, maybe Bishop B8 wins, but
for black. Okay. But no, I mean here you just got
just take, probably the most straightforward.
Just take, or even Queen G4.
I like this move.
Yeah.
Adding some extra troubles. No, it's just totally hopeless.
You can't do anything.
No, you
just
can't.
Stuck. Any C takes B2 will of course be met by King B1 and not King takes B2. The pawn acts as a shield.
Instructive idea. Don't take this pawn. Hide behind it.
Right.
And if black tries to do anything, well, not even active, but trying to save herself, it's just mate.
Just checkmate.
Checkmate.
What a terrible day for Brunello then. He's going to lose that one. And it means that Norway, this was a very close match, Norway-Italy. It means that if it is a draw on board one, it means that either David Alberto, who's playing black against...
The other way around. Alberto David.
Alberto, I beg your pardon.
Is his first name.
Alberto David and Daniele Vocaturo. It's going to be very difficult. But we do have a very special guest joining us.
Former world champion.
Former world champion, top Bulgarian player. Very nice person as well, from what I understand. Antoaneta Stefanova. Hello, Eti.
Hello.
We're going to call you Eti on the show. Is that all right?
Sure.
How are you? What are you doing here so quickly? What did you do? Did you win already?
No. I made a draw.
You made a draw?
With Anna Muzichuk. We have a tough match today.
You do, that's right. That was one of the...
Ukraine, yeah.
And how is it going? Are all of the other games still in play? It's board 14 of the
14, that's quite low
Yeah,
for
why are you
Ukraine.
so
Bulgaria,
down?
what's going on there?
Well, we lost a match and we drew another one, and yeah, we were a bit surprised to get Ukraine with so few points, but
That's
okay.
That's a bit. But you drew against Anna
Yes.
with black. That's not a bad result, is it?
Sure. No, it was not a very exciting game,
Let's.
but
Yeah, I can see the
briefly
queens get
bring it up.
exchanged on move 5. I'm already, well, you know, I'm not sure I want to look at things that have got the
I'd
queen
be excited. That's my type of chess. Beautiful game.
Goodness me. Yeah.
Let's bring up the final position. I don't think we have to go through everything.
no, not really. No, I don't know.
Solid.
I guess I surprised Anna with Philidor, so so
can see
she thought for a while and then she took d5 and then okay. I'm not sure how the theory goes, but it seemed to me during the game that I didn't really have any problems to equalize. So. But okay, I hope my girls will.
Should we look at your
Would-
girls' games then? If this
yes,
game is a
please.
bit, if this game was a bit dry for today, the music we've got an overview of the match standings. Anna top board, her sister Maria, who's an international master, but really she's grandmaster strength easily actually already, playing against Eva Vidanova, and the black bar there tells me that
Let's
Eva.
go right there. I think the black
is-
bar is bad news for Bulgaria.
Yeah, Eva,
Yeah.
what is going on here? 2, 4, 5. The pawns are equal, but those knights don't have any. Well, no, it's probably gone already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks bad.
Knight is
Doesn't
hanging.
feel-
What can you do? Defend it with
But
d4.
maybe rook a3 and just take on d4. I don't know.
Just rook a3 is picking up things.
And the,
Rook c1, there's
ED4.
ed.
Yeah,
Oops.
that's gone, isn't it? No, bishop f8.
Quite bad.
Oh no, this is.
Well, I hope there are some moves like knight b3 and just
Yeah, but here even.
hold it passively.
Yeah, but even here, rook a3,
rook b1
Bishop
and bishop
e6.
e6, c4. I don't know.
c4, just anything in Zugzwang.
f4. maybe.
f4.
Oh,
Knight
g4,
c2 or knight
c2.
g2.
Ah, knight c2 is there?
Let's
Yeah.
try.
No, knight
Ah.
c2 is rook a2 probably.
Yeah.
No,
But
maybe
knight
knight
g4,
g4.
No, maybe it's not so bad. I hope so.
I have to disagree. We have a long discussion on this show about the value of two bishops.
No, but I agree
No,
with you.
not really a discussion. Yeah, here they do look quite
I mean, that
powerful.
was just one. She played knight b3, by the way. Eva played knight b3.
What
Is there
else?
something else you can do here? Rook a3 looks kind of normal, but this has got to be terrible.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Yeah.
tricky. Let's have a look at the other games.
Zhukova.
Against Nikolova, what's going on in this one?
It looks complicated.
I agree, that's why we're quiet and hoping you talk us through it.
What's going on?
Black has double pawns in the middle, but they look defended for now.
For now, yeah. But if, of course, white manages to open the position somehow with f4 later
Some
on, then
F4s,
it looks not so good. But okay, maybe tactically, black also has some threats. I
Let's
don't know.
try rook a1, looks logical enough.
Yeah.
You can't. You
Bishop
can't.
c2 or
And
something.
then
like
rook
this.
a6 and knight takes e5. Win.
Knight takes e5.
Well, it depends what you do. But
Knight f bishop d6 maybe.
you're holding. Feels very dodgy for black, this position.
Looks a bit more pleasant for white, but I don't think it's over
Yeah.
white so as to break through. But in general,
Looks pleasant for white. though.
Ukraine, we have to say, is the favorite in this matchup, right? One of the
Sure.
powerhouses of women's chess.
Sure,
That's a-
although they are also in not
They're not
such a
playing
great
great, yeah.
shape here. I mean, they lost against Serbia the round before, and they drew against Spain, I think. So,
Yeah.
okay, we'll
Spain
see.
are
Of course, they are the favorite in this match, but I hope we
But-
can.
The bottom board here, I said Margarita just because I was looking at Margarita's games. Antoaneta. Well, Wojtka's in no problems at all here. This is
Yeah,
a
sure.
draw at best for Ina Gabanenko.
Okay.
So, and at worst, this is just a draw, right?
Yeah,
Oh, no, she's a pawn down,
F3
hold on.
and okay.
Well, F3 you take and bring
Okay,
the king, or bring the king immediately.
FE4. Okay, no, it's going to liquidate into. That's just.
I think it's just a draw.
Yeah. No, that's that's going to be a draw. So it's going to rest on Nikolova. I have to say, I don't know Nikolova that well.
Oh, she's one of our young good players.
Ah, okay, right.
And yeah, she has very interesting style, so she can beat anyone.
She can beat anyone.
If she has a good day, and yeah.
How many Olympiads have you played?
Far too many.
Too many.
I think it's my 12th.
Wow.
12 Olympiads.
I started
But you're
in
only
Manila.
24.
Exactly.
How is that-
How is that
How is
possible?
that
Every 2 years we have an Olympiad.
No, I started in Manila in '92.
Wow. And how old were you in 92? You were very young.
Yeah, I was 13.
You played your first Olympiad at
Yep.
13. Wow. And you've played every Olympiad since then?
Yes,
Without fail.
once I played in the open section, otherwise I play in the women's. So,
Oh, you played in the open section once?
yeah, I mean Istanbul 2000, I think.
Oh, interesting. Because this year I think there are 6 females playing in the open. What do you think of that rule, Antoaneta, that the strongest women can play in the open section?
Oh, not only the strongest women,
Every
just
woman can play in
anyone
the
who
open
qualifies in the team, right?
Yeah, I understand. Right. So traditionally they are the stronger female players.
Yeah. No, I think that's
Yeah.
fine. Just I think okay, for my team is much more important if I play in the women than if I play in the men's. So, and also okay, my teammates, we have always great atmosphere, and I enjoy playing with them. Yeah.
So I don't see. We need to find out more about what do you do for team bonding. I often see that you are perhaps having a coffee with Mr. Cheparinov. We see each other a lot.
Yeah.
Do you hang out with the girls as well? Do you have meetings in the morning and?
Well, we have normally meetings in the evenings when we decide who is playing the next day after we see the pairings and so on. But okay, I mean, we all know each other many years and we are good friends. So I don't know if we need special team bonding during the tournament, but yeah, we like to hang out with each other, so it's okay. Can we see my guys, please?
You want to see your boys?
Because
well, your boys are.
they are doing great in this Olympiad, and I really hope that
great,
they will continue like that. And I saw very interesting positions in some of their games, but I saw it from far, so I don't really know what's going on.
Here we are. Topalov, he won his pawn back. I think White quite sensibly gave it back.
Yeah.
Looks like an equal position, doesn't it?
I think, black's the better side of equal here, right? Weak pawns.
Weak king.
Weak king. No, but sort of position that you would expect Carlsen to just win. I'm
You're
not saying.
insulting Veselin Topalov.
I know, of
Carlsen
course.
will win
I'm
this,
not
but Topalov is
insulting.
going to be a draw.
No. Veselin is big favourite here, in my opinion, to pressurise Ivanisevic. But I think this is the sort of position that Carlsen excels in. You know, the small advantages. But yeah, this is.
I think Veselin also has great technique. Another
Of course he
question
does,
is if the position is really a draw or not. But
Right.
okay, I'm sure that he will use the chances what he will have. And what about Cheparinov?
Mr. Cheparinov.
Here he is.
He's black gave back the pawn, so Perinovic, gave back the pawn.
Seen it a bit earlier, somewhere around here, I believe. Yeah, it was tough to keep the extra pawn.
Wow.
Instead, yeah, Perinovic tried to start a bit of an attack.
Takes, bishop c5. Feels like black should be okay, right?
Yeah. Okay, so then we are down to Yotov, the guy with 5 out of 5 to win.
He's on 5 out of 5. Right?
Yeah,
He's
he's
playing
the only
amazing.
one in the open section.
How old is Yotov?
He's 25.
25. Well, Grandmaster already at 25.53 on 5
He's
out
the
of
guy
5.
who beat Sergei Karyakin
He beats
with black.
Karyakin, right?
No, he was always a very talented player, but a few years ago he decided to go to study in the United States. So he was a bit out of chess for maybe 2-3 years, but now he took a year off. So he's
It's the old
back.
mistake, Lawrence. I keep telling you, don't give up your chess career for studying. Never.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
too late for that, Jan. I already did that. And here I am again.
You studied?
I went to university for...
That's the most shocking revelation
Did you not
of
know
the day.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I also have a master degree in
Yeah,
I'm
finance.
so
not
does
questioning
Ed.
that you studied, but Lawrence, like that's... No,
Once upon
I'm
a time,
just kidding, of
I
course.
had some... Yeah, I was able to concentrate for long periods of time. Not now.
Let's concentrate on the position.
Well, Yotov can never win this, really. It's a question of whether Marcus can pressurize two bishops, weak d5 pawn.
I was wondering, after f3, can black go bishop d6, or am I blundering material?
No, but you're going into...
If white had to take, black would even be... Well,
Rook e5?
I missed rook e5,
Yeah.
of course.
It's a bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to do this. You
Okay,
don't want to do this.
so you just go back, yeah?
Well, you go back, but again, even after an exchange here, takes. How can black ever win this with...
No,
No, white is slightly better.
But then again,
These
black
guys and the
black
bishop.
is coordinated to some extent. Maybe
Yeah.
he's got good drawing chances here.
Of course. Let's check in with the final board.
yeah.
Who is this guy? We were talking about him earlier.
Yeah.
We haven't heard of Radislav Dimitrov.
Oh, he played, I think, first time in the team in Poland in the European Championship
Oh, okay.
last year.
Young guy, yeah?
Yeah. So, yeah, okay, he was not that well known until recently, but he's a good player and he's playing quite solid here as well.
So what's going on in this position? He's got a pawn and a rook for two pieces, but he's got three connected pass pawns and one little pawn on g3. I like that pawn on g3. It stops.
It's important one.
Yeah, it's an important one. Yeah, it stops the three pawns.
It's
Probably.
interesting endgame.
Very unclear ending.
Go either way.
Really, all results, right?
Yeah.
You only need to start pushing those. I think I'd take white, actually. Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I'm always obsessed with the bishops. I think for black it would be important not to exchange rooks. If you exchange rooks,
Yeah.
then these pawns will start running.
He
But
played
if you
rook
keep them,
a8
rook a8 looks
and
natural.
a4.
a4.
And then
I don't know, push
h5.
your own pawns. I'm not sure. I think I'd choose black, but it can really go either way.
Right.
It's a very close match. These Serbians, they've also been doing
They've
very
been
well in this
fantastic.
tournament. Right?
Yeah, they've been a real
Gotta say.
surprise.
Yeah.
Because their top board is rated 2613, but they're a solid 2600 team, and sometimes...
Yeah. All of them, I think. So it's quite an even team. So
What do you do for fun?
for
And-
fun, what's
Antoaneta?
that?
That's a good question. It's whatever
Don't ask
you
me, I'm
whatever
German.
you want
You
it
guys.
to be. What do you do? Do you have any hobbies outside of chess for people who don't know?
Well, I'm reading a lot, everything what I can get.
Okay.
I have 5-6 books on every tournament. But okay, I mean, really during tournaments there is not so much free time. So, especially in Olympiad, there are so many people that I haven't seen for a year or two. So I have a lot of friends from South America or other countries that we don't normally meet in tournaments. So until I meet all of them, and then there is not so much time left for other things. And also, okay, here there is, at least in my hotel, there is no gym or swimming pool. So I cannot do that. Normally I do it during tournaments, but okay, it's a nice place.
And what about regaining the Women's World Championship title? Is that on the agenda in your plans?
Well, it's always in the agenda, right? Once you win it,
Yeah.
you want it back. But okay, last time I lost the final, it was very painful, especially, okay, I was losing in the match and then I equalized, then we went to tie break, to rapid chess, and I won the World Championship in rapid in the same year, so I was expecting a bit different result in that. But okay, that was then, and now we are waiting for the new World Championship this year. So of course, I'm always fighting for first place, but okay, you never know. You have to be a bit lucky always to get to the final or to win such a championship.
And also against Hou Yifan, she's quite good nowadays, right?
Oh, she's not the only one.
No, but
There are
as
many
reigning
good
world
players.
champion.
Of
Yeah,
course, she's very strong, and she shows it. She showed it also in the last Grand Prix. And okay, here she had 3 out of 3. So,
Yeah.
of course, she's the favorite. But you know, in knockouts, anything
knows?
can happen. So.
To explain this briefly, the Women's World Championship, every second year you hold a knockout tournament,
Yes.
correct? And then the winner, I never get it, the winner is world champion and plays the challenger from, where does that challenger come from?
The winner from the Grand Prix.
Ah,
So the
the
world
Grand Prix,
champion
okay.
plays the winner of the Grand Prix, and the winner of this match is world champion again, and then starts again. It's a new cycle.
Do you like that, or do you prefer the men's cycle where it's a very clear candidates tournament and then the winner of the candidates tournament plays the champion?
Well, I like our system because also it's quite clear. I mean, you have 2 ways to reach this match. But I mean, it also depends of the market and organizers and sponsors which we can have. So I believe in the last few years there was huge development in women chess in general. Because I remember the times before the knockouts when it was zonals, interzonals, and then match. And I remember at some point I was already number 2 by rating after Judith, and for 5 years I could not enter anything because I played the interzonal when I was 15. I didn't qualify, and then there was so many years waiting for the match. So clearly I prefer this system. I think it's much easier to fight for it, and especially for young players, they don't have to wait that long until they can reach a stage to fight for a world championship title.
One last question then. What about you, Jobava? She came to the studio, she talked, and we mentioned her, and of course they're so close in rating. Judith has been number 1 rated for 25 years.
Sure.
And it's not out of the question that Hou Yifan overtakes her this year. So would you, I mean, does Judith have a right, in inverted commas, to challenge Hou Yifan? Or I think she should go through the same process as everybody else, right? She should prove herself amongst the other women and...
Well, I mean, of course it's a very delicate question because we all know who is Judith and we all respect her enormously. But of course, when there is a system already, then it's a bit strange if somebody just comes and says, okay, I want to play a match.
Yeah.
So, but I'm sure if Judith wants to play with women, I mean, she would get there one way or another.
Right.
But I don't know if she's interested in that. I mean, she never plays women tournaments.
Right. She hasn't done for years, right? So
You can always play a match, it doesn't have to be for the world title, right? If they find a sponsor, they can play
Of course,
anytime
yes.
they want.
That's true.
yeah, interesting.
Let's briefly check in with Antoaneta's team before we let her go.
Yes.
For one more second, if we see any results on board.
Here
Here
we
we are.
Yeah, Eva's in big trouble here.
Trouble on board 2. More or less equal on board 3 still. And draw on board 4.
Yeah.
Gonna be difficult, but best of luck and thanks
Thank
a lot,
you.
Antoaneta Stefanova.
Oh, we're going to give
Thank
you
you.
a bag as well because we know you like coffee, so we're going to give you one of these mugs.
Of course.
It means you can travel with your coffee and a pen because every chess player needs a pen, even you, Antoaneta.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Antoaneta.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we're going to carry on now with the other big matches. Carlsen just played a move against Caruana. What's going on there, Jan? Can we go straight there, perhaps? And we've got, my goodness, let's have a quick look.
There we are.
Ah, so it's
No, it went along the lines we were talking about, and Caruana just took the black knight that appeared on d5. Probably had to by now. Bishop takes d5. Carlsen will
C
or has
pawn.
already recaptured with a c pawn. Could it be that Carlsen is taking control of this game a little bit? Now he has a passed pawn in the center. It's a very nice square for his king on c6. His white knight on d6 looks very powerful, but it
Doesn't-
can't really go anywhere.
doesn't actually do anything.
Well, the black knight is also pretty well placed on g5.
I think he might.
I struggle finding a plan, an idea for white.
I think Carlsen might start to be thinking, oh, I might be able to pressure.
Look at him, he looks very confident now.
Yeah. Fabiano doesn't look so happy at all.
No, and black's position is a bit easier to play. Another move that's really in the air, I'm not sure if it's good, but it's out there, is the move rook f3 check, or rook f3 in general. After king b3 would be check. If white were to take, knight takes, it becomes very difficult to defend this pawn all of a sudden. Not sure that's the end of the story. Rook f1, let's say. Oh, rook f1, knight d2 check might not be such a good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like the practical chances at the very least lie with black all of a sudden. So that's a bit of a turnaround if we remember.
And he's just played b5, yeah, and this is a critical moment in the game.
I think that might be a good decision, trying to liquidate. He understands if Carlsen were allowed to play king to c6, it could end being ugly. So he goes b5, but still, let's say you just take it off.
Yeah,
Knight takes and king c6. And we're not winning a pawn.
You are winning a pawn.
You could go knight d6 and you can't take here yet. These pawns are so weak, and once again I really like this rook f3 idea.
No, he's starting to misplay this quite severely, Fabiano.
It looks like it's drifted a little bit. Really starting with not playing h6,
Huge,
I believe.
yeah.
Because ever since he allowed Carlsen to play this h6, at least Carlsen had a clear plan. Knight h7, knight g5, and he has something to hope for in the future. Now it's starting to look like this is materializing. This would be a dramatic game, so many implications. Carlsen beating Caruana with black kind of establishing dominance in that matchup again. World number 2 spot is at stakes at this game. If Caruana wins this game or draws this game, and Aronian does not win at the same time, Caruana would be back to number 2 in the world. But here after b5, he could very well end up being in trouble.
No,
he's going to play a takes b, right? What else?
Of course
he
is, yeah.
Then knight takes b5 check. That's what Magnus Carlsen is calculating at the moment. Just king c6. I believe knight d6 back must be the wide idea. And here, rook f3 is an interesting move. The move b6 could even be interesting. Looks like the plays and the chances are with black. Even b6, pawn takes, king takes, and ending like this, only black could ever be better, because e5 is weak, b2 is weak, g4 is weak. Well, look at the black structure. Totally compact. His knight on g5 is guarding the only weakness. No, this is the kind of ending you don't want to play against anybody, but especially not against Magnus Carlsen.
It's all going a bit wrong for the Italian. We'll keep our eye on that one.
He did take on b5 and went king to c6. Looks confident, looks focused, and Caruana looking
Can we get a
very
time
focused.
check?
Well, yeah, I'll check right now.
In other news, Peter Svidler is in trouble. We'll get there in a moment, but let's go straight to board 1 of game 1. Unbelievable sights here. Shak Mamedyarov crashing through, and Badur is a goner, as we like to say. He cannot deal with the threats. Queen takes a7 is mate, and any move like a6 will run into knight c7. And look at these spectators.
Well, the writing was on the wall, really out of the opening. Badur, that's what we love him for. His creative style, not playing mainstream lines, but he did pay a price for it today. If you're black against a guy like Mamedyarov, sometimes it could end badly, and it will here, that we see him in deep thought, but there is nothing much he can do to avoid defeat.
It's
Queen a4, yeah, a6, knight c7, any other move, let's say queen b7, anything goes, but strongest is knight takes a7, followed by knight c6. Black not in time to develop counterplay. He would need 2 moves. Rook takes h3 and bishop to e4 to threaten something, but he's not going to get that luxury. Maybe you could hope for something like knight takes d8 here, which is not going to happen, when all of a sudden after bishop e4, this threat would be very, very hard to parry, if it's possible at all. But instead
just a bit of care, isn't it?
Yeah, instead of knight takes d8, move like rook a1, threatening. Nasty little check here. I believe is bound to end the game. Let's say this.
Mate on c7.
Exactly.
Beautiful. No, Bador is busted, and there was a draw in Mikhlisvili Rajabov, so that means that the advantage is with Azerbaijan. On board 3, Nigeladze playing against Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov here with a little nibble, in my opinion. He's got the open file to play with, can start harassing down here. Doesn't look like he's in any trouble at all, so a bit better there for Mamedyarov. And then Shanova, I should say, is in trouble.
Oh yeah, what happened in that one? That was a crazy position.
Yeah. Well,
turned out in
yeah. Well, I mean,
Black's favor.
Black's favour. Black can never lose. He's got the queen versus rook and bishop. He's probably going to go h5 here just to put that pawn on a light square, and then he's going to get his guys going on the queen side. The big question is whether there's a fortress that can be established.
You never know. I would doubt it here because Black can always build a passed pawn. It's going to be hard to come up with a fortress to stop that.
I'm not sure actually, because I think you can give the bishop up for that pawn and then play rook f3. So wherever the queen is, you play bishop takes pawn, queen takes rook f3, and that's a fortress.
Could be, could be. I have my doubts because White has too many weaknesses to take care of, so you don't even have to force winning that bishop. And I think with some maneuvering you can probably overload the black defense, the white defenses. Still, it's not over, but only Safarli can win this, and I would expect him to. He's a very good technical player. By the way, I just got the time check on the chess24 website. If you click on the Caruana-Carlsen match, you can get the same. And Caruana is in desperate time trouble. He has 40 seconds left.
Oh my goodness, this goes straight back there.
Switch there because he really won't have a lot of time to think. Magnus Carlsen just played knight to f3, which the move rook to f3 with the same idea was also quite tempting, but knight f3, of course, planning to pick up this pawn. Caruana blitzed out the move b4, giving up the e5 pawn, but reinforcing his c5 pawn. And if knight takes e5 now, White would gain a breather and could go rook e1, but instead Magnus Carlsen went for a much stronger move, rook to a8. In no hurry, cashing in, activating his pieces to the maximum. This is not fun to play if you're down to 30 seconds.
Well, he's got about over a minute here, and let's just stay with this one for the moment.
Absolutely.
1 minute to make a very good move. Now, what can he do? He can play the move rook a1, which has some sense, just contesting that file. And the point is, if you take on e5, here you can play rook takes rook, and rook back to e1, winning the e6 pawn with decent chances to hold.
Even this, there is a nasty little trick, knight to f3. The point being rook e6, knight d4, with a nice little family fork. So I don't even know if you have this option.
And Caruana just did play rook a1.
Yeah, it's the natural move. And Carlsen, he has a choice. He can either take on a1 and then on e5, or take on e5 immediately. Both are based on the same trick, really. Takes, knight takes e5, and this rook e1, knight f3, which is so easy to miss. In time trouble, you just calculate this line. You think knight g4, rook e6.
Yeah, and then you're in.
Okay, I'll find counterplay.
Yeah.
But knight f3 is really a bit of a cold shower.
Rook a1 played.
He took on a1.
Rook a1 played. And now he's going to take on e5.
And he did. He's trying to blitz it out. I'm sure he's seen this knight f3 trick and blitzing it out not to give Caruana any time to spot it by himself either. Well, probably Caruana has seen it. I'm not sure he has a choice here. Maybe rook a7.
I think that's a decent practical try, but then again, even after just rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah, keeping it.
You know, this is close to gone, isn't it? Unbelievable if Carlsen wins this one.
Yeah, because these pawns, they really start falling once Black collects on g4, knight f6, h5. I don't see Caruana saving this.
No, I think he lost his way, didn't he? And
I think so.
what a result! That's a massive result for Carlsen, personally speaking. For the team, it's a massive result.
Absolutely.
For the world standings, it's a huge result as well. Carlsen gains actually, what does he gain? 3 points? 4 points?
Around 4, yeah.
Yeah, So he's played Rook A7.
He's played Rook A7. He's realized, of course, by now that Rook E1, Knight F3 wouldn't do him any good.
So Rook
this
A7.
is on the board. Rook B8 is the most natural move to my mind. You could think about B6, trying to undermine the structure immediately as well. We'll see what he does. By the way, seeing Magnus Carlsen on the screen, I have to ask you something. I ran into him the other day, and he said, "I'd really like to come on your show, but I won't, and Lawrence can tell you why. He's insulted me deeply." What's that about?
Did he say that?
He did say that, but it sounded a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
No, I said to him that his game against Wojciech was a terrible effort, which was full of sarcasm and wit, as I am.
Yeah, as you are.
As is my nature. And I don't think he understood, because he thought I was being serious, but of course it was a genius game.
Maybe. No, I think he probably
He's going to
understood
come.
that.
He's going to, in fact, we'll try and get him on if he beats Fabiano today. No promises, but we'll try and get him here to visit. So
He's still contemplating his move here after Rook A7. I like B6 actually, the more I look at it. The only decent move for white seems to be Rook to A6. Because if you take on G7, let's say BC5, I think that's just hopeless. BC, king takes C5.
Knight's got
Your
no
knight
space.
gets sidetracked.
Yeah,
Knight
king
B7,
D4.
king D4 or king B4.
Lovely.
And black is a pawn up with superb coordination. This is hopeless. So after B6, I would guess you have to go Rook A6.
And then Rook B8?
Maybe Knight D7. Because this whole construction, I don't see where white is going with this. You can't move the rook, you can't really move the knight, you can't move either of the pawns. It looks like game over to me almost.
It's gone. I'm not betting against Carlsen here. No way, Jose. Especially when Caruana, okay, they're on move 39. He only has
He
to
will make the time control,
They will make the time control.
but he won't have much of a position left after it, I believe.
Yeah.
What a
No,
turnaround.
What a turnaround. What a...
And you mentioned when he could exchange queens, don't bet against Magnus Carlsen in queen-less endings.
If I ever play Carlsen, which is not going to happen anytime soon,
You
but
keep the queens on the board.
the queens will not be coming off on my terms.
Carlsen played Rook B8,
Okay.
looked a bit unhappy right after he made the move, but it's a perfectly solid move as well.
It's fine.
And, well, he doesn't have to do anything, he just has to take all the white pawns, and the onus is on white to create some counterplay. I don't know, king B3 maybe? No, knight takes G4. Can we... Oh no, let me try it differently, sorry.
Well, he's played a move. This is all
King
irrelevant.
C3, what I was going to say. Knight takes
But then you've
G4.
always got E5 check.
Yeah, king D4 is E5.
No, he played Rook A3, which kind of is, and with a heavy heart as well. Rook A3. Yeah.
His
and
point is
now-
after knight G4, he goes Rook G3,
Yeah, you can't.
and
do
all of
that.
a sudden he has some counterplay with Rook takes G7. But Carlsen's not going to take on G4. He's going to play.
He's going to play D4 and King D5.
or B6. I really like B6 as well.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you. Sorry, Rook A3, B6. What's white going to do? It's just
game
the
over.
structure is crumbling.
It's all falling apart, and he knows it. Fabiano Caruana is on the verge of going down here. I hate his position. Probably not as much as he hates his position. And against Carlsen, you'd be mad to bet against him. They're going to reach time control, so that will go on for a short while still. Let's carry on with our tour through the games. Bador Jobava did in fact lose pretty final position. My goodness, look at that. That's gorgeous.
Oof.
Look at that.
Domination. Look at these pawns.
Look at these guys. It's just how many ways do you want to checkmate black?
It looks like white might be winning without his queen here.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Maybe not.
Maybe not, but certainly even without these two rooks, it's probably winning
Yeah.
unbelievably. So a crushing win there for Mamedyarov.
Mamedyarov in very good shape, has to be said. The Azeri are up there, and he's been leading them with wins against Vashiela Graf and today against Jobava, really doing the business.
Brunello did lose, so this means that the Italians are up on, well, they're going to be in dire straits. Look
Magnus
at this.
Carlsen made his 40th move, played b6, got up from the board. He's going to win this game.
He's going to win, but Vocaturo looks like he's got some chances. He's a pawn up and two outside pass pawns. This looks close to gone.
Looks winning.
So
Absolutely.
it looks as though Vocaturo, with a bit of technique, is going to beat Johannesson, which means it's all going to rest on Alberto David. Chieteli won very quickly, by the way.
But Alberto David would have to win with black, and he's nowhere near win.
He's losing. Hold on,
It's an exchange down.
He's gone. Is this gone?
I think he's just losing.
Just losing against Hammer. So this looks like that Norway
Oh,
won.
and there's actually a very strong move here, which we can briefly show. The move g4. The point being, after h takes g4, you get rook to h7, and it's game over immediately. Speaking of game over, another game that is finished is the game Rustam Kasimdzhanov against Vladimir Kramnik.
And what a result!
What a
Vladimir
game.
Kramnik
Hi guys.
has lost. And who have we got in the studio?
It's the winner of the game, Rustam Kasimdzhanov himself.
Hello,
Welcome.
Rustam.
Hi guys.
How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Probably not as well as you, right? You're probably feeling better than anyone right now.
Yeah. No, I feel like I got lucky. I got a lucky break. I mean, to win a couple of games in a row against these people is unbelievable.
What are you on? Are you on full points, or are you on 4.5 out of 5?
I think I'm on 4 out of 5.
2 draws.
2 draws. Yeah.
2 draws and crushing Kramnik and crushing.
Ivanchuk, Naidit.
I wouldn't
Ivanchuk,
say
Naidit.
crashing, but I did win these games. Yes.
It looked like a very convincing performance today, Rustam.
I think we can go through the game.
Let's go
we
through the
haven't
game,
looked
yeah.
at it for a while. And with Carlsen making the time control, even the Norwegians will forgive us for taking our eyes off it for a second. Rustam, talk us through it. What happened? You're white.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, this knight bd7 came as a complete surprise to me. I thought, okay, bishop e7 and we'll have some normal queen's gambit declined. And after knight bd7, luckily I checked this recently a little bit, so I knew some first moves. So I played bishop f4, dc e3, and here the trick is black usually goes a6, a4, bishop d6. Right. But Kramnik is known for introducing his own small refinements. So for some reason he played bishop d6 first. But since I took, I think it doesn't make much of a difference. Maybe for some other lines, maybe bishop g5, knight b6 makes a difference. Mm-hmm. But bishop d6 takes bishop c4, a6. Clearly, he was just transposing into the line. This is, incidentally, this is Gelfand-Carlsen, I think.
It's a nice position for a team match, isn't it? You're slightly better, not a lot of risk.
Yeah, no, yeah, as chance would have it, I looked at this recently, but not in great detail. But surprisingly, some small details which I remembered, they actually came in the game.
If you say not in great detail, how many days do you spend in this very position?
No, but this was really nothing, like half a day maybe at most, yeah.
I don't think I've ever spent half a day on an opening, let alone
like your whole
my whole chess
Sicilian
career.
Grand Prix attack is spent up there. Huh? Anyway.
But I think d5, bishop d3, b6, this is correct, because otherwise maybe white goes d5 himself.
Right.
And then castles were actually following the game, queen b3. This is what I remember, that I like my queen on b3 better than on e2. On e2, it kind of put pressure on the pawn on a6, but there is not much else to do on e2. I like the fact that on b3, I'm actually pinning down the knight to d7. So queen e7 was played. Maybe Kramnik was worried about queen a3 at some point, so played this first. Rook c1, bishop b7, rook c2. I think this is still the game. Rook c2, rook f c8, rook c1, and here, if I'm not mistaken, my analysis, I thought black should go something like rook a b8, something quiet, and just wait.
The point is then if you go knight e5,
then black takes and goes knight d7, and then f6 on knight c5. So I think after queen d6, I actually remember seeing this position at home.
Wow.
Computer suddenly said knight e5 much better for white.
Wow.
So this is one of those cases where queen d6 visually directed against knight e5 kind of invites knight e5.
You understand, you're kind of ruining Lawrence's world here, because
This
he
is
talks
great.
about inspiration over the board and free-flowing ideas. It's all preparation. People work on their chess.
But it's preparation up till here, yeah? I mean,
Nah,
later I
the
had
rest
to
as well.
So knight e5 takes, but I was actually, first of all, black doesn't have to take, but then he's probably slightly worse after f4. I thought this was kind of the point. So if black, I mean, can go anything, rook b8, h6, g6, but then f4, I think white is pressing a little bit. And knight e5, Kramnik played this very confidently. Queen takes b6. I actually thought black's position is not very good here. But again, rook cb8, it actually soon became...
If he takes the other rook...
Then I think I play knight e4 or something like this.
Some tricks.
And the point is that I'm not mating on the back rank, but I'm actually liquidating into some much better endings.
Just in the line I'm showing, you are actually mating, just to make it clear some problems. So you had to go rook cb8, and here we were very optimistic about your position, because these rooks, they looked a bit passive, right?
Yeah, but I thought also it's easy for me to go wrong, yeah, because I don't have any central grip. So I was actually not sure. I played knight e2, it looked like a natural move to me. He played knight d7, and here I played queen d4. I was actually wondering maybe I should have gone queen c7, but I'm not sure. Maybe this is easier, and then takes, and bishop b1, maybe better for white, slightly. Because I actually want to exchange queens.
We know you well enough.
But actually after queen d4, queen d6 came as a complete shock to me. For some reason I thought he was forced to take. And then I expected to jump with my knight to d4 and then b3, a5, and...
Now we were discussing if you were planning e takes d or knight takes d4. Knight takes, yeah?
Yeah, I was planning to jump, yeah.
With e5, knight f5, I think we looked at this. Looked very nice for
Yeah,
white.
it looked nice, yeah, it looked nice indeed, yeah. But after queen d6, suddenly I have to make some difficult choices. I thought e5 is coming, so I played f4, but it was a difficult decision for me because I realized I'm also creating weaknesses in my position. So I think he has to go e5, or that's what I thought at least, to get some play. And then takes, and now it becomes very concrete. Queen f4, I think I'm lucky to have this move. Because otherwise I thought like knight f4, knight takes d3, and then bishop c8. He's at least finishing his development. And I think once a guy like Kramnik finishes his development, there is no way I can beat him.
So
Correct.
you didn't allow him to queen
So
f4.
I thought queen f4, I am at least trying to be tough. Pinning this knight, threatening rook c7, and yeah,
This
now...
next sequence, that was very surprising, that he allowed rook c7 and went back with the queen to e8. The trusted computer friends gave rook c8 here. Could he have done that?
Yeah, I thought rook c8 and then some knight d4. I thought I would be a little bit better,
Right.
but maybe I'm just wrong. Yeah? But I thought this is something I am trying to achieve. Queen e7 did not surprise me. I was also looking at this surprisingly, because this is very concrete. Rook c7, queen e8, and he wants to just go knight c4 next move and start picking up some pawns. And for a while I was here confused. I played bishop f5, knight c4. Yeah, my idea was also to go rook 1 c3, but this is, I think, too little.
Our little helper spit out the move e4. I'm not sure if in this position or somewhere around here
Yeah,
as well.
I saw e4, but it looked messy to me.
To lose, yeah?
Yeah, but I thought rook 1 c3 was a decent try. But then I thought bishop c8, this might be too little. Takes everything. And then b3, knight d2, and I thought like queen e5, I'll probably win a pawn somehow, but then he gets a lot of play with his
That's
knight
a
on
nice
e4.
move, though, queen e5.
Yeah. Gets a lot. His knight is annoying, isn't
No,
it?
his knight is annoying. I have these weaknesses on b3 and e3. So I started to look for something more convincing, so I returned to my original plan, which was a combination of
This
moves.
looks like a great move, bishop d7.
Yeah, I was considering knight d4. I thought this is essentially
No, this is a great
transposition.
move.
But here it took me a while to realize that after queen e3,
Yeah.
queen e3, knight e3, knight d4,
dead, huh?
Yeah, the point is that I'm threatening b3, this I saw, catching
Yes.
the knight. But that I'm threatening knight c6, it took me a while to realize.
Ah, and you win the rook.
I actually win
An
the whole queen
exchange.
side, yeah. So I thought if nothing, then g6, then b3 is probably just domination.
Yeah,
And
that's fantastic.
yeah, even if knight c4 instead, then I think I do win with knight c6.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We should point out as well, rook c8, take, bishop a8 and bishop d5.
Sorry.
That rook c8 here. Take
Well, I
the
can bishop
final
a8 and
touch.
bishop takes
that's
d5,
what I'm saying,
yeah.
yeah. Just to illustrate that point. Bishop d5. A lovely little pin.
Yeah.
So what happened? He played king f8.
You played queen f8?
Queen f8, rather.
Yeah, but this is basically, well, I mean, it's a resignation of sorts, because now it's clear that, okay, everything he was doing was just wrong, yeah, if he cannot take on e3. I was not sure how exactly to play it, but I thought keep it simple, b3 cannot be wrong.
Knight b6.
And then knight b6, here I actually saw this trick with bishop f5 and rook takes f7. So
Oh, stunning finish.
So I played bishop f5 because I thought, okay, he would probably go d4 because this is the kind of move you play in a desperate position. The thing is, if he goes g6 here, then I thought I can just play knight d4.
Ah,
And I was very happy about my position here.
yeah.
And I thought gf knight f5 should be just mate.
That's just mate, isn't it? Fantastic. Look
The
at
lesson we learn is don't put all your pieces in the corner on the queen side unless you really have to.
Brilliant.
But let's look at the finish. Bishop
The
f5,
finish is
d4,
spectacular.
rook f7.
Boom.
I still don't get it.
I bet that gave you pleasure playing that.
That
move.
gave me
You-
pleasure,
you
yeah.
Admit that. Those moves that people like Jan, they just don't appreciate. the,
But this is a bit like between
I
the
do
quarter.
appreciate the novelty of move 14.
yes.
16.
By the way, the thing is that I think Magnus also played queen d6, allowing knight e5.
Okay.
And this surprised me a little bit, yeah, because it's imprecise. So it's possible that Kramnik was just following this game. At least maybe subconsciously he remembered that somehow queen d6 was in this position.
Right.
And this rook f7 is exactly
Fantastic.
like Botvinnik Potish, yeah? I mean, the rook gets to c7 and then starts taking
So-
pawns on f7.
So if queen
Let's briefly
takes,
show. Queen
Yeah.
f7.
Then I thought check and check on d6.
yeah, and check, and that's disaster. Queen e7
And rook f1 and bishop
Check.
g6, yeah.
and bishop g6 is game over. Beautiful. And what he did in the game, king takes f7, bishop takes h7, just taking away that square on g8. That's
Yes, it's basically just forced mate because I'm just checking bishop g6. For instance, king e8, bishop g6,
King,
and now king e7, queen e5 check,
queen e5,
and king d8, queen c7.
mate.
Yeah. I mean, he can try other squares, but anyway, I
You
will go
just
to c7 to g6, and that's
Combination of
mate.
those
Yeah.
moves.
Wow, what a win.
Beautiful.
So that means that Uzbekistan are doing all right. I believe Anton Filipov did
He
lose.
lost to Grischuk.
He lost quite quickly. What happened there?
I
It's
guess.
like a similar final position than
It's the same,
As your game,
queen and
actually.
bishop working together.
Yeah.
also a rook sacrifice. Rook takes g6.
Wow. That's mate.
Yeah, but I have no idea how we're doing on the last two boards.
Let's
You
have a
were
look.
doing very well on the third board for a while. Let's have a look.
Oh, he's bungled it.
Still better, but maybe
He was
not so
totally
easy
winning.
anymore.
He was totally
We saw it
winning.
around here, where white is just a pawn up with a great position, basically.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to finish off the guy like Svidler, yeah? And he starts playing h5 and jumping around, yeah?
Yeah, but I mean, even around here, if we go bc3, rook a6, carry on a few moves here, I'll show you how after f6, queen h4, f6. Okay. f6. It was around here. Yeah, he can just play h3. I did
He
that.
did.
95. Queen f4 he played. Okay, knight f7. And now, yeah. I mean,
Bishop
do
c5
very
just
well.
picks
This
up
was
the
the
material.
finish.
no,
Finishing
it's
touch,
it's not that tough. Bishop c5.
Yeah, I mean, you really should have seen this.
No, I mean this is good. This isn't.
Yeah,
this isn't
this is
slightly better, is
Not
it?
out of this world.
And we are losing on board 4, yeah, I imagine.
You were in trouble on
Let's
board
have a
4.
Let's just have a look.
Briefly have a look at this ending, if
He
it's
got-
still winning.
He got well, even here,
I mean, this also looks completely winning, yeah?
Absolutely.
what happens?
C2, check, king h8.
I mean, just king h2 is
H2.
such a lazy move, yeah?
It was move 40, maybe it was
No, you
What a
should
shame,
Push
just
this pawn immediately.
Pushkin,
Yeah.
Rook d2, obviously.
and suddenly...
Now maybe it's not so easy anymore.
No, because rook a d7 you can take on d4.
Yeah, now he should go rook d7 and rook
D7,
g6
rook
and exchange
c6.
rooks, yeah?
Not so clear if you're winning and ending like this.
Well, you can play forever. That's the good news. The bad news is...
Yeah, king
Is it
g3,
winning?
it might not be winning, yeah, this is the point.
This might be a draw, h4 check, even king takes, rook g2.
Yeah, this is very likely a draw, yeah? Yeah, pity, yeah, what you gonna do?
Let's see the fourth board for a second.
No, it looks like
There you are
touchdown,
in
yeah.
trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's one hell of a match we played, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably just not enough, yeah.
Well, you never know. Obviously, your board 3 is going to have to play forever without any risk. But yeah, it looks tough to win, right?
Yeah, no, it's still amazing that we put so much fight.
Absolutely.
Tell us...
The Uzbek team in general, a big upset in this tournament so far. You've been doing very well. What's the secret?
Yeah, I think you get lucky at right places and you fight for the rest of the points, yeah.
Can't be that lucky, though. You're winning you're leading the tournament. with
Okay, our win against Ukraine, this was really lucky. I mean, this was unbelievable somehow.
the Ivanchuk loss.
The
you know,
Ivanchuk loss, the Korobov loss, I mean, this stuff never
because
should
that
have happened,
game
yeah.
was unbelievable, right? He just collapsed in 2
Korobov,
3
yeah?
moves. No,
Oh,
Ivanchuk.
What happened
Ivanchuk,
with
yes.
Ivanchuk?
What's
Did he
happened?
miss this move rook c5? I'm sorry, dear viewers, we're just curious for a second.
Yeah, I think he just missed rook c5. At this moment when he played e4, knight takes e4, he could pick up the exchange with rook c7 and then knight c6
Yeah, we saw
later.
that, yeah.
And then he probably thought that knight c6 is another way of picking up the exchange.
Right.
So for a while he was just choosing between the two, not realizing that one of the ways
What-
to pick up the exchange has the fatal flaw in it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's blindness, though. It happens, doesn't it, in chess sometimes. You just... It's not laziness, is it, really?
No. I mean, yeah, whatever you accuse Ivanchuk of, this is not laziness.
Mm.
Yeah. But okay, it happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you then, Rustam? Just a bit more about you personally, because a lot of people probably know, but a lot of them maybe don't know that you were once world champion, FIDE world champion.
This was a long time ago. I recently celebrated
you-
10 years of it.
Really, it was
Yes.
10 years, was it? And you beat a certain English person,
Yeah.
much to the chagrin of English people all over the world. But what is your...
Are you saying Rustam is hated in England? Is he a villain over there because he beat
Oh,
Adams
yeah,
in 2004?
yeah. The papers are still going mad
Still-
about it.
Haven't
It's on
gotten
the
over it.
scale of England-Germany at the football. What do you do now? You're a fully blown chess player, right? That's
Well, right now it certainly feels like it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels like it because I mean, I never had a run like this. I mean, it's a short run, but to beat Naidic, Ivanchuk, and Kramnik in successive games, just something like this never happened to me. So it certainly now feels like, yeah, I'm a chess player now.
so. What do you have? What do you have ambitions-wise as a chess player now? Do you have any?
My ambitions for this tournament were to stay in 2700.
You're gaining what? 15 points, 20 points, something like
I
that.
don't know. No, I don't think 20, but maybe 12 or 13 points I'm gaining. So I do have a fair chance to stay in 2700, but let's see. Yeah.
And what about the team? You're the team, depending on the result today. What's a realistic target for the Uzbek?
Yeah, I don't think Uzbek team has any targets. We show up and we fight. I mean, clearly we will not win this Olympiad, yeah, and I don't think
Who
anybody-
knows? Who knows?
No, I mean,
Master of understatement, this
Who
guy.
knows? If you win it, that would be amazing, right?
that would be amazing indeed. Yeah.
One last peek at
Shall we have a
somebody.
brief look? I think
Oh.
Carlsen has gone back to his usual lying back position, which normally means he's in pretty good shape.
He's completely winning. Ugh.
Yeah, I actually thought he was doing not that great after the opening. Yeah.
He wasn't.
He wasn't, no.
For us, the key moment, I'm not sure, you could point out some earlier, but when he allowed h6, it seemed like black was starting to get counterplay. Well, if Caruana just goes h6 himself, still better with very little risk, at least.
Yeah, no, it looks like a good move.
That's turned around somewhere. Here, all of a sudden, maybe black's position was already easier to play, with the king coming to c6.
Yeah, but it's such a hopeless knight on d6. Yeah, knight should be on d4, not on d6.
Right.
Yeah,
It
the
can't
black knight is
jump
nice.
that way.
No, it doesn't.
That would be nice. A new kind of chess.
Well, you
That
get
a knight
to
can do
d4.
the port like the checkers jump. You know, you can
How's
just
the
jump.
checkers jump?
Well, the checkers jump is actually diagonal, but imagine you could just jump over a pawn to like
Backwards.
here, backwards
Lawrence,
or forwards.
You're not making any sense. I'm sorry.
I don't. That's why. That's
That's
I
why
win-
we keep
That's
you
why
around.
we
right?
keep me around. You know, I'm a no, but
But here the knight could have jumped to d4. The problem is it would have cost this lovely pawn. So no, he's been in trouble for a while. The key trick, another key trick, just a brief summary. It was here knight to f3, and if rook takes e6, knight d4. This is what we suspect Caruana missed from afar.
yeah.
And ever since, it's a question of technique, whatever that means, but Carlsen has it.
Yeah, now Carlsen has it. Yeah, maybe guys, you can let me go now. After-
Yes.
No, stick around for another hour or two.
Thank you very much for joining us. We're
Yeah.
going to give
And
you a
check
chess24
out
goodie
Rustam's
bag, which I'm
video
sure you're
series.
very happy about.
Yeah,
And
thanks
check
a lot.
out his video series on the expert, I beg your, expert
expert
strategy in the endgame.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Rustam.
you.
Cheers. What a win for Rustam Kasimdzhanov, and Carlsen is on the verge of winning. We're going to take a short break while we see the conclusion of this game, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a tick. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 6. We're at the halfway stage of the 41st Chess Olympiad, and during the break, breaking news. Fabiano Caruana, he started to misplay it in the middle game, lost his way, and well,
Lost the game.
lost the game. Magnus Carlsen has defeated Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. A massive result for him, a massive result for Norway, meaning they win the game, the match, I should say, against the Italians. And Jan, it was all going wrong, wasn't it, for Fabiano?
Yeah, let's go through the motions after they made the time control on move 40, the move b6, breaking up White's formation. It already looked very, very desperate. Caruana tried rook a7, b takes c5, rook a6 check, using some tactics to stay in there. The king c7, b takes c, and knight to d7. Picking up that c5 pawn, really pretty much ending the game. Rook a7, king c6, tried g5, but that's desperation more than anything. Black could probably just as well have taken this pawn, but Carlsen decided to take on c5. Good enough. Knight to f7 and d4, just maximum activity. King to d5, and his pawns will start rolling. Knight e5 check. If Caruana would have taken on h6, you don't even have to take back, but you can. Knight takes h6. And pretty much any move wins. The most direct is d3 check, I believe. Say king c3, rook b3 check. And this pawn will queen. After, let's say, king d2, knight e4 check, king e3, d2, king e2, rook to b1. Game over.
Yep.
So he tried knight e5 check, but king d5, knight to d7. Same story, d3 check, the pawn just starts moving. King to c1. Carlsen just took and went king to e4. And it's totally hopeless. White, for example, tried rook takes g7. He would go king to e3.
Yep.
And the pawn would march his way home. Rook d7. Let's say h takes g5.
Whatever.
Black is not even in a rush. Game over. Great result for Magnus Carlsen, has to be said. This was the one guy that was causing him trouble, especially with the white pieces, and to defeat him with black, using the Scandinavian opening.
Wow.
Must be.
It's a nice storyline, isn't it?
It is a nice storyline.
Is there a Norwegian? There's no Norwegian opening, is there?
There is one line, but it's a terrible line, so I'm not sure how proud they are of it. Like something in the Spanish opening, I believe, is called Norwegian. I'm not even sure what it is. Something like b5 followed by knight a5. I believe this is the Norwegian variation.
Yeah.
It's not very good, is the problem, so I'm not sure if they want the credit for it.
Okay.
On the camera,
Yeah.
we have Eltai Safarli against Konstantina Shanava in the match on the top board, which has already been won by the favorites from Azerbaijan. We've seen Mamedyarov winning his game. His teammate on board 3, Rauf Mamedov, also won his game, while Rajabov drew on board 2, so that makes 2.5 points for Azerbaijan. So whatever happens here, Azeri will stay at the top of the rankings, and in this game as well, only black can win. Not sure he will win. We've discussed this earlier. It depends if white manages to build a fortress or not, but clearly all the chances are with black.
I think he will win. He's just played queen.
Play queen d2, looks confident. Eltai Safarli. And yeah, that's actually a strong move, like chasing this bishop away from its post after bishop c3. Black could just pick up another pawn. So the bishop went to, where did it go? To h8?
Yeah.
All the way.
All the way to Tipperary
Where's Tipperary?
in Ireland.
In Ireland?
It's a long way to Tipperary.
Ah, I've never been to Ireland. Is it
No.
worth the long trip?
Definitely worth it. It's not that long, is it? Round the corner,
No,
isn't
it depends where you're starting.
That's also true. No, Ireland's beautiful.
I heard they have a stone where if you kiss that stone,
Blarney
you
Stone,
gain
yeah.
eloquent speech or something.
Yeah.
Might be too late in my case, but you could try
They've
anyway.
got a lot
right?
of things, the Irish, to do with luck and
Luck of the Irish.
luck of the Irish. We haven't really covered much of the Irish team. Forgive us for that. We haven't
Are they
actually
any
got.
good?
They've got a solid team. They've got
Baburian is
Baburian,
playing
they've got
for
Sam
Ireland,
Collins, they've
Sam
got some
Collins,
decent players, but they don't quite make the boards that we've got on our screen today. But anyway, we'd like to hear from you. Hashtag C24 Live. We know you've been very
Absolutely.
active. We like to hear from you. So it looks as though Shanava is in trouble. We got a tweet. Call me TC.
Let's call him TC. TC says Caruana falls back under 2800 for the third time. He suffers from altitude sickness. Sickness I would love to have to fall under 2800 all the time. Magnus is 78 points ahead of Aronian. Substantial lead, 78 points.
It's just ridiculous.
Might be
isn't it?
unprecedented in chess history. I'm not sure if Kasparov, he might have had a similar lead over
Yeah.
Karpov at one point.
I think he probably
It's a
did
lot.
at some point, yeah. 78 is a hell of a lot. So that's what's happening in the first board. The second board, we have Topalov
Let's see.
cruising against Ivanisevic, pawn up, rook behind the pawn in the end game, always the key. Get that rook behind the pawn, means that the white rook, the defending rook, is passive, and he's just going to bring his king over. But
He has to cruise. His team is down 2-1.
his team is down. Serbia won on the bottom board. The young Dimitrov, well, unfortunately lost, so he has to try and win. But my question to you, Jan Gustafsson, is:
What's
is
your question?
it enough? You never know with these rook endings, because in order to queen this pawn, you need to move the pawn all the way back to a2 and bring the king in. And as soon as you do that, I jettison the rook, give that up, and claim that I'm fast enough with my pawns. I'm not sure this is winning, this position.
You can never be sure. It feels like very good chances because Topalov has done everything right. His rook is securing the king side and his pawn is running. But let's make some moves. Let's say f4, king b5, rook a1, a4. How do you create counterplay?
F5. Yeah.
Take it.
Take it.
Take
A3.
it,
Oh, this
A3.
is stunning. Yes.
What's going on? Ah, I see what
This
you're
is-
what you're gonna be up to. You
Yeah.
wanna stalemate yourself.
I do want to stand. That is really instructive. Let's look at this later.
Let's try.
So-
Rook a2 you have to play to stop me from going a2.
Yes.
Now after the natural
King
king b4, white
H.
goes h5. And you can already see the death trap for his own king in the making. For example, king to b3. Now rook takes a3,
Even-
believe it or not.
Even that might draw you.
Point is, if king takes a3, it's a stalemate.
Yes.
Not a stalemate you see every day, but try for yourself. White does not have a legal move left, and he's not in check, so this is a draw. While if king takes a3,
Rook
no,
takes.
if rook takes a3, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
then King takes h7 should give enough counterplay for white. His h-pawn will march up the board, let's say king c4, maybe king g6, and white should hold this.
No, this is easily holdable actually. King d5,
Take it.
king takes f6, yeah. And theoretical draw.
Okay, h3, and this is a very important situation once again. The so-called body check. The only move that draws here is the move king to e7.
Yeah.
Looks a bit counterintuitive. The idea is to keep the black king at bay. So rook takes h5, f6, and now the black king can't enter the action, can't approach. Rook e5 check,
King
for example.
d7.
You even go to d7. There's nothing black can do. Rook f5, king e7, say king e5, f7.
Yeah.
Not a forced line, but goes to show the defensive potential white has here. Very pretty idea, this
Amazing
self-stalemate.
idea, yeah. I wonder if he'll see that. It's critical, and it will mean, were Serbia to win, they'd be out in front in this tournament. It would be unbelievable.
Join
with the
Azerbaijan in the
team.
lead, and I believe there's more teams on 9 points.
There are. Cuba, Kazakhstan. Let's check in with that one.
Cuba, for example, right.
Cuba have already run on board.
They're up 1-0, they have been for a long time. The other game's still ongoing. Lenier Dominguez trying to grind away at the first board. I don't think he's going to manage. I think he's going to end in a draw. Not enough material left.
Yeah, and the black rook's active. No,
Yeah,
not
it's gonna
enough,
be a
is
draw.
it? No. So black holding there on board
On the
2.
second board, we have
Yeah.
Lazaro Brudon, another very, very strong player. It's an
this looks-
exchange up, but white has this huge pawn on d6.
It's a massive pawn.
I think white is all right. I'm not sure if he's better, but he has 2 pawns for that exchange. By exchange, we mean a rook against a knight or a rook against a bishop. I have no idea why it's called exchange. Do you know?
No.
It's a very strange expression.
And on board 4, Ortiz Suarez playing black.
He's winning.
Yeah, he is winning.
He has this coffin, this nail in the coffin we've seen earlier after any move really. Rook d1, this a3 is just very, very unpleasant because the white king can never really get out anymore.
Yeah, very good. So it looks like the Cubans are in good stead. As for the Uzbekistan-Russia match, really interesting match. We saw Rustam Kasimdzhanov before. We'll talk about his game with Vladimir Kramnik, how he played a really
Beautiful
great
game.
Is Peter Svidler, though, with holding?
Very sorry.
I think Peter Svidler may be holding. Unbelievable.
I think he's going to hold this. Still has to suffer. Rook d5 has just been played. He will probably go h4. One question is, with an ending like this, rook f5, rook takes d4, rook takes f6, can you hold this?
Yeah.
You probably can. Say rook king e7. I was wondering if rook f4 was a
Maybe
problem.
it's not easy. It's never easy, is it?
If
Well,
check now, all of a sudden, king
King
e2, or king f2, rook
King
g3, king f2, and this
no,
pawn
that's-
drops. Can't do that. So even this ending might not be that simple. Maybe you have to go something like, I don't know, rook d3 check, king f2, rook d2 check. Try to chase the white king away, and if it decides to hide, now it's much easier to defend the pawn.
That's instructive.
Probably it should be a draw. Peter Svidler will hold, which would be crucial because that would
Yeah.
mean Russia would win their match, while if you were to lose, it would only be a 2-2. Maybe already 1-2-2 too many for the Russians if they want to win this.
Let's check out the women's section in the meantime, because
Absolutely.
we've not been there for a while. And we've got a tweet from Joe Pasquarel. Fischer was 125 points above second place Spassky on the 1972 list. So
Did they have ratings in
they
1972?
did. They did,
I
yeah.
thought they introduced them later and there's some back calculation.
Ah.
I'm not fully sure. Could be they already had ratings.
Let's check out the top games. We last checked in with China-Hungary a while ago. Well, we've seen Ho Yifan.
We found once again crushing through. Let's briefly go through the game. We've seen the position after c takes d4. We were discussing knight takes d4,
Yeah.
but she decided on knight b5, also interesting. h6, maybe too slow, maybe black should have taken on e5. Queen f4.
Yeah.
And now white just gets to build up a very nice position
Yeah.
for free. A6 takes G4. I wouldn't like to be black here against Hu Yifan. She's such a gifted attacker. H5, G5 coming.
Yeah.
Getting the pieces out and now opening it up.
Yeah.
Black's problem is he would like to play H5 to keep it close, but then
G6,
G6, creating that square on G5. Big trouble. Takes, queen takes, king F8, and this is already playing itself, isn't it?
Yeah, this is game over. Yeah. Okay, so oof. Threatening queen G6 simply.
Too many attackers.
Too many attackers, not enough defenders. King E8, queen F4, that's a very good move as well.
Once again,
G6.
provoking weaknesses, and now H5, overloading the defenders. Can't take with a rook, can't take with a pawn, can't do much.
What a convincing performance. I mean, yeah. And then the rest is just, ugh.
Rubbing it in. Knight takes
Queen
E6,
F5.
if king E6, queen F5, and checkmate is near. Actually, this might be checkmate.
Wow, what a convincing performance there by Hu Yifan. And in the other games, there was a draw on board 2. And board 3 was victorious for the Chinese. So that means that they win their match 3-1. Very, very convincing
They do
performance.
look very, very strong. Won all their matches. Davey points out, in the English match, short lost, Jones is winning. We've seen that. We can briefly go to the Gawain Jones position.
Yeah, we can do that. Should we, before we go there, let's just check out the other top matches in the women's
Let's
section.
bring up some results if we can.
Serbia-Russia was on board match 3, I should say.
Absolutely.
Reasonably big match, but we have here
Russia, of
a
course,
very fighting.
big favorite.
Well, Olga Gilya already won her match on board 4. 3 games still in progress. Let's check out board 1, Lachno against Bojkovic.
Bojkovic with the white pieces is in big trouble, probably lost. Black is a pawn up, can just bring her king, king F6. No, this is hopeless.
Yeah, no, this is just completely.
Point is that in any pawn ending like this, black just gets there earlier. King to
Mops
G4.
them all up.
And it's crunch
Yummy,
time.
yummy, yum. Pac-Man style.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Gunina
Lana's
on
going to
board
win.
2. Might not win. Might win, maybe slightly better, but she is a pawn down. So most likely it's a draw. It's compensated by the fact that the black king is very weak. I'm not sure if she can win this. Could end in a perpetual. Let's say check, check. Check, check. More checks. And draw.
Yeah.
Kostenjuk on board 3 against Angelia Stojanovic. Kostenjuk with black is an exchange up and should win as well.
Yeah. I'd be very surprised if Kostenjuk didn't beat her lower rated opponent, only rated 22.
China and Russia really tearing apart the field.
Maybe they
in
have
the
to
women's
play
section.
tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe that
Could
would be time.
That'd be quite a match. One we've been waiting for. Let's continue our tour.
Netherlands versus Poland is an interesting matchup again. And the Dutch team doing pretty well. And we'll have a look at their position now. The Polish team.
2 games over.
2 games over. They've got 2 very strong play. Well, they've got actually their whole team is very solid. Sochko 2470, Zawadzka 2400, Szepkowska 2380, and Bartel 2360. That's a decent women's team, and they've got 2-0 up already, and are cruising. It looks like in the other matches. Am I right?
Briefly check the position on the top board.
Well, yeah.
Sochko much better as well with black with his powerful passed pawn. No, Poland is winning that match, no question about it.
Yes, although on board 3,
Board
Bianca
3 they're in
Murin-
trouble.
Yeah, Bianca Murin is winning easily. 3 pot. Well,
Yeah,
I don't
this
know why
I think
she's
you
playing
can
wrong.
resign with
Yeah.
a pretty clear conscience.
yeah,
But it's not going to be
it's going to be a
enough,
3-1 victory. That one,
most
it looks
likely.
All right, good stuff. And just one more matchup. That's the top guys, at least top girls, I should say, is Slovakia-France.
And France I believe, already won that match.
Yes.
One on board one, Sebak won with black against Eva Repkova. One on board two, Millier won against Stokova. And they drew on board four, which means they have their 2.5 points.
Yeah, so that's going to be good. So now a few of the really top favourites are going to be facing off against each other. I think that'll be really
Looks like we're
interesting.
headed for a Russia-China match
That's the
tomorrow,
bigger.
and that's the big match.
Let's go back to the open section then for a moment and check in with the top board, the top game. Yeah, well, we actually saw Eltash Safali, didn't we? Looks like that's going to be a
We'll
win.
check in with you guys, with the English. Gawain
Yeah.
Jones has to win his game to secure another 2-2 for England. And
Yeah, Nigel went down today, and Gawain, I think he's completely winning. This is a great result for us, actually, if he manages to win. How good is it? How good are his chances?
pretty good.
Yeah. No, I have total faith in Gawain here.
I think it's actually totally winning. Once again, White would dream of a fortress, but he has too many weaknesses. C4, A2, F3.
I think you
Gawain
dream
just
of
played
knight
king
D3
E5.
check here.
Right, if that were a legal move, knight to D3 would be very
That would be
effective.
nice.
But it's
That's
not.
a great result. Gawain Jones, massive kudos to Gawain. Please bring home the full point. Black against Sargsyan. He's not favourite at all to win that game.
I'm
So
not sure anybody in the world is a favorite with black against Sargsyan, especially in a team competition.
just amazing.
Normally, a very, very tough team player for Armenia. To beat him with black would be a tremendous achievement.
Tremendous. All right, so let's keep on going through. There was a very interesting match as well on board 8, I believe. Yeah.
What's going on there?
Vietnam versus Hungary.
Oh yeah, we haven't visited that at all. Leko, I believe. Ah no, Leko didn't play? What's going
Leko
on?
did play. Leko played Le Quang Liem.
Hang on. Which board is that? I'm sorry for my
Try
momentary
9.
confusion. Ah, here we are. Leko drew Le Quang Liem on board 1. Solid result for Peter Leko. Draw on board 2, Shababalok against Win Gok Trong Son. On board 3, the game is still going on. And Judith Polgar won her 4th game in a row
Yeah.
on board 4. Crushing, I'll leave that name to you.
Hui Min Huin Win. I really apologise for the pronunciation.
Yeah, sorry.
It's pretty tough. But and on board 3, by the way, Zoltan Almashi is completely crushing.
Let's have a look.
Here, I don't even know. What, the A pawn is queening, it looks like.
This looks like a
Looks terminal.
fast runner.
Looks terminal for the Vietnamese today. Hungary are going to win that match. I would like to check out the Norway 2 team, actually, very briefly, if we can.
You've taken a bit of a fondness for Frode Urkedal, haven't
I
you?
have taken a fondness for Frode Urkedal. He's playing fantastic chess. He's playing at well over Grandmaster level. But today, I think he went down very quickly to the wonder kid David Navarra.
Still a fantastic tournament for him.
Yeah.
Beat Ivanchuk, bunch of other very noteworthy results in there. Still on his way, even with a loss today, for his final Grandmaster norm. It looks like he will become the newest Norwegian Grandmaster.
Oh, that's nasty.
Today, something went very wrong out of the opening. In an almost theoretical position, G takes F6. This is theoretical. He went for knight takes E5, which is known to be
Knight takes
nothing.
E6.
It looks knight takes E6. Sorry, it looks very powerful. The idea is after F takes E6, White is winning with the move Rook to C1, and if Queen E5, let's say Rook takes C8,
Yeah.
followed by Queen takes D7. However, knight takes E6 is known to be nothing because of the move Queen E5, knight D4, and castles. All of this has been well documented. It's not supposed to give White anything. In fact, White has to be careful to hold the balance here. There's some games where they tried Queen G4 check, King H8, move like Rook to D1, but nothing really works for White. Queen D3 is the move he played after after King H8, Rook E1, Knight C5.
Whoops.
He's already in trouble because the Queen finds it hard to keep contact with the Bishop and the Knight at the same time. queen c4 comes to
Ace-
mind, but
A6
then
and B5.
this bishop is going. While in the game he went queen to e3, that runs into knight to e6. White can't avoid losing a piece.
Yeah, and a good result there for the Czech team. That means that they are still in the hunt. They beat the Norway 2 team. They've won 2.5 already, but we'll wait for the final board. Still one game going on.
Who's that guy?
Well, we had him on the show the other day, and Grandmaster, former world champion, amongst various other things, Garry Kasparov talking in the playing hall to what looks like a few of his team.
Is the cameraman sitting on his head? It looked like he was really moving in there.
Sure
Oh no,
what's
no,
going
they're
on.
gone.
They're gone.
Kasparov, of course, here campaigning for the FIDE elections, which are on the 11th, near the end of the tournament, where he's one of the 2 candidates going up against current President Kasimdzhanov.
That's right, and he looks serious, or intense, should I say? He's quite an intense person, isn't he?
We had him on the show the other day,
Yeah.
and it was really, I found him very inspirational, the
Yes.
passion he still has for the game of chess. Like, he kept asking us, bring up a new game, what's going on there, spitting out lines. He really likes his chess.
Of course he does.
What else is going on?
Well, we had some. What about France, Bosnia Herzegovina on board 6?
Please allow me to check in with my people
Of course.
very quickly. Germany did win their match 2.5, 1.5, not by the biggest of margins, against Belgium. Neither drew on board 1. Meyer, who had a fantastic position, ended up drawing his game against Bart Michiels. Daniel Friedman draw on board 3. And Livio Di Terni-Cipriano came through, 1 on board 4. So Germany up to 9 points, back in, well, contention, back up there with
Yeah, absolutely.
many other teams.
Absolutely. Good result for the Germans.
Right, where do you want to go? I'm sorry.
Well, we should check in with the Topolov game. Let's see if there's been any progress in that ending.
Oh yeah, White
And he
did set up
but he
his
did
fortress.
it differently. He didn't quite manage it.
I think after f4, a3, he had to take a time out. Oh, no, maybe it was too late already. Maybe here it's already too late. I was going to say rook a2. Oh, sorry, rook a2, but then black can take a move to
So how did we get it?
break the chains. We made some moves. I think
Oh,
we
he
started
went
with
with
f4.
h5. He didn't go f4, f5.
Well, should still lead to the same thing, but it was probably a bit. Let's see,
not
h4,
sure
king
if it
c5,
does.
f4.
Ah.
Maybe you should have gone f4 here, and after king b5, rook a2. Might still be able to get it.
Mm.
The difference is if you start with f4, f5, then black doesn't have the chance to go f5
Exactly.
and break your fortress at a time that is convenient for him. So in the game, this has been played. He came up with this idea, but here after f5 it looks like it's too late because black goes a2
And the king's a lot
and the
closer.
king is close.
Yeah.
So if you go for this, for example, the tempi don't work out anymore. Black has the very instructive move rook to g2, cutting off the king, and after h6, anything wins really. You can just come closer with your own
Rook
monarch.
h2, and then rook takes h7.
Now you should avoid stalemating.
Yeah.
You go here, say king e5, and it's just game over. The remaining black pawn will win the day. So it looks like Topolov's going to save the 2-2 for Bulgaria.
Yeah, it does, and he did queen his pawn, and he's going to come through. So good result for Bulgaria. Good result for Serbia as well, because they were, they've been solid. They haven't lost yet. That's a great result. Italy, of course, losing to Norway.
Yeah.
And should we check on the Svidler ending again, because
Absolutely,
it
that's
would be
a bit of a
great.
key matchup, because if Svidler lost that one, would mean that Russia would already have shedded 3 match points, which might be too much in the end. Just let me find that game. It's right here. This looks good for, well, as good as it can look under the circumstances for Peter Svidler.
Yes.
Another pair of pawns exchanged. He has his own passed pawn now. I believe this is pretty much just a draw by now. because if white is left with the h pawn, that's not the pawn you want to be left with to have any
No.
winning chances. No, this is going to be a draw, no question about it, and Russia's going to win their match. Quite a scare though.
They still, yeah, they've had, Vladimir Kramnik losing, Peter Svidler totally lost. What a bit of luck. Rustam Kasimdzhanov was talking about how much luck the Uzbekistan team has had, but
Bad luck today.
I think they've had bad luck. I think you create your own luck in chess, and well, unlucky for them, doesn't look like they're going to win it. So that's what's going on. Let's check out with the French. The French, my dark horses for the tournament, have been
the heroes of the first
stuttering
couple
a bit.
rounds. Then they lost to Azerbaijan. That stopped them in their tracks a little bit. How did they do today?
Well, look at this back row against Dizaderovic, strong grandmaster from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that's a great
draw.
move. Knight takes g3, superb move there.
Why do you need it though?
Well,
Just
because
rook takes c3 is a dead draw.
yeah, but there's even one
Yeah, okay,
more
you get
set
rid
of
of one more
pawns off
pawn.
the board, right?
Yeah.
No, knight takes g3 is a class move. Point is f takes g3, rook takes c3, rook takes h5, king g6, king g8, doesn't matter. And 2 versus 1 in Grandmaster chess is a draw. There's just
Easy draw,
easy draw.
especially. As long as there's an h pawn involved, there's really
Yeah.
nothing to play for. It's going to end in a draw. Draw on board 1.
Yeah.
Ever solid
Borky.
Borky Predojevic drew Maxim Vashila Graf. Draw on board 3 as well. Laurent Fressinet was held to draw. So board 4 has to decide.
Ooh,
That
What
could
a
go
game.
either way.
oh my goodness.
Vladislav Tkachyev, Romain Edouard sitting out today. So Tkachyev trying to win the game for France, but he could also lose the game. Maybe not.
No, of course you can lose this. On a bad day, he loses. I think the point is in this position, black would love to take the c6 pawn, but it runs into rook g6. And if you lose the g5 pawn, I think that's serious, because then that's a very quick g4 pawn. So the question is it one of those positions of mutual
Waiting.
Mutual waiting, mutual...
Not sure.
Well, if you take it, rook g6,
Even taking it. Oh, sorry. Rook g6 is a bad try. I have a hard time believing black could be worse here, but I could be wrong. Say
Rook
knight
e5.
e6, rook e5, king d6.
king d6 and I lose.
Not sure if you lose, but maybe you can go here. I have to go king d6 anyway. I don't see how white can be better here. I think black has enough
Black has
pieces
too many
to
pieces.
deal with this
Yeah.
g pawn. I just blunder. Bishop takes
cute.
e2 as well, which is nice.
Yeah, maybe black. Ooh, interesting. Maybe black can win this if Tkachyev is.
I think if white
Not-
just waits, it's probably going to end in a draw. I don't think black has enough winning potential. Not sure how, at the very least. Yeah,
So most likely a
most
draw.
likely 4 draws in that match.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So the French missing an opportunity, in my opinion, today. China, Egypt. We can't forget the Chinese. Let's go there. That's a couple of boards after. Here we
are.
And yeah, a convincing victory over Egypt. Good result for Amin Bassem on board 1, who held Wang Yue with the black pieces, but yeah, Dingler in, no problems. Yu Yangyi, no problems. And
Nihua won as well, 3.5.
big win.
The Chinese look strong, I'm telling you.
Yeah, they could very well do it. What about our friends the Dutch?
What have they been up to? I think whom did they play today? They were serious favourites in
they
that match,
played-
that's what I remember.
If you go up, no, they played. Yes, they played Iran. Yes, on board 8, I believe.
Let's
So
have a look.
Just here. After 2 boards after this. So here we go, match 10. Let's
Here
see
we
how
are.
they did. The Dutch. And yeah, solid 3-1 victory over Iran. They would be very happy with that. Van Kampen
Very compact team, the Dutch. We've had most of the guys on the show. They have a great team spirit and they really
Certainly
believe in themselves. All these guys are friends. Robin van Kempen, Anish Giri, Erwin Lamy. They have the oldest statesman of Dutch chess who's been sitting out today, Luc van Wely, and the very strong Sergei Tivyakov. So that's a team to always keep an eye on. 3-1 today, which means I believe they'll be up to 10 points as well. They're right in the mix.
They certainly will. Yeah, a good result for them today. Should we check in with some of the other games? Oh, we've got a roving
going on
camera.
there?
Well, got the camera. Not sure where that was
Gone.
going.
Has
It's
it
gone.
had chessboard?
It was here and then it was gone. What about if we can quickly see if Gawain has won his game?
All right.
If you go down a few boards. What's he
Here
doing?
we are.
Oh no, that doesn't look good.
Why not?
That doesn't look good. No.
He's won
Something's
a
happened.
pawn.
Something's happened.
Nah.
Something's happened.
What has
And
happened?
Something's happened, and I don't know. But
Just took a bunch of pawns.
hold on a second. Yeah.
King d6, rook
e4,
e4,
Queen
took.
a2.
King g3, king c6. Not sure you needed king c6, but why not? Knight g4.
Well, is this a fortress?
No, how can it be a fortress?
You
You
put
always
them-
got b5.
Okay.
I'll put your knight on c4, yeah?
No. Yeah, I put my knight on e3, and you play b5, and I take it.
I think you'll end up in Zugzwang or something. Let's make some moves. Queen d2, let's say. Go knight e3. I go b5. Takes.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, then I always have this threat at the very least to simplify into the pawn ending.
Knight e3.
Knight e3. Now we have to break through somehow. Check.
I think you're gonna have to do a simultaneous g4.
No, I just want to go queen f2.
You just want to pick him up. Yeah.
Overload.
If you pick him up, that's
King h4, check. King f5, queen g3, and I think this pawn will make you crumble. And if it
Yes.
falls, then those pieces don't have
yes.
secure squares anymore.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's not quite there for Sargsyan.
No, he still has some work to do in Sargsyan. He's a resilient fella, but I believe it should be winning somehow.
All right. Remember to send us your tweet. Have we got any good tweets?
What's going on in the Twitter sphere on our hashtag C24Live? There's a lot of stuff going on. I'll briefly check in. 183 new results. Anthony Cunningham wonders, how did Gawain Jones manage to go from completely losing to completely winning? Was he completely losing earlier? I didn't even see.
No, he wasn't completely losing. I'm
Let's
sure he wasn't.
check somewhere 100 moves ago.
Nice little tweet from Gregory
Doesn't look like.
Kildcup. Norwegian defence in the modern e4, g6, d4, knight f6, e5, knight h5 played by
I
Magnus.
don't think that's called the Norwegian
I think it's called the North
defense.
Sea.
Oh, that's possible. Magnus
And
played it once.
He
but-
played it. And the one that you mentioned out in Spanish, a
Right.
knight on the rim. Springen
Knight on the rim is Norwegian.
Und Ramp.
Springer am Rand bringt Kummer und Schand.
Springen am Rand is Norvège.
I'm not sure they want credit for a knight on the rim in Norway.
Well, all the defences are called Norwegian with the knight on the rim.
Right, maybe e4, knight a6 is going to take over. But Magnus Carlsen, he's pretty good with his knights in the center, as we've seen today.
Question by Morton. Why is Anand not playing here? Anyone? No.
We don't really
don't
know.
really
We have
know.
some theories. First of all, Anand has not played Olympiads for quite a long time. The last time he played was in Turin 2006. He didn't do all that well there. I'm not sure that's the reason he's not playing, but he's a regular absence from the Olympiad. And he's also supposed to play a World Championship match, if it is to happen, in November. And Anand, very diligent about his preparation. I think he's probably already working on it, prefers to play fewer tournaments and study more chess to prepare for Magnus Carlsen, who is playing here. That's just my theories, but I believe it's a mix of those things.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that one, but we can find out. Here's another quick recap of the current results. Azerbaijan 2.5, they're going to win, and Safali looks like he's big favourite to convert there. Serbia did draw 2-2. Topalov did win that rook ending as expected. We got Safali on the board. This so-called fortress. He's got his pawn to A3. No, this is
no fortress there.
This is 0 fortress. No, that's just totally winning. Shanova might even resign in this position. If we keep on going through the results, we'll get them up on the screen for you. Mamedyarov beat Jobava, crushed him today. Rauf Mamedov won, as we see. That's the Azerbaijan game. I won't repeat myself, try not to. Cuba won their match against Kazakhstan. Bruzon pushing against Kotsur. But we will see. Norway's first team, great result against Italy.
A lot of action. I'm reading the tweets where you're reading the results. It's been pointed out that Carlsen is to chess what Rory McIlroy is to golf. Are you familiar with golf?
Yes.
Who's Rory McIlroy?
Well, he's the new kid on the block. He's won a few majors. First guy from the UK to potentially win all majors. Well, that's what he's expected of him. Got a big deal with Nike. Huge deal with Nike. Big talent, but I don't think they should
Still
be
not
compared.
accurate if he's a new kid on the block. Magnus Carlsen
No,
has
he's
been
been
number one for 5 years.
Yeah, McIlroy certainly hasn't been around for 5 years, and also Carlsen, I think, has won everything, whereas McIlroy hasn't. I would say that Carlsen was perhaps more like a young Tiger Woods
Before scandals.
Before the scandals. Certainly before the scandals.
Who knows?
Our Magnus, he's as clean as a whistle, isn't he?
It's a pity. We haven't had him on the show yet, but we'll certainly try to get him in here and talk about his performance.
Absolutely.
What else is going on? Darko Polimak is happy with the result for Serbia. Says great result for Serbia today. Well done, boys.
Was a good result against a Bulgarian team.
He's also wondering who lost in the English team. It was Nigel Short. He lost to Sergei Movsesian.
Yeah, Nigel, unfortunately, not on form at
Mark
all.
Crowther is informing us they were working on the ratings in the 1960s, but the first list was 1970. So in 1972, that list that was quoted earlier, that was an official rating list. That's good to know. Thanks a lot, Mark Crowther.
Yeah.
Too many tweets. Let's go back to the chess action.
Let's go back to the Shanava game. Actually, let's not.
We have
Let's-
a visitor.
Let's stop for one moment because we have a very important visitor.
The man who escaped the stalemate. Is he all cabled up already?
He's cabled up, he's got his mic on, former world champion, and one of my favourite players to watch, Veselin Topalov. Hello, Veselin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good win. Shame about the team not winning today. 2-2 it finished, but your win was very important in the end.
Well, yeah, but I just learned we could have won also on board 4, but I guess both teams are unhappy because actually I think my game was almost all the time close to a draw, but then even move 41 was just a big mistake, a very typical rook a6 move, you know.
Let's
go to 41, let's go straight there.
Put the rook behind the pawn, I mean, and then...
Wow, he didn't play rook a6
yeah,
here.
and
That's unbelievable.
I think, so after
On
G4,
41 as well, my goodness.
yeah, and after G4 already I could place my rook
Behind the pawn, right?
So, but I mean, even I think before, of course, okay, at least here black's pawn up. It's not complete draw, even after rook a6, but I think it was around equal before, and he kind of...
We've seen the position before when you were actually a pawn down, but had very nice compensation.
Yeah. No, I
somewhere
think
around
it's,
here.
I have like a compensation, but probably no more.
Right.
And the trick I think he missed was that after queen c1, what he did, queen d5, f3, bishop a6, And I thought just rook e5 is not so good because I just take it. And then I have my take the queen back and then collect the 2 pawns.
You collect the pawns.
Yeah, the 2 pawns. So I take on b5.
Take on.
And then
Take
rook
on b2.
rook d2, b2, b5. So, well, for example.
Which should be winning, right?
Yeah, with chances, I guess. I don't know if it's winning, but with good chances. So that was the reason. But even later, I think it was not that much.
Yeah, it's amazing because if we go to 41, actually let's go
We've
to...
seen this position with Antoaneta Stefanova,
Yeah.
and we say, okay, it looks about equal, and she was very sure it's completely winning for you. And she proved to be right in the end.
I don't think it's winning, but I mean, white.
No, she didn't say it's winning. She said you would win. So she was right.
That was the idea. But in fact, I was, I was at some point even thinking about repetition because it looked to me like we were good on other boards, but eventually it was not so easy probably on board 4. But okay, it's a good result, I think.
We were checking some very funny study-like ideas in this ending,
Yeah?
where we were trying
Looks
something
like
like
it might be a
f4.
draw.
Start like f4, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm moving.
King c5, h4.
h4, king b5, let's say.
And then rook a2 is the key move.
Okay, 2. And then?
And then
Well,
a4.
the point is after
you go
a4, f5, it looked like black was in time.
But that could...
Oh no, sorry.
No, this is correct.
Then yeah, so?
So takes,
What's
takes.
the difference then?
Your king is further
You never
away.
have the option of f5, and if you have to bring the king up, then some of the endings were a draw after white gets
It's
the rook.
possible it could be like extra tempi compared to the game, that after a3, h5,
King b4, rook b2 check.
rook
for
b2 is check, yeah.
For example. Beautiful little...
Yeah, so compared to the game, it's just extra tempi. But I think it was maybe even possible to play rook a2 instead of rook...
yeah, if you played rook a1 in the game, which is...
I'm not sure if I really
But I think it's different in the game.
played so well.
Which
Just
position are we
on
talking
there,
about?
there, yeah. Rook,
During the like
King
here,
b5, can he go
King
rook
b5,
a2?
rook a2.
Then you can go f5. This is
Yeah,
perfect.
f5 and rook f7. That was my other option. After a4, but f4, f5, king
Right.
g5, rook f7. But that's not that clear, maybe, because maybe now rook a1 first, and then king goes and start checking. King c3, and for example, yeah, I was thinking the game that maybe it could be rook a1 back, go, check, and
You have to go king a2.
or
it's
no,
not so
king
easy.
c2, I thought.
Okay, well.
Rook b4, I thought, and rook a4, and then start checking, and
Why not rook a1 here?
also, oh yeah, that's true.
Check.
No, but yeah, that's then okay. Then the question if the king
king is
reaches a1 and pawn a2, is that winning? That's a question.
Another
It's a good
Yeah.
question. Right?
The other question is if you're in time to go a3 here, maybe.
Also
And that's-
possible, yeah.
this
Also
was-
possible. Maybe that's actually and rook a6 some also, but no, king
No,
c4.
rook a6,
King c4 should be okay. King b3, and then if you go somehow, maybe I even collect the pawn on h5 first. So
Oh.
still chances maybe.
Very complicated, these rook
Very.
endings.
I
Let's see
think
what
should be winning maybe, but probably I had better options not to allow the king on h6. But then
What was the difference in the game after?
the pawn is on a2. That's the difference now.
He's in Zugzwang.
Already on a2, yeah. And
the king is
and
close.
king b2 is possible with the pawn, also as well with the pawn on a3. I mean, it's again stalemate.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no stalemate here,
Right.
basically, is the point.
Here, yeah. if
I'm
rook
going
a2,
to f8. Yeah. No, that's very easy. I mean, rook g2.
Just rook
Yeah,
g2.
rook g2,
Rook g2
and
and rook g5, or even come with the king.
Yeah.
That's
that's very easy. Okay, so a good win. So what about you then, Veselin? I mean, your team, tell us about the Bulgaria team. We heard from Eti about the women's team. What do you have a goal here in the Olympiad? Do you want to be a medal winner? I mean, you want to be a medal winner, of course, but realistic objective?
No, I think objectively we are seeded 17.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, well, there are many Olympiads we start excellently, and then at the end something happens. But I think even top 10 would be okay, good result, but okay, top 6 would be really good.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think objectively, what I was thinking that before the Olympiad, there were like around 10 teams that I thought they were better.
Mm-hmm.
But for the moment we are fighting because, for example, Russia, normally we beat them, but okay, draw is also good, you know, okay, because they are always favorites. So
amazing game yesterday, Karyakin losing with White. The day before yesterday, sorry.
Oh yeah, but okay, I mean he got some tactics,
yeah.
I think. Of course, at some point maybe he had an advantage, but well, you know, it's people make mistakes.
Of course they do, yeah, absolutely. And tell us, you were world champion a few years ago. We've had many world champions come in here to the studio, Kramnik, Kasparov, you, Eti, amongst others. Is that a personal objective of yours to become world champion again? Is that still an ambition, a burning ambition, or?
Well, of course, objectively speaking, at the moment, Magnus, I think, is just like different class. And I mean, my ambition is now to try to get again as a candidate into, but it's a little bit, it depends on the next cycle, and I don't know if I would play the FIDE Grand Prix. No? Okay, first they have to announce it, and then I'll see, but I'm somehow a little bit didn't like so much the first two cycles, yeah. Because okay, they were always changing cities and contracts were very unclear. Mm-hmm. But okay, I assume it depends a little bit who's going to win the elections.
Right,
so, yeah. But well, probably I will try through the World Cup, but it's really like a lottery. So I don't believe it's. But okay, anyway,
you have to try, right?
Yeah.
What is the current system? You can qualify for this candidates tournament, and there's 3 channels. There's the World Cup, the candidates, and rating.
Yeah,
that's
a World Cup, FIDE Grand Prix rating, or to be a nominee.
Ah, that's right, of the host nation.
Also in Sofia.
Oh, I don't really think because I guess the idea was when you you know, pay a lot of money to someone to play, to have some real chances to win. But then, okay, I was just last in Hanti. So, okay, from it doesn't mean I don't have a possibility, but I don't think it's going to be so easy to find a sponsor. I mean, probably Caruana, for example, or Nakamura, or again Karyakin, they would have more possibilities because simply they are just younger than me.
You're not that old.
No, but I mean, it's also a little bit, you know, already around for too long time and
no,
too much. Yeah.
No, it's not true. I mean, Jan Gustafsson's still going. Why shouldn't you?
Yeah.
No, I mean, okay. I mean, it's just a little bit. Of course, I like to play, but also I like to see that there are some objective options and probabilities to win. But just to play to stay in the middle, you know, to go to be a candidate and score 50%, I don't think it's too much time to prepare, and I think the only idea is to play the candidate is to fight for the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Maybe you need a new trainer. This guy has been highly recommended to me. Anti-Sicilians, there's some very tricky lines out there. Check out his videos.
Have to talk. Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk off the air.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us, Veselin. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, and good luck to Bulgaria. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Beautiful. Veselin Topalov there, one of the greatest attacking players of his generation.
Absolutely.
Genius attacking player.
The
Good at
action
endings.
slowing down. What do you think? We take one little break as well to regroup, and then we come back with a final segment. We'll give you guys the standings, results, predictions. That's about it. Probably not even the predictions, but we'll be back. In the meantime, please play a game of Blitz. Today, after the round, I'll be in the play zone. Lawrence Trent might be in the play zone, normally crushing me in Blitz, which is very upsetting. See you there.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the final part of today's coverage, round 6 of the 41st Chess Olympiad. I'm Lawrence Trent. I'm joined by Grandmaster Einar Gausel. Einar, nice to see you. We've obviously looked at Magnus's game with some interest today, but
wasn't that amazing though?
Amazing game, yeah.
It's like black magic.
Black magic, how he managed to... It was really, there was a moment here, I know, we'll just repeat this for the audience as it was such a big game. I think it was around this point where he allowed Black to play h6. It was here already. If he had played instead on move 22...
Well, there were several points. Yeah,
h6 himself.
He could have played h6 himself. He could also have gone g5. So in retrospect, it's easy to find improvements for Black, but it's not easy to recognize these things as they're happening at the board.
No,
I think Carlsen just does these things so slowly and so well that it's hard to see the danger coming. Because it looked like White was just safely better.
Right, yeah, absolutely. And he would have been after h6, but allowing Black to play h6 and get his knight round to this great little square on g5. Things just started to go from...
Well, we were thinking maybe Fabiano stuck his knight in on d6 and then ended up not doing so much.
Yeah.
So we think maybe he should have pulled it out earlier to challenge this knight on g5.
Right. Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly. No, I think Fabiano didn't play particularly well towards the second half of this game. But well done to Magnus, of course. Massive result for him personally as well, because he's had problems against Fabiano recently. So
well, when they face each other, White's usually doing the pushing. Yeah,
that's right. So let's look at the other games then now. Jon Ludwig Hammer seems to have won a very good game against Alberto David. Sorry, you have been watching this game closely. Perhaps we can go through it from, I think the last time we saw it was around move 11, around this point. No, actually it was this point here was the last time we checked it. So what happened?
It's very unbalanced now.
Rook d1 and he played knight c5. This was to be expected. Trying to come to e6, bishop c1, a5, and off we go.
Yes.
f4.
Unsophisticated stuff, yeah.
Sometimes that's the way to be though, right? Unsophisticated, call it what you want.
Yes, don't overthink it, just whatever comes to you first. Yeah,
just do.
Trust your instincts.
But also, if you look at the position, if you've got the majority on the king side and potential attack, it's kind of a logical move,
well,
right?
there's not that many plans to choose from. The other plan that White would be going for was an e4 break, but
right.
If you're not doing that, then f4 is definitely the way to go.
Okay, so f4, rook e8, bishop b2, b5, e3. I like that move, just giving a square to the knight. Queen b6, knight e2, b4, and now you put the bishop on d4. That also looks... Now Black's in an awkward pin. Can't move the queen and only to b5, but it feels like White's established a good bind in the center, good central
should
control.
he go a4 just to make a square on a5 for the rook, or is that?
Yeah, and then you're just going to carry on.
Yeah.
f5. I think White must be better here.
It's not the end of the world, though.
No.
Okay, I go back, but still, I mean, Black is doing not much.
Right, exactly. So what actually happened? He played queen b5, getting out the pin immediately. f5 anyway. Knight e4 and knight f4. So just clearing the path. And slowly you can see this attack building pace here.
Yeah,
this knight is on pre. f6 is in the air.
Black is very slow with his counterplay.
Very slow.
Yeah.
Bishop g5, knight h3 played. That might be a nice move. The bishop retreating to d8 and now f6. Feels like Hammer's played very well actually. g6, but this allows.
Oh.
And queen f2. He didn't take on e4. Queen f2. That's a great move. That's a
Those
stunning.
black
move.
squares. Oof.
Well, now there's just.
There's no way to get back in time, is there? Oh,
That's-
well, he managed to give up the exchange.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision by Black. to
That's
play.
the only way
Yeah.
to stop mate, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very good decision.
Yeah.
But seems like it wasn't enough. Hammer happy to go into an ending exchange up.
Yeah.
c5 protecting the pawn, but not for long. And he didn't even win it straight away. Oh, rook h4, h5, g4. Look at this.
Still playing for the attack.
Blow after blow by Hammer. This is a fantastic game by Jan Ludwig. Really good. Now he's blowing open the king side. gh5, that's nice. Even c3 here doesn't work. I'd like to play c3, but
Well, mate happens too fast, I presume.
you win.
Yeah,
You queen
yeah.
the pawn by force, so can't do that. So he took. Now he took on h5, and that's a cute move as well. Rook h7, just threatening rook g7
Oh dear.
check.
Oh dear.
Can't do anything. Rook takes and rook f1, and that was that. What a convincing victory! there
Yes,
by
yes,
Jan
that was a
Ludwig.
very nice performance.
Beautiful
we had
game.
there.
What about life?
Yes, life was he was
He was
He
black.
was black.
Had a bit
yes.
of a tough time against the talented Vocatura. Should we go through the game?
Yeah, just give it a quick playthrough.
It was a French defense with knight.
Slightly unusual, knight e2, huh?
Yeah, it's been seen quite a few times, but it's okay. And
But bishop d2, I thought white always went king
King
f2,
f2.
and then
yeah,
just got the show on the road. But
bishop d2 here also makes quite a lot of sense, right? I mean, you would like to exchange.
of course,
these bishops.
It's your passive or bad
Right.
bishop, yeah.
And actually, this idea of putting the bishop on c3, I quite like it actually.
Haven't seen that so often in this
No.
type of position.
But it helps you play f5.
Yeah. Which
So-
which happened
which
very
is what he
fast.
did,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And he came back with
Back
the
we
bishop.
go.
But it seems as though he got f6 in.
Yeah, that was bad news in this match when pawns landed on f6. Yeah.
And despite his central break here, well, no, yeah, it's gone horribly wrong for life.
It's just an ending where
He's a lot
It's
of
just
pawns
worse,
down. Rook a d8, and looks like he might have some saving chance. But bishop b5 is very good. Bishop b5 is very good, and this is a fantastic combination because now after rook takes e5, you don't take on c6. You play rook e1 because of back ranks. You can't take on b5 as that's made in 1.
okay, so you forced the rooks off. Yeah.
And if you force the rooks off here, something like this is going to be bad news. And yeah, we actually saw this
yeah, that looks
position.
like a technical win.
And it's a
Yeah,
technical
yeah.
win. We probably don't have to go through the rest of it. Great win by Kjetil. We'll quickly look at the final position. Actually crushing Sabino Brunello.
There's a slight breach in logic when you look at black's play. If you just back up a few moves.
Yeah, it was around here, b5.
Because
right?
okay, Kjetil played e5.
Have to move the knight.
Yeah, I mean, allowing white to open the center here is just it's
Bonkers,
it's
right?
not logical at all. So I was just wondering what did he miss, because just on principle,
Yeah,
just keep things closed and play knight d5.
it's very strange. No, I don't understand it at all.
So
And after b4, it was literally over a
Well,
couple moves later.
I mean, Kjetil's a strong attacking player, so he doesn't need this even to win. And
No.
this is just, I mean, it's made every line. There's rook takes e6 lines. If you go bishop e7, it's just
No, anything
Yeah,
wins,
yeah,
right? I
yeah.
mean, you've got all your pieces attacking and a defenseless king, so a great
stuck
win.
stuck in the middle there.
What about the Norway 2 side then? Because they played against the Czech Republic. We saw Frode Økedal lost
Yeah,
his
he
game.
went astray fairly early. He dropped a piece on move 16, or blundered a piece on move 16.
Yeah,
and
we'll quickly
what happened
revise
there.
that. So it was around here.
But
King,
it was not an obvious blunder.
yeah, rook e1 was
Rookie one looks like a natural move. You
Right.
bring the rook into the game, and it's just a two-mover.
Yeah, knight c5 and knight e6, and
b5 hangs with check.
Right.
There's no way to save the piece.
it's just a whole
yeah.
piece. It's unfortunate for Erkadal because he's played fantastically.
Yeah, he
at this
was.
tournament.
It was really way over 2,600 performance, probably over 2,700.
May still very
So,
well be after this game. Navarro rated over 2,700 himself, so
Yeah.
we'll see.
Just,
Hansen was a draw against Lasnica. That's not a bad result. Tayi unfortunately lost against the experienced Hracek, and Johan Solomon continuing a great tournament for him. I think this is the first half point. I think he's on 3.5 out of 4 or 4.5 out of 5. The young Solomon.
I think I forgot to mention him when Jan asked me the other day
Yeah.
about Norwegian talents. There's so many that
Yeah.
you always forget one of them when you just start listing them up. So,
No, what a
yeah.
great result for
Yeah.
Solomon.
So,
So unfortunately, the Norwegian second team lost today, but you know, they should be proud of their performance so far. Let's get a recap of the results thus far in the open section, the top boards. We still have, I believe, 1 or 2 games going on. Safali black against Shanava, and it looks as though a fortress has not been able to have been.
well, it's not as long as I keep that bishop on the board. Isn't this fortress
this
E?
Maybe this is a fortress. Maybe this is a fortress. Let's go. Well, let's just say you win.
Well, that's not fair, is it? Yeah, black was winning earlier. We were looking at having a slight look at this because it looked as though Azerbaijan was going to win 3.5 a half
Yes.
after Mamedyarov's fantastic game on board 1.
No,
But this, okay, so all white wants to do is sacrifice his bishop for the pawn on a1 and then move his rook back and forth between f3 and h3 for the rest of the game.
right, and that should be winning. Maybe this is just a draw. I was
Yeah.
mentioning to Jan, I thought that there were good chances of a fortress.
Well, you were right because this is looking.
This just looks.
There's no way you can trick. No, you can't trick him here.
He just played bishop f6.
Yeah. Every time white moves, he moves his bishop to a nice, safe square.
King g4, okay. He's going to play his bishop now to d4 again, I assume.
I don't know.
Just put it on a safe square.
H8 always.
H8 always looks safe, right?
Yeah, because it's way over there, but.
Yeah, he did. He played bishop
Yeah,
h8, exactly.
So, now, and I think if white plays correctly, he should be able to draw this.
Hold on a second.
Do you have some check mechanism going for you here? Or
No. Hold on. I don't know. No, I can't see anything. Queen c8 played by Safali. So if bishop comes back to, let's say it goes to e5. Yeah, I can't see. Just looks like a draw, right?
yeah, if he doesn't blunder, I think this should be a draw. I don't know.
Yeah, he's gone bishop
Even
e5.
though the computer is completely in love with black's position.
Doesn't understand. The computer does not understand that being -10 is not winning. I think that's a fortress. So we'll move on from that one.
So that's looking like a 3-1 on the top board then,
3-1
huh?
on the top board. Bulgaria looks like they have drawn their match 2-all. Well, they have drawn it. It doesn't look like it.
Topalov did well to win on board
Yes.
1 though. That was that started out well, he was better when they started out in that ending, but
No, he did very well to
Yeah.
win it. We could see here Norway's first team, great result for them today, led by their hero Magnus Carlsen beating Caruana with black. Great game by Hammer, as we've just seen, and that means, and a great game by Lee. 3-1 to them. Cuba crushed Kazakhstan, 3.5 half. That means they are in contention. Don't rule out the Cubans. We know what a chess tradition they've got in their country.
indeed.
In other games, let's bring up the next set of results. Uzbekistan unfortunately lost to Russia. huge upset on the cards. Jumaev was completely winning against Svidler, but Svidler managed to wriggle out of a terrible situation, and despite Kasimdzhanov's great win against Kramnik, not enough there, Aina. The Russians win, and it means they're back up there.
Yeah.
Bosnia-Herzegovina draw 2-2, unfortunately. Back row didn't manage to win that ending.
So that was not a very good day at the office for France then?
Not a good day at the office for France. They were big favourites to win that.
Bosnia ranked 42.
Yes. No, Bosnia are having a great tournament.
Yeah.
Bosnia are having a great tournament, and Herzegovina. Croatia beat Indonesia 3-1, solid for them. China crushed Egypt 3.5. Then in the next game, in the next matches, we've got Vietnam, Hungary, Netherlands, Iran, Norway 2 against Czech Republic. We already saw that Norway 2 went down. I believe the Netherlands won their match as well.
And what happened in... I saw that Judith Polgar won in the Hungary game.
We saw her game, yeah.
That means she hasn't dropped half a point yet.
No, she's on 100% is Judith. She's loving that. Almashi won, good solid win for Hungary. Netherlands, good solid win for them. And, oh no.
Bad news for England, huh?
Well, Gawain was completely winning. What happened there? Gawain didn't manage to win this. What happened? It's hard. It's easier than it looks to...
That's down on board 12. Here we go.
Oh, it's all gone horribly wrong for Gawain. Around...
These fortresses keep popping up.
Yeah.
Every round.
Around here it looked very good. I mean... Jan thought
Still,
this was... It's never easy.
But you can already start to see the contours of a fortress with the knight on e3 and the rook on e4.
Ah, no, you can't. No, it's very difficult. I don't want to be too hard on Gawain, no, but this is clearly a draw. No, he was totally winning though, Gawain a bit earlier. I mean, that was...
Yeah, okay.
That's a tough one for the English to take. But Armenia means they're back in it. Absolutely,
yes, absolutely,
they're back in it. They might even be equal first after today. No, sorry, they're not. They're in second. In the women's section, Hou Yifan just crushing the field. Every game seems like she's winning easily. China beat Hungary 3-1. The Norway first team crushed the Venezuelans.
Yes, they blanked them 4-0.
4-0, whitewash. Whitewash there. Poland beat the Netherlands 3-1. And Russia crushed Serbia 3.5. Let's look at the next set of standings there in the women's section. Slovakia managed to lose 3-1 to France. Good result for them. Iran 2, Greece 2.
The Iranian women still doing very well, I think.
They're a good team. They're a very solid team.
Yes.
United States beat Estonia 3-1. Good result for them. Indonesia overcame Italy 2.5, 1.5, and those are the top results in the women's section. So, how to wrap this one up today? I know as a Norwegian, you must be very happy.
A good day for the home team is, I think, is a nice way to wrap it up.
A good day for the Norwegians. Magnus Carlsen, well, what can you say about him? Just unbelievable, right? He wins against Caruana with black. Who can stop this boy?
With the Queen D8 Scandinavian, no less.
With the Queen D8 Scandinavian, what more do you want? We've had a great day, lots of upsets, lots of interesting games. We're going to be back exactly the same time tomorrow, and who knows, we may even have the real favourites facing off against each other. The competition's getting hot. I hope you join us then, 2 o'clock Central European time, but for now, wish you a very good evening. And why don't you go and play some chess yourselves? Just click on the Play Now button to my left, I think that's correct, up there. Play now, have a 1, 3, 5 or 15-minute match. I might even do so. I'll see you there.